Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Keeping You Company, the podcast where Rukamani and I ramble on about topics which are interesting to us, firstly to keep each other company, but hopefully to keep you company as well with some interesting discussion. So sit back and relax, grab a cup of tea, start some chores, or if you're having a bit of a rough day and you just need something in the background, then we're here for you. And of course, Rukamani is back with us again. Happy New Year, Rook!
Yeah, Happy New Year. We're actually recording it. Like our last podcast would have come out for the new year, technically. I guess we should have said Happy New Year then. Would have felt weird in November, I think we recorded it. And now it's so yeah,
Yeah,
time shifting on YouTube and creating these sorts of podcasts is a little bit weird. But yeah, Happy New Year. And I will echo Scott Sword's sentiments. Please, hopefully these two voices just chatting on and having a fun conversation can help keep you company if you need it.
absolutely. Yeah, so I can't remember when exactly we recorded that episode. Maybe it was in November. But I think in the episode I did say something at the end along the lines of, "Oh, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year," because I wasn't sure when that podcast would be released. In the end,
Right.
it was at the beginning of January because we weren't able to
Yeah.
record again.
Yeah, because there's this weird phantom hope we keep holding out of being able to record more than one episode in a month.
And we never seem to do it. Even during the Christmas
It never.
holidays, I was like, "Oh, this is perfect." Like, I know there's like family gatherings and stuff, but that's lots of podcast recording time. And then in the end, we didn't actually do any podcasts over Christmas. We did actually meet up for another thing, which we'll talk about momentarily.
Hmm.
Um, but so yeah, I mean, I guess Happy New Year because it's we are recording this in the same year that the viewers are going to listen to it, so we are back on the same page again. We weren't suddenly
Yes, we're
stuck in.
actually closer to real time than we usually are.
Yeah, it was the 25th of January that we're recording
Hmm.
this. So you're seeing there's about a week, you know, down the line, but that's fair, more or less on point. Also, just hello to everybody and happy Burns Day. I know, obviously, by the time you hear this, it won't be Burns Day, but it's Burns Day that we're recording it. The annual celebration of Robert Burns in Scotland, a really important night there. So yeah, happy Burns night, happy Burns Day to everybody in Scotland and all the Scottish people abroad.
Yep. Happy Burns Day night. I don't know what it is. I all I know is Scott Stewart asked me about it on a quiz.
We've before hopping onto the podcast, I had some haggis, so that was me reconnecting with my Scottish heritage for one evening. So there you go.
Right.
How are you, Rook?
I'm doing well. It's been uh, it's been quite the. I had quite the flurry of work at the end of the year, and it's been sort of a slow start to the new year. But I'm hoping that things pick up. I never seem to hit a happy medium
No.
where I've just got a steady, like stable amount of work to handle. But I've been living this way for over 10 years now, so I think I'm getting used to it.
I guess you just gotta try and take advantage of the lulls. Well, when they come along to try and do some other stuff. No doubt you've been busy doing translation board and all that stuff in between.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Translation Born. I'm in the writing and recording stage of the next episode right now. Should be coming out by the end of the month. Currently
No.
on schedule, thanks to that sort of relatively lax work schedule. So that's been good.
So hopefully by the time you see this podcast, folks, then hopefully the new translation board will be out. So
Hmm.
good stuff. YouTube is still refusing to recommend it to me. Maybe because it's such an infrequent upload, perhaps. I'm not quite sure, but I'm having
Yeah,
to.
probably infrequent upload. It probably realizes that you're not watching a lot of Bloodborne content, So I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's a fool's game to chase after how YouTube works.
Yes, it's a mystery that black
Yep.
box. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's been a while since we spoke. This is actually the first time within 2025 that we've spoken. We have been chatting like with text messages and that, but in terms of voice chat,
Hmm.
it's the first time. We did have a meetup during the Christmas holidays.
We did.
Do you want to tell the folks at home what all that was about?
Yeah, it's going to tie in pretty well with our topic today, our main topic, which is going to be discussing our reviews of one another's desert island discs. I don't know, maybe review isn't the right word, but it's the only one I can think of on short notice. Uh, so we got together, and Scott Sword has a DVD, I guess, Blu-ray, DVD. I don't know which one it is. He's got a collection, a video collection of a special concert performed by Alter Bridge, the band that he sort of got me into with this podcast. And I had gone through their back catalog enough so that I was familiar with basically all of their songs up to the point where they put on a very special live show with, I think it was called the Parallax Orchestra
That's right.
at Royal Albert Hall in, I'm guessing, London. It's a
Yes,
very big deal theater, Scott Sword tells me.
that's right.
So yeah, and it was amazing. It was an incredible live show. I heartily recommend it if you're into just collecting live recordings of bands. I feel like you probably would enjoy this one. It's a very solid performance by a solid band, and it's fun to see them augmented by an orchestra.
Absolutely. Yeah, because it's obviously something that is still, even though more bands are doing it nowadays, it's not still a very common thing to be done. Um,
Right.
and
Yeah. Well, we watched the show over the course of something like 4 hours,
4 or 5
and even though
hours,
it was
something
only
like
like a
that. Yeah.
yeah 5 hours, I guess it was because I forget. I think the show itself was 3, and we went 2 over that. Yeah, because we were throwing in breaks, and we'd pause the video and chat about the experience and talk. It was a lot of fun, and we got to sort of experience the music that we both enjoyed. For me, in a totally different context. For Scott Sword, I don't know how many times he's been over it, but it was just a very special recording. I told him by the end, I was like, I have to find a version of this for myself. Like, I want to own this. So, totally hooked.
Success, overwhelming success. Yeah, in terms of me watching it, I've only probably watched it about half a dozen times, maybe a little bit less than that. But I've listened to it on Spotify quite a lot, and seen like the
Hmm.
individual YouTube videos quite a bit. But actually sitting down and watching the whole concert through, maybe that's maybe only the third or fourth time that I've done it. Because often it's quite hard to suddenly be like, oh, I've got 3 hours to kill with nothing to do. Let's watch this concert.
Yeah.
It was really good for me because the first time I had watched it with headphones, which I know sounds a bit silly, but when I on Spotify, I normally have headphones on unless I got the phone just playing it. And when I've watched it on the TV, it's normally been the TV projecting the audio. But for some reason, with the headphones, I was able to pick up some new stuff and new sounds, especially from the orchestra side of things, which I'd never heard before. Not heard of, but I hadn't heard or hadn't recognized the sound before. Um, just
Yeah. When I went looking for copies on the internet, I found a lot of people in like product reviews. It's like apparently you sort of have to get it secondhand nowadays, which is why I haven't actually purchased it yet. But I found a lot of people on old Amazon reviews noting that the DVD audio is a better mix than the stereo mix that comes in the accompanying like CD pack.
right.
And the like a lot of the I'm guessing tracks that you would listen to on Spotify would have come from the CD mix as opposed to the DVD audio. So that probably explains why like the pairing of headphones with specifically the DVD audio would sound so good.
Yeah, or just even digital music is just so compressed anyway. You just
Well, it
don't.
depends. I mean, CD music isn't very compressed.
Okay. To be fair, I haven't listened to the CD
Spotify
very much because I've never had to.
Spotify
Yeah.
Yeah, Spotify music would be compressed though because it's streaming.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the dominant sounds will sort of will always be there, but the orchestra is lost in the mix a little bit more.
Yeah.
But
I feel like from what I've looked into, right? Like the sort of encoding that they take it down to like, I don't know, 128, 256 kilobits per second. Like it's hard for people to hear the effects of that compression specifically. So I'm not sure how much of an impact that sort of compression would have on your listening experience, but definitely they would mix it differently for a CD or for Spotify, and I think that's probably where the biggest difference would lie.
right. For me, it was like a brand new experience, which was great for me because obviously I know all the
Wow.
songs inside out. But then just hearing those little nuggets of sounds and interaction between the orchestra and the band, which I hadn't heard before,
I
and then
love when that happens.
just being able to chat to you about
Yeah.
it, then it was great. I found it.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
funny when we first set it up because I did say before I hit go on the DVD, I did say to Rook, um, "How do you want to do this? Do you want we just talk over the top of it? Do we pause it? Do we just type to each other but let it run? What do you want?" And I think there's a point where you said, "Oh, if I'm talking or typing, I'm going to get a bit distracted. So we'll let it run and kind of see what happens. And then 30 seconds into the first song, Slip to the Void, this little message pops up on my Discord, and it's just a Rook saying, "You need to stop after this song."
Yep. Well, that was the system we worked out. It was
yes.
like put in a message and say stop at the end of the song, right? Because
Yeah.
if I like literally, if I was trying to type my way through the entire experience, I would not pay attention to the music. I would just lose focus and just focus on what I was typing in the conversation, and the song would end and I wouldn't even be paying attention. There was a live stream that Strider was doing at one point, just as an illustration of this phenomenon, where he was playing a game of War of the Ring, and someone from the Fury of Dracula community, I forget who exactly it was. I want to say it was JB Philly, but I could be wrong. Like jumped in and was like, "Hey, what's happening?" And I was like, "Oh, this is super tense." And I decided to like break down the like drama of the moment, because it all came down to this one tile draw that would determine whether or not Strider was going to be able to dunk the ring into Mount Doom and win as the Fellowship, or get corrupted and lose the game. And I was like writing out the mechanics and how it worked so that I could explain how tense the situation was. And while I was in the process of typing that, the game ended and I didn't even notice. And so I wrote the whole thing, put it into the chat, and I looked up at the previous chat messages, and people were like, "Oh man, what like amazing end to that game." And I was like, "Wait, it ended? Oh no."
You're just too enthusiastic to convey to a new player what was happening. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
well, I can really only focus on like one thing at a time. So I was like, if I try and like type my way through this experience, it's not going to go well. So the situation that we agreed on, the setup was like, okay, like if I have something that I really want to say and I can't express it like very quickly, just be like, "Oh, nice synths, right?" or something. I don't
Yeah.
think there actually were any synths, but like just as an idea of a quick offhand comment, I would type something like that every now and then. But for the most part, it was like, hey, if I want to like be enthusiastic about this song or this number, what's happening here, I'll just type in, "Hey, pause at the end of this song." And that was how we approached it.
Right. And we didn't pause after every song. We had some where we would do like 3 song chunks kind of thing, but there were some, especially
Mm-hmm.
the longer. So we'll get into this when we go into the Desert Island Disc, right? But sort of the longer, more expansive tracks.
Yep.
As soon as it started, Rook would just write stop after this one. And I just knew
Yep.
it. I just knew it was going to happen. So it's very
Yeah, just a
enjoyable.
couple seconds into a couple of those final songs, the really big numbers. I was like, "We have to talk about this. I know immediately."
Mm.
Yeah, it was fun.
So we did that. So actually, the background footage of this podcast is actually my vinyl copy of Alter Bridge live at the Royal Albert Hall with the Parallax Orchestra playing on the record player.
Nice.
So you just see
Oh,
the needle making its way from the outside of the disc into the inside, and then I'll flip it over, and then back will go again, and
oh,
then it will loop.
how perfectly appropriate.
There you go. You see, all planned.
Well done.
So there you go. I've also done it for Fortress as well, but that'll be a different podcast.
Cool.
So
We
yes.
might need to reuse it, because I have a feeling. I don't know if this is true. I have a feeling we're gonna have to break this topic into 2 podcasts, but we'll see.
I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll go
We
through it,
might
and we'll
we might
take
be
it.
able to blast through it all in one. I don't know. I don't. It might be a long recording, might not be. I literally have no idea. We do this live, so there's no way of knowing. But I don't know. I just feel like the amount of notes that I have, we're gonna have a lot to say.
Well,
So, but we'll see.
I think by the sounds of it, you've got way more to talk about in terms of my list than I have with yours. I think
Okay.
maybe I think there's definitely a homework level disparity here.
Yeah, possibly. It's so like I said, I was sort of in a down period for work this month, and Scott Sword was busy, so we kept pushing off our recording of this, and every time it got pushed off, I did a little bit more, just because it was in my head. So I just did a little bit more. I was like, "Oh, I'm researching like the backgrounds to some of these songs." And then I don't think I even told you this, but I started to write up little intros for my songs. I would have done the same thing for yours, but it felt a little bit presumptuous to me to be like, "Oh, this is one of Scott Sword's all time favorites, Desert Island Discs. I'm gonna write a fancy intro for it." Seemed a little out of place. So I refrained from doing that for yours, but I did it for I think all but one of mine. And And yeah, and then I did research on like the original context of the song and the albums and stuff like that. Some of that was fascinating.
Mhm.
So yeah, we'll see we'll see what this turns into.
So yeah, so you can tell that Rook has been all round very studious, whereas I'm just going completely off the cuff here. I have got some notes in front of me. I have listened to your album, your Designer Disc playlist. Um,
Yeah, I was
as a,
commenting before we did this that I think we prepared in the reverse ways, in which I've listened to Scott Sword's playlist from top to bottom, I think 3 times, maybe once more than that, but it's something like that. Whereas I think from what I've heard you tell me, you listened to mine like at least half a dozen times. Uh, but I took a lot of notes,
right,
and
and
you're more spontaneous.
right, and I think also, especially the earlier songs in your playlist, I have listened to them quite a bit, but over the course of a whole year, more or less. Because
Hmm.
the reason why this topic's a thing is because I can't remember what month it was now, but when I used to do this podcast on my own, so this was definitely before June, maybe it was around March or April time last year. I did a podcast where I talked about my Desert Island discs, and then the follow up to that was then you'd left a comment on it.
It was April of 2024,
Oh,
April
there you go.
3rd.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
I'm on the video right now so that I can have my comments that I wrote on my own songs.
Yes, of course,
Uh,
because you did that, didn't you? Yeah, you end up
yep.
writing your own Desert Island discs in the comments,
Hmm.
and put a little description for each. So then what I did, once you'd written that comment, I then made a playlist on Spotify. And if I click on that playlist, oh, maybe I'm going robotic. I didn't want to do that.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't
You're
think so.
sounding,
I'm
yeah,
sounding
you're
good.
sounding good to me.
Okay. Unfortunately, Spotify does not tell me when I made this playlist. Oh no, it does. Yeah, I made the playlist that I just sent you of your Desert Island discs on the 11th of April, 2024.
Oh, okay. So like the next week. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I saw the comment. I was like, right, sod it. Let's put these songs into a playlist and I'll listen to them. So I've had it for about, well, 9 months at this point. So I have been listening to them, but it's been very scattered throughout the
Hmm.
year. And it's only now, more recently, in the last couple of days, I've been really sort of concentrating on a couple of the songs I've neglected and stuff. But we'll get into it. Um, so
Cool.
yeah, well, I guess we just get straight into it, I suppose.
Yeah. How do
I
we want to do this? Do we want to alternate songs, or do we want to go down one person's list and then the others? What do you think?
Um, maybe for variety, it might make sense that we alternate. Um,
Okay, that works for me.
I don't mind. I mean, it was. I guess this was like your brainchild to discuss this. So whatever you want to do, I'm happy to just go along with. Um,
Cool. All right. Well, in that case, I will say, since you made the original video, let's start with the first song in your comment section. I can't remember if this is true. I remember thinking this was true, and then I never actually went back to verify. But I think the order that you listed the songs in the description, which is the order that I listened to all your songs in, was different from the order that you actually talked about them in the YouTube video. So if the order in this YouTube video and that one don't perfectly match up, that's the explanation. But the
oh
first song that I have from your Desert Island Disc playlist, Scott Sword, is Sound of Madness by the band Shinedown.
yes, that is correct.
Okay, good. All right, so when I say I did research, I quickly went to Wikipedia and went through all this information. So if some of this is wrong, because I know Wikipedia doesn't have the best reputation, and if there are any like mega fans of any of these bands that we're going to talk about, like please feel free to correct us in the comments. Also, just a general disclaimer: I'll say that like these are our desert island discs, and I feel like the idea is these are discs, these are songs that you would want to take with you to a desert island, which is a very specific sort of criteria that I think is a little bit different than say a top 10,
Right.
right?
That was something. It's actually something I was going to mention to you off camera, but I'll do it on camera because it's quite funny. I've just come off doing a live stream on Twitch, and before you came in to say hi, Strider was there, but then he disappeared, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously he must have known from you that we were going to do this recording, and it's just
Yep.
the way he wrote. Oh, you got your top 10 ready? I was like, it's not a top 10 though. Like, I think the concept. So the origin of this concept is there is a a very long running radio program in the UK called Desert Island Discs, and every week a famous figure, be it a politician or an actor or a comedian or sports person or whatever, right, whoever it could be, goes on and they are basically sent off to a imaginary desert island with their favorite songs, a book, and a luxury item, and they talk about it. And the way they do is they'll talk about the songs, they'll talk about their life, and then they'll actually play the songs on the radio. But then when you listen to it on Spotify, all the music's cut out, but that's fine. So on there, they're only allowed 8 songs. Oh no, it's not songs. That's the thing. It's discs. It could be an audio extract of a speech or something. It doesn't have to be a song necessarily.
Oh,
But
cool.
so that's maybe a curveball we can add. We can talk about later on if there's a speech or something you'd rather put, or something like something like that, not a traditional song that you'd rather include. Then you can easily do so. But they're only allowed 8. So this is the reason why this came about was because I did this with my friend, one of my best friends from Scotland, a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember back then if we kept it as 8, or I think 8 was just too difficult, so I upped it to 10. I feel like 10's a better number than 8 anyway. That's just maybe.
Yeah.
But it's not a top
I
10.
agree.
This is very personal, right?
Mm-hmm.
The songs that we've picked does not mean these are the best songs of these bands, or they are the best songs ever. That is not what this exercise is. This is, if we're going to be stranded on a desert island for the rest of our lives, what 10 songs or 10 discs or whatever would you want to keep you company?
Exactly. Yeah. And I specifically, when I made my list, I sort of went in order of like significant musical events in my life. And I started looking, and it sort of became this thing where it's like, oh, I want a song to represent this phase of what was happening in my life. I want a song from this phase of what was happening in my life.
Right.
And all these different sources, right? It's not so much like, oh, it's the top 10. These are my favorites, right? Like some of these songs we can talk about when we get to the individual ones, where it's be like, if I was going to pick my favorite song from this band, maybe I'd pick a different one. But this is the one that really just typifies that period of my life for me. So I went with this one for the Desert Island Discs. So I think that's an important thing to state right at the start here.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's what it should be. I mean, I've done kind of the same, especially the first 2, maybe 3 songs, I would say are sort of chronological in terms of the way I described it when I did the podcast originally on my own was I was talking about was like my musical epiphanies. But then the other songs thereafter are just songs I really appreciate, and I wanted them in the list. It was really hard to try to, especially the 10th song, because there were certain songs which I knew, right, that has to definitely be, that has to be there. But then when you've only got 1 space left, and there's so many songs you can think of that you want to include, it's really tough going.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I think even when I did the initial recording back in April, I had a different 10th song, and then on the cusp of the moment when I was driving in and finishing it, I suddenly realized, oh no, there's that song. I ended up changing it on the fly, and then when we knew we were going to do this podcast, I started looking at my Desert Island Discs again. I was like, oh, I should change that. And then you must have sent me a message saying, "Oh, I've listened to your Desert Island Discs." I was like, "Oh, I can't change the list now. You have a breakdown if I tell you I'm going to change it."
It's too late. Yeah.
Ship has sailed.
Yeah.
Those are the 10.
But suffice it to say, right? Like, I think that's the same with everybody's, like, quote unquote favorite thing, right? It's not necessarily always their actual literal favorite that they've determined out of some, like, scientific experiment that they've run with themselves. It's just whatever they're thinking really highly of at the moment, and that can change over time.
Right. I know I've done it with my friend. I've done it at least, or maybe it's been a sort of tradition. Maybe every year I've done it to see how it's changed. From the very first one we did, the songs have changed. Some of them stay the same, but some of them have changed. So
I believe it.
There you go.
But anyway, so let's that's some background on the Desert Island Disc concept. Let's start with some background, as I started to do, on Sound of Madness by Shinedown. This song comes from the band's 3rd album, also entitled The Sound of Madness. It was originally released in 2008, and Wikipedia claims that this is their most successful album.
Yes, by quite a long way. Yes, it's called it's like something like isn't it like triple platinum in the US or something like that? It's just insane. They've sold so many copies of this album.
I believe it. My notes indicate here that the label requested a 6-month turnaround after the previous album, but Brent Smith, who I take it is the band leader.
Yes, he is the singer
Okay.
and at least at that time, the main songwriter.
Okay. Yeah, he straight up declined that and said that he really didn't like working under a time limit. I guess he had worked under a time limit with the band for the previous song,
Right.
and or not song, album. And then ultimately, this album, The Sound of Madness, took them 18 months, so 3 times
Yes.
longer than the studio asked for.
Yep.
Although, if you ask me, 18 months is still pretty quick for a turnaround for an entire album. Um, and the band nearly broke up in the process. Like, I was just skimming the Wikipedia page, and it was like, this guy got kicked out, this guy got kicked out. These two were like head to head because of substance abuse, and there were all these
Yeah.
member changes, and it was recorded in the studio with a bunch of people who were like session musicians as opposed to touring with the band, and it sounded crazy.
Yeah, so for the basic history of that, so this was their third album. For the first two albums, they had the same lineup of four. And yeah, the thing that Brent Smith, the lead singer, always, or the singer, always talks about is you have your whole life to write your first album, but you only have 6 months to write the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since the first album did very well. They got a lot of radio time, and they end up doing a sort of a special cover of Simple Man by Lynyrd Skynyrd, and that then gave them this huge wave of popularity.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and you hear it like the songs are. I mean, they're a harder band for the first, especially for the first album. But they talk about some really difficult topics. But yeah, I don't know if all of them had substance abuse issues, but Brent Smith definitely did. He talks about it very openly and candidly in interviews about it. And yeah, the guitarist and bassist were the ones who got kicked out slash left. I'm not quite sure exactly what happened, right? So the drummer and the singer were left. But then, yeah, it was in that process where they were trying to find new musicians, and it almost fell apart. But since, just to make it clear, since then, the four that they've had during the Sound of Madness tour and thereafter have
Mm-hmm.
been the same four. They have not changed since. And
Well,
then
that's good.
now they've had Sound of Madness, Amaryllis, Threat to Survival, Tension Attention, Planet Zero, and then they're now going to release another album this year. So that'll be 6 albums, or at least 6 touring cycles with the same four people, and they really get on well with each other. So, yeah,
Awesome.
they found the stability after a really
Yeah.
rocky.
Not all bands do that,
No, exactly.
including some of the other ones on this list. But yeah, so I think that's the basic sort of background that I wanted to give for this song. So Scott Sword, I know you've already given your take on this in your own version of the podcast, but do you want to briefly sort of explain why you put this on your list in the first place?
Yeah, very quickly. Basically, Shinedown was my first musical epiphany in terms of a band that I thoroughly obsessed over. Um, I wasn't a huge sort of musical listening kid growing up, which is a bit of a shame because I had parents who came from the generation of the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and all this, and my Van Halen and all this sort of stuff, which I wish I'd paid attention to more as a kid, but I didn't for whatever reason. And then I discovered this band thanks to friends of mine when I was like 15 or 16 because of an action film that they wrote a song for. So I was an action film fan, and then because of that,
Mm-hmm.
I found this band, and then that's when music took over. Um, and my memories of being a sort of a 16-year-old kid would be coming home from school, doing my homework, and then playing Call of Duty 4 on the PC whilst listening to
Mm-hmm.
this album non-stop on a loop. Um, so I just listen to it constantly. So when you listen to an album so well that you can hear the intro to the next song playing before it even starts playing, is like that sort
Oh
of
yeah.
level. And then once I was given, I can't remember what birth. Maybe it's like when was it my 17th birthday? Yeah, I made my 17th birthday. I got an iPod Nano. You can tell my age now in terms of getting an iPod. So the fact I could take the album and then the rest of their discography with me wherever I went, it was just a game changer. And
It was really astonishing, like how much, because I had that same experience a little bit earlier than you, because when I was in high school and getting into music, the iPod was like the third generation that had the click wheel with the buttons on the top, right?
mm,
So a little bit older, but it was just astonishing. The idea of an MP3 player was mind blowing. That you could just have your entire music library with you all the time.
yep.
Just it still sort of astonishes me.
And now they've gone
Which,
away, which is a real shame because I still have it and I would
yeah.
keep using it, but it's getting old now. It doesn't hold its charge. But I wanted to get a classic because I realized I've filled up all the space on the Nano and I need a classic, and then they
Hmm.
stopped selling them. Damn you, Apple! I'm still bitter about it, by the way. Um, yeah, especially during my first year at uni, I almost listened to Shinedown exclusively. Um,
Wow.
so it was a real obsession.
Hmm.
And it wasn't just one album; as the entire. I mean, at that point, there was only 4 albums from them. But I listened to all of them back to front, every permutation. So I had to have a Shinedown song on here just to remember that time, and it was the first. If it wasn't for them, I might not have discovered music in the way that I did.
Hmm.
And it's really hard to pick a song, but Sound of Madness is their sort of quintessential hard rocker. And I think when you look at the rest of this album, there's a lot of long songs.
Hmm.
Um, and you just need something a little bit hard and heavy and a little bit more simplistic at the beginning, but still packs a punch, and that's what Sound of Madness does. So it had to be that. Um, but they do a huge mixture of different songs. They have these hard rockers. They got more ballady stuff. They've actually right. It's actually funny. I've gone not gone off Shinedown just because I'm listening to so much other stuff. I haven't listened to them. I actually said it in the video I did 9 months ago. I listened to a little bit back, and I said I haven't listened to much Shinedown recently, and that's actually true. But now, um, they're releasing a new album soon, and yesterday, as of the time of recording, they released 2 new songs. And I've
Oh, cool.
apart from listening to your Desert Island Disc, I've almost exclusively listened to those 2 songs. I spent almost the whole morning yesterday just listening to one of them, just looping
Nice.
it constantly, and it was just so much fun. It filled me with so much joy. Um,
Cool.
so they write
That's
very
actually
emotive music, and the lyrics are very relatable. So
yeah.
a lot of people connect
That's
with it.
actually like a good, I think, segue into sort of my reaction. So I was taking notes on my initial reaction, and my initial notes were just sort of like, okay, this is heavier than I usually like in terms of music. I like the groove that it settles into, but it feels like it gets a little bit repetitive by the end. And I was engaged by the bridge, but it was pretty short. And
Mm,
the whole thing, like the whole, like you said, the whole song itself is pretty short. And I was just kind of like, huh. And I liked the lyrics, right? Because I listened to the song straight through. I was like, I have an initial impression that I sort of like them. I actually looked them up, and I was like, oh, I do like the idea of these lyrics. Which sort of the quick summary that I took away from them, maybe you have a different one, Scott Sword, was sort of don't be swallowed up by self pity. It's better to take action to improve your situation.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
They have a lot of songs which are based around self improvement, and facing up to difficulties and strife that life throws at you. And they've actually got a song, the new song that's come out now, 365, has a really similar message, albeit worded in a different way. I think the lyric in
Mm-hmm.
that song is something like, uh, stop looking at the ground, you're not going to find the answers there, or something. I'm paraphrasing what the lyric is, but it's the
Mm-hmm.
same idea, right? Just keep your head up and take action. Don't, yeah,
Yeah.
don't live in pity all the time. Um,
Yeah, which I liked. And then the reason I said this was maybe a good segue was because you said you listened to this to their 2 songs just like constantly on repeat. Is
mhm.
because the more I listened to this song, the more I liked it.
Hey,
And this is something that I think happens a lot with music in particular, especially music that's a little bit of a stretch. I don't know if this is true for everyone, but music that's a little bit of a stretch for me. The more I hear it, the more familiarized I become with it, and the more I'm able to actually appreciate it for what it is.
yeah,
And like of all the songs that are on this list, this is the one that improved the most every time I heard it. And so I have a little section here that I wrote for each song where, well, each song where it's relevant, where I wrote in like on repeat. And this one I wrote greatly improved because I couldn't believe how much, like by the time we sat down today to record this, I was like going over your list one more time to just sort of have the music more readily in my head. I was just waiting for it to start. It like it hits you right at the start and then it just keeps going. And I really like that about it. So it's like you get this taste of it at first. I sort of liken it. This might be a little bit of a weird sort of analogy, but I liken it to like a salty food, where the first time you eat it, it's like, oh, it's a little bit salty, but eventually you get to the point where it's like, oh, I just want to keep eating this
Right.
because you eat it, and then you're just like, oh, you just like you get that like compulsive snacking going because you love that salty flavor, and uh, I just really appreciate it. Like of the songs that are on this list, this is the one where I was most likely just randomly out of the blue to have the opening riff start playing in my head and then just be like, yeah, I get it, you're an outcast, or whatever the actual words are.
Right,
Sorry, I
right,
don't
right,
really,
right.
don't really know the song that well. But yeah, it's one that I found my head just going back to the most often. So I thought that was really cool.
It's a thing that's very typical of their music is what they. I mean, they don't try to be a progressive band, right? But I mean, we're both probably the same. We like progressive, more expansive music. But
Mm-hmm.
what they lack in that department, they will make up for earworm. They know how to
Yeah.
create hooks, melodic and lyric, and also instrumental that just gets cut, sort of stuck in your brain, and you can't get rid of it. And I said it like the new song that just came out, "Dance Kid Dance." I've just been like a kid just dancing around the house, full of joy, listening to it for the past day and a half. I've not grown tired of it at all. It's just, and I feel like I've said it in the original video, I think, but even though I don't listen to Shinedown much anymore, when I go back and
Mm-hmm.
listen to them, it still is enjoyable, and it feels like the first time I've listened to them in terms of just like that raw energy and like the joy that it gives you. Um,
Awesome.
yeah, so it had to be on the list just for that.
Excellent.
Had to be there.
Yep. So that's the first song on the list. I don't know if you have any more thoughts that you want to add, Scott Sword, but I think that's basically all that I had.
No, I'm surprised it's the one that on repeated listens improved the most for you. But then again, maybe I'm not, because maybe there's another song that I think would have probably turned you off more. But then once we get onto that song, I think that song has redeeming features that you will still gravitate towards. So it doesn't actually
Okay.
surprise
I
me too
think I
much.
think think I know what song you're referring to.
Well, we'll see. We'll find out when we get there.
We'll find out. We'll find out as we go. I think I know what song you're referring to. That one did not improve very much on repeat listens for
Oh,
me, if we're
okay.
thinking of the same song.
Or maybe it was just
But
great on the
anyway,
first listen, so that's why.
maybe find out. Stay tuned. In the meantime, we're gonna switch over to my list, I think,
Mhm.
where I'll do my little intro that I wrote. So the first song on my list was "Classical Thump" by Victor Wooten. And I have written Victor Wooten, who is best known at the time of this album's release as the virtuosic bass player from the band Bela Fleck and the Flecktones, had for many years wanted to put together a solo bass album, one with no overdubs or other instruments. Then, sometime around June of 1994, he got the opportunity to sit down and record it. However, it wouldn't be until 2 years later, in 1996, that the album would see release. In part, this was because it was difficult to find major studio support for an album that consisted entirely of bass guitar. And in part, this was because Victor began to realize some of the tracks could be improved by adding vocals. According to an interview I found online with Anil Prasad on innerviews.org, that's not interviews, it's interviews,
Okay.
all one word. Victor said that he had already mastered the entire album when he decided to put vocals on the first song. Since he was committed to making an album that he himself was fully satisfied with, though, he decided not to send it off until he believed it was truly ready. The result was a landmark release that showed off a different side of the bass guitar than many people were used to, with Classical Thump being an absolute technical showpiece. I've also read that it incorporates music from classical composers, including Paganini, but I am not well versed enough in classical music to recognize these musical references for myself, sadly. So, yeah, that's my little intro for the song.
Mhm.
So Scott Stewart, I'll sort of ask you what your general reactions were.
Okay. I'll be honest. It is
Hmm.
probably one of the songs on the list that I didn't. I have. Okay, let me try and phrase this well. It is probably one of the songs I would return to the least.
Hmm.
Not because I didn't enjoy it. I did enjoy it, and I think you said the word technical showcase there.
Yep.
And I think that is certainly true. I cannot doubt, the ability
Hmm.
that Victor has, and um, my big issue. I mean, maybe it's a limitation of mine, but I am so focused on guitar, and not in a sense of playing it. I know nothing about playing it. Even though I've listened to some interviews with guitarists, and I've picked up bits and pieces about what they're doing, but
Hmm.
I'm so I just gravitate so much in terms of what the guitar is doing in songs that a
Hmm.
lot of the times the drum and bass kind of is something that I don't appreciate as much. It's something I'm trying to change a lot now. I'm trying to focus a lot more um, on the bass and what the drums are doing. But it's kind of, I wrote a little note here. It's like when I watch rock bands live and the drummer does a drum solo.
Yeah.
It's all very impressive, but I haven't got a clue what you're doing.
Hmm.
So it's hard to gravitate towards it and sort of really feel it, at least for me.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep. I think that's totally fair. And this is not one of the more like melodic pieces off of this album. Like
mhm.
I think this is one of the songs where I was sort of torn as to which one to include for my Desert Island Discs. So I suppose this is a good way for me to get into that reasoning now. Uh, so this is sort of like you were saying with Shinedown. Like this is sort of my first musical epiphany. Was I just sort of didn't have a strong relationship to music. Like I would listen to kids' music albums when I was really young and enjoy them, but I wasn't like seriously listening to music until a friend of mine in high school sort of got me into serious music listening. And the album Classical, not the album Classical Thump, the album A Show of Hands, which Classical Thump came from, is the album that was sort of the first album that my friend handed me that really blew my mind and got me into music. And the piece that it relevantly, my friend from high school, who I'm still friends with, who introduced me to this music, was learning to play the bass guitar at the time. So for him, the most impressive thing on the album was this song. And my friend is someone who's very drawn towards virtuosity in music,
Mhm.
right? So he's one to sort of more appreciate a masterpiece technical showcase, especially if it's of an instrument he's interested in, like the bass guitar, um, as opposed to something that's more like melody focused or in his what he would classify as simpler, I suppose.
Mhm.
Um, Not to necessarily put words in his mouth, but that's just the impression that I get. And this particular song was a technical showcase, and it was a solo bass thing, and it sort of was inspiring to him as a bass player because it sort of reinvented the idea of what a bass player could be. And I think that's one of the things that Victor Wooten was trying to accomplish with this album. I've seen subsequent things where he came out with a follow up, like a remaster of this release, uh, called A Show of Hands 15 or something like that, which I also own the CD for. And at the time he was interviewed and they were asking him like, okay, so why don't you like why did you decide to remaster this? And he said, well, I had always decided, or I'd always thought that I would be coming back to the music scene at some point to do another just 100% solo bass album. And then I realized, I looked around at the music that other bass players were making and I realized I didn't need to do that because there are all these other bass players now who've been comfortable taking center stage and taking the concept further. And so he felt that the best thing to do in that circumstance was sort of re-release the album that was what started it all for him. And I take it a lot of other bass players, like my friend, were similarly sort of inspired to go on and excel on their instruments as a result of that. So because of that, this was like the song that was most mind blowing to my friend as a bass player, as someone who admires virtuosity in music, and my friend being the one who got me into music, it was also by default just one of my favorites.
Mhm.
And over time, I think that I might have gravitated a little bit more towards some of the other songs on the album, and some of the songs that feature relatively like subdued bass playing on the album with a lot of vocal overlays and things that like early on in my listening I wouldn't necessarily have paid much attention to. Like I pay a lot more attention to now. I recently re-listened to A Show of Hands and was like, wow, there are a lot of these songs on the album that I used to like skip past, that now that I'm listening to it back all these years later, I love these songs too. And I've always liked the album from start to finish, but revisiting it, it really put into perspective how much all the other songs had grown on me. To the point where if I were to probably pick my own personal favorite at this point, it might be the very first song, You Can't Hold No Groove. And that one is also a bit of a technical showpiece, but I feel like it's also more melodic and potentially one that you might gravitate more towards Scott Storch. But I do think it's totally fair to say, oh yeah, like this is sort of like when an accomplished drum player takes a big long drum solo, because that's another aspect of rock music. And actually with the Flecktones, you have the bass player doesn't play a bass player. Listen to me. The drum player doesn't actually play a drum kit. He plays something called a synth-axe drumitar, which is an instrument of his own invention, where he's got sounds for drum kits tied up to like triggers that he hits on a guitar like device that's based off of another thing, which is just the synth-axe guitar.
Yep.
Yeah, and so, but that's how for the early period of the Flecktones, as time went on, the drummer would begin to experiment more and more with different sort of ways of introducing drums and percussion and technology into music. He's actually Roy Wooten is the drummer, Victor Wooten's brother, and so as the band goes on, it becomes sort of less and less about just the synth-axe drumitar. But you know, early Flecktones, it was like, okay, it's going to be a drum solo, and not even the drummers could necessarily appreciate what was happening because there's no drum kit, right? He's doing drums in a totally different way than they're used to, and so it took me a little while to get used to the drum showpieces on the Flecktones albums. And eventually, I got to the point where personally, like some of my favorite songs are like there's one on, I think it's Live Art, Ovambo Summit. Maybe I'm confusing it with one off of a later album, but Ovambo Summit is like one of the drum solos that they decided to put on one of their albums, and I was like, I actually really like this because again, that was one of the ones that I sort of revisited at a later time, and I was like, wow, I've really come to appreciate something different about this in the time that I haven't been listening to these albums just constantly. So yeah, I totally understand your reaction to this particular song, but at the same time, it's absolutely foundational for me in getting me into music, in the sort of music that I learned to love, my appreciation for the bass guitar. I think it's part of the same actual interview that I found online where Victor talks about like early on in his bass career, he would go to perform at like bars and things, and people would ask him what he played, and in order to get gigs, he would say, "Oh, I play the guitar," and because like that's what everyone wants to hear. And then he'd show up and he'd set up the thing, and people would be like, "Well, that's a bass," and then he'd start playing, and he was like, "Yeah, then they get it," because if you haven't heard the track, it's really like high paced, like very technical sort of playing that doesn't necessarily do the typical bass guitar thing. I say typical. I don't know a huge amount about music myself, so it feels a little bit weird for me to be pronouncing on this. But of just sort of like playing 1 to 2 notes at a time or a walking bass line meant to be sort of in the background and supporting the rest of the music while the guitarist is out shredding, right?
Mm-hmm. I did write a note. Again, I'm not an expert on this style of music, but I did write with this song, there's almost flamenco style in terms of the phrasing and the amount of notes being used and such. So yeah, it's yeah. Again, as I said, I can't fault the technicality of it. I think it'd be one of those things where if I listen to some of the slightly more melodic stuff first, just to get me used to the sound and the style, and then came back to a song like this, then I'd probably appreciate it a lot more. It's just when it's the first thing you hear on the playlist, you're like, whoa, what is this?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, technically amazing. I think it'd also be one of those things. If I could watch him do it,
Hmm.
I would probably appreciate a lot more. Because I think it's even now the same with guitarists, right? Because now I've watched quite a lot of guitarists visually what they're doing. So now when I listen
Hmm.
to a song, even if I haven't watched the video of that song, I could imagine, the guitarist hand on the fretboard and making certain bends and shapes, and I know I can kind of visualize what they're doing. With this, I was like, I have no idea what this guy's doing. If I watched him, then I'd probably appreciate it. Um, so yeah, good song, but it's not one that I would necessarily return to. It just instinctively. There are others which got stuck in my brain a bit more.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. So I suppose onward with our musical journey.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to Scott Sword's list, the next song that I have here is "Cry of Achilles"
That's the
by
one.
Alter Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
It is off of Alter Bridge's fourth album, Fortress, which released in 2013. It was written over the course of 3 years between touring, and the album itself sees Mark Tremonti on vocals for the first time on the track "Waters Rising."
Yes.
So, correct me if
Well,
I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm
well,
wrong,
kind
because
of.
this is just
In
this
terms
is
of
just the high level.
yeah, in terms of him doing lead vocals, yes, but then they'd already done "Words Darker Than the Wings." That was a duet, and he has done harmonies before. But in terms of him doing a lead vocal, yes, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So important qualification there. Mark Tremonti on lead vocals for the first time. So yeah, that is "Cry of Achilles." So fun fact: if Scott Sword had not put this on his list, I had listened to Fortress by the time he did the initial podcast, and if Scott Sword had not put this song on his list, it would have been on mine.
Oh, so why didn't you? You could have copied me. It's not copying, but you could have easily picked the same song.
Well, because I decided this is another one of those ones where I was like, what do I want to use to represent my getting into Alter Bridge?
Right.
And I think a slightly more honest pick for me would have been in that regard would have been Blackbird, because Blackbird was the first album I listened to. You'll see it. It's on my Desert Island discs because, like I said, I wanted to represent this era of my listening to music, and I just felt that was a better pick. I'm not very good at YouTubing, you can tell because I didn't leave it a mystery. Uh, but I was like, first of all, I don't want to overlap with Scott Sword, and second of all, I do feel like the thing that really got me into listening to more of Alter Bridge in order to get to Cry of Achilles was Blackbird. So
Right.
I was fine with ultimately not making that my pick. But I do think it's interesting that if you hadn't picked this one, I would have been much more likely to just be like, yeah, I'm just going to put that one on my list.
That's fair.
Because yeah, at the time, this was the one that really stuck with me. So, do you want to start by giving us your sort of brief recap, Scott Sword?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very hard to say that this is my favorite Alter Bridge song because they are my favorite band. Um, and we've kind of talked about it before, off and on camera, where they're a band of such quality. They go beyond what a normal nowadays rock band would do. They've got those metallic elements coming in, so they do go sometimes slightly heavier. But given they are two virtuosos of the guitar in terms of Mark Tremonti and Miles Kennedy, so they are able to say, right, we're going to do something that's going to be 6-7 minutes and be progressive, and it'll work. Um, they, they don't just sit in their wheelhouse of writing 3.5 minute songs. Something like
Mm-hmm.
Shinedown would do. Shinedown has more variety of maybe in terms of genre, whereas Alter Bridge maybe genre doesn't have as much range, but then the songs themselves have more range in terms of structure and progression and so on. So it's hard for you to pick one song, but if it's a Desert Island Discs, then this would be the song I'd want because it's the song that shows off all the members of the band really well. You've got the acoustic intro, there's a bass solo in the middle. Well, it's more like a bass riff, but everything goes quiet and it's just the bass, and the sound is just chef's kiss. It's awesome. Fantastic drumming. You've got the middle guitar solo from Kennedy, the ending solo from Tremonti, and you got this progressive sort of narrative and flow and structure and everything. So it's the song that I would show if someone had doubts about, you know, rock. If someone said that all rock music was formulaic, this is the song I would ping them and say, listen to this, and then tell me that statement is still true, because it breaks convention. Fortress is my favorite album from them, so it has to probably be a song from that album. I would take the whole album if I could, but if it had to be one song, then I think Triumph of Achilles would do the job just nicely.
Yep. As for my notes on individual parts of the song, right, this one can't be like improved because I heard it a bunch already by the time you did the first podcast. So repeat is not really a category that I tracked for this one. But I noted that I liked the restrained intro into a heavier part of the song, which is a common device, I realize, but I think it works well here. I love how the music keeps moving. There's just so many changes in what's going on that keep me more engaged. It's not like there's no repetition, but it feels like, so if you want to contrast this with the Shinedown pick, right, it feels like there's one sort of heavy driving thing that goes through the whole song, and there's a little bit of a break in the bridge, but it sort of comes back to that dun, 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 right? Like that's sort of the main thing that runs through the entire song. Whereas this one, it's you go from like section to section, right? Like you're saying, it's not one of those things where it's just one thing all the way through. And I appreciate that in a song.
Right, you've only got, I mean, I guess the thing that holds it all together is the chorus. You got this really sort of melodic chorus. But then in between that, you've got a lot of these different sections where suddenly, you've got the, bass only coming in, and then guitars are just like hitting one note and then disappearing, then coming in for two notes, then disappearing, and then the solos and stuff. Yeah, you got the chorus that holds it together.
Yeah,
and then everything else is up for grabs.
Chorus. I love the way the chorus comes in. It really does a great job. It's the part of the song that sticks with me the most. We were talking about this with the Shinedown song, where like that was the one on the list where I was most likely to just start spontaneously singing it. But before I'd heard that one, when I was just listening to Fortress, and then I moved on to other Alter Bridge songs and albums and things, like the song that I kept coming back to, and this is why it was a contender for my own Desert Island Discs, was the chorus to this song. Like if I was just walking around or vacuuming in my house or something, I'd start singing the chorus to myself.
It is a good earworm for chorus. Yeah.
I wouldn't even think like, what's this? Like, oh, it's from this specific song that I'm singing. I'd find myself start singing it and then be like, what's that song? Oh, right, it's Cry of Achilles, right? So that to me is the song of something, the sign of something that really sticks with you in a song.
Right.
So. Yep, and I like the way that the energy sort of builds and then melts down and then comes back, like you were saying, with the instruments coming in and out. And you've got a guitar solo that segues between different segments and leading into and out of the chorus, and then the whole thing just goes into a final section that ends really strong. So I really enjoy this one.
Yeah, enough said. It's just an awesome song. There you go.
Absolutely. All right. Any final thoughts, or am I safe to move on to my number 2?
I think we're safe.
All right. Cool. All right. So let me scroll back down. I should have made these as 2 documents to be easier to jump back and forth. Okay. So my number 2 was, these aren't like actually in order. I'm saying number 2 just because it's the second one on the list. Right. It's mostly chronological in terms of my encountering of these songs.
I should also say for the people, I'll put the Spotify playlist in the comments. So if anybody wants to listen along, then by all means you can.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here from what I said before as I do this little pre-written intro, but I feel like it's worth reading off. In 1996, the band Bela Fleck and the Flecktones was in a transitional period, which is probably one of the reasons this is also the year Victor Wooten released A Show of Hands. Anyway, back when the band started in 1988, it consisted of Bela Fleck on banjo, Victor Wooten on bass, Future Man, or Rory Wooten, on the synth axe drumitar, and Howard Levy on both keyboard and harmonica. However, in 1992, Howard Levy left the band. The group decided to continue on as a trio, releasing the album Three Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and at that point started focusing on touring. You can see this in their discography. They went from releasing one studio album a year from 1990 to 1993 to not releasing another album until 1998. This is where live art comes in, highlighting the band's live performances during a time when they were constantly on the road. Notably, though, this isn't a recording of a single show. From the liner notes of the album, this music was recorded live at various locations between 1992 and 1996. Many different engineers helped us record the gigs, then Bela and Richard, the band's recording engineer, edited and mixed the stuff on a computer. Hundreds of hours of tapes were sifted through over a period of months to pick the best 20 cuts. Stomping Grounds, which is my pick for the Desert Island disc, is the second musical track on the album. It's credited to both Victor Lamont Wooten and Bela Fleck, and about it, the band writes, "This was written in Korea, but has the dubious distinction of reflecting none of the sounds we were hearing over there. Maybe we were missing home." So, yeah, Stomping Grounds, my number 2. Scott Sword, any thoughts?
Yeah, I love this song. I actually loved it so much that I can't remember when exactly, maybe it was before Christmas, but I went on to Euro Truck Simulator and wanted to drive around for a bit and listen to some music, and I actually put on the entire album of Live Art because I like Stomping Grounds so much. I must admit, listening to the whole album through was a bit tricky just because it was late at night and I probably should have put on something a little bit heavier to keep me awake while I was driving. But it's definitely something I'd listen to again. I can't remember what song it was now on the album, but there's one that has sort of a Middle East sort of vibe to it.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
The Far East Medley.
It might be the Far East Medley. It could have been that. I can't remember the name now. But I love this. It's not heavy, right? So it's going to be it's not going to fall inside my wheelhouse. But the mix of, I think it must be maybe banjo and then the bass. You got flutes and drums in around, and then there's also some sax. I was going to say this now. I was so happy the amount of saxophone that's in your Desert Island discs, because there's something.
There's quite a lot.
When I was listening back, I was like, oh crap, I didn't put any saxophone songs in, because I actually love the sound of the saxophone.
Cool.
As much as I love guitar, I think just when a saxophone starts playing, the sound is just gorgeous. So I just wrote, one of my notes was just sax! Exclamation mark. I was so happy.
Nice.
There's a lot of, as you'd imagine with a band like this, I don't know. Obviously, I've only heard the live versions. I don't know what the studio version of this song would sound like if it's more improv.
So
but I love the.
There is no studio version. This is exclusive to Live Art.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay, that renders that moot. But that's fine. But I love the sort of the call and response elements in this song. Again, I've got, as I'm literally talking, I can hear bits and pieces of the song going through my brain, but not the whole song. So it's a bit sketchy, but I was really, there's lots of call and response between the different instruments. The flute would go, and then, guitar, banjo would come in, and then the flute would come back in again. It's almost like they're talking to each other, rather than just all, and then they'd all talk or sing in unison.
That's my favorite part of the song, man, when they do that back and forth.
Yeah, it's so cool.
It's so good. It's so fun. And you can tell they're just having fun with it. This is something that I realized about myself when I was putting this list together, is that one thing that I think I really appreciate in music is when I get the impression, like, I don't know if it's true, but if it gives me the impression that the people who are making the music are having fun while they're making it, I appreciate that. So this is definitely one of those songs where I feel like they're having fun, especially because some of the lines, right? Some of the bits where they do the call and response, it feels like for a little bit they might be doing like a one-upsmanships type of thing, where they try and play relatively complex things and then recreate that on another instrument.
Right.
And then eventually it just devolves into like one note at a time. It gets super simplistic.
Yes.
And then that's the point at which they come back into like the actual song itself. It's so funny. It's great.
I think especially live, right? In the studio, anything can happen, and especially in the studio, a lot of bands and artists and musicians are under a lot of stress to try and meet deadlines and such. But with the live setting, as the audience, you can tell very quickly if they are into this or not. You can't really fake it live. You can tell if if there's a feud within the band or they just don't like the music they're playing, you can tell really fast.
Yep.
So yeah, this is the type of thing. As I said, just because it is quite a long album, it's like 20 songs. It's quite lengthy.
Yeah, it's a double album, two CD disc set when you have it physically. So it's a
Right.
ton of music.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is
It's more
great.
than I would listen to in one sitting. I would normally listen to one disc at a time. I've
Yeah.
heard the whole thing through a few times, but like yeah, normally one disc at a time is about all I can handle. So
Mhm.
I don't blame you if things started getting a little weird at the end.
And it was late at
Uh,
night,
uh,
but it was the whole thing was very. I can't. It dies. It would be the sort of thing if I was watching it live in front of me, it'd be even more
mhm,
fun because you'd see
yeah.
the different musicians doing their thing, right? So no, I loved it. I think it's a nice. I mean, there's obviously it's completely instrumental,
Hmm.
and it's not heavy in the sense of the type of music that I
Hmm.
would normally naturally gravitate to, but uh, the mix of instruments is just great, and it's just it's a fun song to listen to. It makes you feel very happy.
Yep, I completely agree. By the way, listed on this particular song, we have Sam Bush on the mandolin, Paul McCandless on soprano sax, Bela on the banjo, Vic on the bass, and Fuchs on synth axe drumatar. So those are the credits as I got them off of the album sleeve.
All right, very good.
Just because I made a thing earlier about talking about how Howard Levy was sort of with the band and then left the band, and you were mentioning all the other instruments and the soprano sax. So I was like, well, I might as well give the people who are credited on the album the credit that they were given. So
Right, very good.
uh,
Rightly so.
just keeping us on track there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rightly so. Very good.
Okay. So I think that's all from me. So I think we can move on to the next song, the Scott Storch's Desert Island pick, "Deliverance" by the band Opeth.
Mm-hmm.
Um, this is off of the album Deliverance, another song that's the self-titled for the album. This is the band's sixth album. It was released in 2002. It was originally intended to be released with another album, Damnation, as a double album, but the studio decided to release that 5 months later instead. And this particular I almost said soundtrack album was considered to be one of the band's heaviest, whereas Damnation apparently has a mellower, more progressive sound.
Okay. I don't know if it was the studio that decided that. It's possible. Um.
Okay.
I have read and listened to interviews talking about this. I don't know if it was the studio or if it was Michael Ackerfeld, who's the lead sort of songwriter for Opeth, if he maybe realized that it wouldn't work as one album. I'm not
Okay.
quite
Yeah.
sure when that process kicked in, but yeah, Deliverance is probably the heaviest album in terms of just sonic sound. I'm not talking about emotional heaviness. Um,
Hmm.
because all the songs are ridiculously heavy, apart from maybe one little interlude that is very. And obviously, in the song like Deliverance, I will talk about, there are quieter moments. But then, yeah, Damnation, which came out a few months later, is a mostly acoustic album.
Okay.
Progressive, the Opeth is progressive anyway. What does progressive
Yeah.
mean? I guess, but
I
it's
mean,
acoustic.
yeah, this is the thing, right? People throw around the term progressive. I've noticed this. Like I don't know, like it applies to everybody. It's too vague. It
Right.
stopped being descriptive.
Right. If you want to say Damnation's more prog rock, then yes, then we can maybe agree. But if it's progressive, what does progressive mean? Cry for Achilles
Yeah.
is progressive, but is Ultra Bridge a progressive band? Eh, no, it's not
Yeah. That
prog,
would
right? It's
that would be sort of the qualification again, right? These are quick things that I grabbed from
yeah.
Wikipedia,
No, that's
basically. So
understandable.
I trust your expertise more than mine. But even I saw that and I was like, what does progressive mean? So
Right, right.
I'm glad to hear you're echoing that sentiment.
Although the cool thing, I just quickly jump in. The really cool thing is they remastered this in 2015, and when they remastered it, they actually released Deliverance and Damnation as a double album. So
Oh,
if
cool.
you go into the shops now and buy it, you're more likely to buy the remastered double album edition, where it's literally called Deliverance and Damnation. They're not separate anymore. On Spotify, you can find both versions of the album, and there is at least with this song, because I've listened to this song so much, there are certain sonic differences with it. So I'm not sure which version you listened to. If you listened to the remastered version or the old version, but doesn't
I
matter.
probably listened to the remastered version because that's the one that was on their YouTube channel. I did all of my listening to these songs just on YouTube.
Right. Okay. So the easiest way would be: do you remember, was the album cover black or white?
Oh, great.
No,
Hold on.
great.
Let me go. Let me go to my YouTube history. I can find this out because I was just doing this
Because
morning.
that'd be the way you could tell. Well, the album cover, I can tell you
Okay.
easy from the album cover
The
which one
album
it is.
cover is like, it's like in grayscale. It's more black than anything.
Oh, so then it'll be the 2002 version then. Is it of like
Okay.
this? Like, is it like a silhouette of, like, I think it's a girl in like some sort of corridor or something?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep, that's what it is.
that's the 2002 version.
Okay.
I'll have to
Well,
listen
there
to
you
it,
have
but
it.
if it's that album cover, it should be the 2002 version. The remixed version, the Damnation cover is very similar to Deliverance, but then when they did the remaster, it's just a purely white sleeve with the Opeth logo in gold in the middle. That's it. So
Okay.
it's very
Okay.
different,
Yeah.
very different.
That is not the image that I got.
Right.
Okay.
So I think you've got the non-remastered, but it doesn't matter. It's still a good song, or at least for me anyway.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay. This also, by the way, this is my guess for what you thought would improve the most on repeat for me.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we
Yeah.
can clear this up right now. Okay. Yeah, my opinion of this was unchanged on repeat.
Okay.
And
Interesting.
yeah. And so did you do, I think we got a lot of like bogged down in the band. And I'm realizing I should mention just briefly, I suppose, because we already talked about it a lot. Stomping Grounds, Bela Fleck and the Flecktones. The reason that's on the list for me is my friend got me into Victor Wooten. I did some research and was like, oh, Victor Wooten's in a band, Bela Fleck and the Flecktones. We should check this out. So I introduced that to my friend. And so, right, so it was like the back and forth. So I feel like I sort of returned the favor. And Bela Fleck and the Flecktones is just my favorite band. And partially because I feel like I discovered them. Like my friend introduced me to something that got me into music, and I feel like I discovered them and gave them back. And I think that's really cool. But also just because I love their music. I love like all their albums. It's never been close for me that they're my favorite band. So that's that aspect of things for me. So Scott Sword, why is this featured on your Desert Island discs?
Okay. The it's something that we spoke about off camera, and I was trying to find a way of describing this properly. When I was looking at your Desert Island discs and trying to compare it to mine, yours is more eclectic and more variety in terms of genre, whereas mine is a lot more guitar based in terms of the different instruments involved. There's not as much variety, but there's maybe more sonic range in terms of we're going from jazz up to this, which is basically progressive death metal.
Right.
Really heavy music, death metal, especially death metal, but more progressive stuff with growling vocals is a big part of the music that I listen to. As I was getting sort of away from rock, I was finding rock music to be increasingly formulaic, and it didn't give me. It almost sounds like I'm talking about a drug now. It didn't give me the hit that I needed, and I was then drawn towards heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier music. And then as you get, especially with Swedish metal, they are very good at incorporating these, lots of different elements from jazz and folk, but then combining it with heavy atmospheric metal, with growling vocals, with melody. And, I need to have a mixture. I'm not a big thrash metal fan because I think it lacks the melody that I want. But yeah, especially in particular Swedish death metal and Scandinavian death metal is a huge part of the stuff I listen to. I think if I was going to change my Desert Island discs, I would make them slightly heavier. I don't think that heavy music is represented enough on my playlist, even though maybe for someone like you, my playlist is very heavy. for me, it's not heavy
Yeah, I was,
enough.
I
I
was gonna say, yeah, like your list as it is, right, is sort of a little bit heavier than my tastes run, so
Right.
it's
But
kind of funny.
for me it's not enough. I don't think it's representative enough. So the problem would be
Wow.
what bands would I include, right? There's so many. For the Scandinavian realm there are a lot. There's Gojira, the band that played in the Olympics, that we spoke about,
Hmm.
I think off camera, on camera. Ginger, which is a really good Ukrainian band, which are, you know, quite modern, but they're releasing a new album very soon actually, that I'm very hyped for. I've really got into Trivium, which is a band from the US. So there's so many. It's just hard to pick one that I really like, and especially one song, right? I listen to whole
Hmm.
albums, but trying to find one particular song is really tough. But for me, it had to be Opeth. They were the first sort of band from this realm that I listened to, and I've listened to most of their albums through. They've evolved over time. They went into sort of a prog rock phase over the last few years, but now they're back. At the end of last year, they released an album called "The Last Will and Testament," which and the growls are back, and it's I'm so hyped for it. And actually, we're going to talk about it later, but it's that album includes one of your favorite, well, at least one of your Desert Island Disc musicians in Ian Anderson from Jethro
Hmm.
Tull, which is
Yep.
awesome. And I want you to try and at least listen to those songs. I mean, I'm gonna presume that just later this song is over 30 and a half minutes long. There's twists and turns in it. The
Hmm.
outro alone is almost legendary in the metal community, or at least in the Opeth community. It's almost
Oh wow.
an outro that's almost longer than most conventional pop and rock songs. It's like, but I love it every time, and I still listen to it now, and I get giddy towards the end when there's just the riff is repeating, and then that single piano note just cuts through the mix. I'm just like, oh, it's so good. It's awesome. And I know, the topic is something I can't remember exactly what the topic's about, but it's to do with madness and all this sort of thing. But I mean, it's death metal. What the hell do you expect, right? It's not going to be about bunnies and flowers and sunshine, right? It's going to be about
Yeah.
the darker side of life. But I feel that is a part of what I need to listen to. Sometimes listening to a nice uplifting song doesn't do it. I want to go into a depressive pit and listen to the
Hmm.
likes of Opeth and Catatonia, and that will help me get through the day, kind of thing. So, but I
Yeah,
appreciate
it's
for
funny. It's funny that you mentioned the meaning. I looked at the lyrics, and first of all, like a lot of them, I just couldn't understand on listening
mm,
because of the growling vocals.
yes, that's
So I
true.
looked them up and was like, because I always try and at least try and make sense of what a song's lyrics, if it has any, are saying, and form an opinion on them. And this can be a bad thing. It's sort of there are certain songs where I think musically I enjoy them, but I just can't get as into them as I would otherwise because the lyrics sort of every time I think of them, it's like, do I really want to listen to a song with these lyrics? uh, this isn't one of those songs. This is one of the ones where that occasionally I ran into where I just end up scratching my head. So I did sort of a lyrical summary for a bunch of these songs with my understanding of them, and this one I just wrote a murderous relationship. This one's totally beyond me.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the origin of the song is. It's something to do with. I'm now gonna mess up this story, but I think Michael Ackerfeld explained it. It was somebody he knew. I don't know if it was a girlfriend of his or somebody else he knew was at a party, and this crazy guy with a knife basically came in and was almost like threatening the guests at the party, and then end up like hurting himself and all this sort of thing. So he was inspired, I use that term loosely, but by this sort of inner madness. And you can hear like the lyrics, like face down beneath the waterline, gazing into the deep, like
Right.
the whole idea of like
Yeah,
drowning and all this
that's
sort of thing, right?
that's the one where I was like, this is about murder.
I mean, as I said, it's death metal. It's
Yeah.
it's not trying to hide from what it's about. Um,
Yeah, like no judgment. I was just trying to like
yeah.
piece it together. I was like, what does this mean? There's this line seems like it's about drowning someone. It's about murder,
Yeah, well,
maybe.
they're talking about the
Uh,
devil as always, but then deliverance is about being set free, right? From
great.
so yeah. Maybe it's the person who's mad and wants to be set free from their own madness. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, and because I listened to this in the just isolated from the album, right? Maybe the album's theme is more understandable, but as a song, this one was very hard for me to follow lyrically.
yeah. This one's it's not a concept. I must admit I find understanding the lyrics very difficult. Just because I'm gonna say it like the Scandinavians have such a good grasp of the English language. They know more English than I/we do. And
hmm
sometimes I've tried to sit down and understand the lyrics. I'm just like, I don't understand anything they're talking about, but it sounds cool, so we'll just go with it.
Yeah,
So
and I think that's that's a valid approach to songwriting, right? Like if you want to use words like as texture to suggest meaning, right?
right.
I think you can do that. There's I don't know if you're familiar with this YouTube channel, but I discovered them I think around the time I started listening to Alter Bridge. It's called 12 Tone.
Don't
And
think so.
okay, it's this guy who like breaks down different songs, and from what I gather, he's sort of into like heavy metal and heavier sounding music, and he does music analysis. He doesn't just break down heavy metal songs, but like he's got a pretty wide variety. But his own sort of interest lies in that direction.
Oh no, I
And
do know this guy. I recognize the thumbnail. Even if I'm not subscribed, I recognize the thumbnails. Yeah, I do know this guy.
okay, yeah, yeah. He's got a song about like how to write lyrics specifically for metal songs, and that's sort of one of the things he was saying, where you just like throw out individual words that are there to provide like sonic texture
Yes.
and a little bit of a hint of a meaning that gives you like a very strong sort of emotion with the connotation, but doesn't actually have any, like if you string all the words together, you don't get a coherent sentence,
Hmm.
right? And I thought that was super interesting. He's also got another really good video that a video that I really liked. Um, that was about like what exactly does it mean to have? I can't exactly remember how he phrased it. It was like what does heavy actually sound like? What is the sound of heavy metal?
Hmm.
And I thought it was funny because right at the start of the video, he was like, "Okay, so the short answer is distortion and tritones."
Hmm.
But if you want to stick around for a more in-depth analysis, that's what the rest of this video is going to be. So I thought that was kind of fun. Um, but yeah, I was sort of reminded of that, and I will say like this is not my musical cup of tea, right? Sort of like you were saying a little bit earlier about maybe with Victor Wooten and Classical Thump. This one, like there are aspects of this song that I appreciate, but the monster vocals just kill it for me.
Yeah. So
I actually go
I
ahead.
was gonna say. So I'm not surprised you say that, but it's because you're not used to that type of music. I used to be the same. I remember hearing, maybe not for Opeth, but I remember with Gojira,
hmm
hearing one of their earlier songs. And it was at the wrong moment for me, and I was like, I don't like these lyrics. I don't understand what they're saying. We can't. I can't do this. Um,
hmm
but then it's almost like it's kind of silly. I'm comparing it this way, and I don't mean to do it so flippantly, but it's almost like a drug. You have to build yourself up to it.
hmm
You have to get your palate ready for it, and you slowly, you can't just jump in at the deep end. You have to go to the shallow
hmm
end and slowly work your way up. Um, it's not a gateway song. It's not the type of, or even about board games, right? You don't dive in instantly with Fear of Dracula, right? Get into a
hmm
gateway game and then slowly build yourself up and discover different things. It is quite jarring at the beginning. Um, at the end of the day, the way I kind of process vocals like that initially,
hmm
when thinking about meaning and trying to understand them, would just be they are there for sonic texture, as like you kind of mentioned. They are part of the sonic
hmm
landscape of the song. I'm going to listen to the vocal as an instrument providing a certain frequency or certain sonic value, not in terms of providing vocals that I should be understanding.
Yep.
And then once you get through that barrier, it makes life a lot easier to get. There are some
hmm
growling vocals now I still listen to and go, nope, that's at the wrong frequency for me, or it hasn't got the melody that I want, or whatever. Nope, not touching it. But it opens up, once you get through that barrier, it opens up this huge array of music that would otherwise be inaccessible. And I feel some of the
Hmm.
most creative music I've listened to is music with growling vocals. And it's nothing to do with the growling
Yeah.
vocals, it's the atmospheric nature of the music, the transitions. And Opeth has some amazing transitional. I love transition between sections. We talk about Drive Achilles, right? If you give
Hmm.
me a good section transition, it's awesome. So
It's so funny. If you look at my notes, it's sort of like a balance back and forth between exactly what you're saying, right? So I have at the start, I'm like, okay, the opening of this reminds me a bit of Dream Theater. I like the various instrument entries as it's sort of building up. And then my next note is, I hate the vocal effects. It instantly kills my interest in the song.
but here's the
And
thing.
then I write, this next commerce section is nice. Again, I like the contrasting feel within the same song. And then they start singing in regular voice. And so I write human vocals, hooray! And then my next note is, here comes the heavy metal weirdness, chugging guitars and drums going fast with more monster vocals. And then my next one is, I think I might like this as an instrumental.
Mhm. But I think that's the thing. If you once you focus so much on the instrumental, the vocals just bleed into the background a little bit. But here's
Mm.
the funny thing: Opeth and Dream Theater. I know we're going to talk about Dream Theater later. They've toured together,
Oh, I believe it.
um,
Yeah.
and it works. And Gojira have toured with Alter Bridge, and it works because I've seen it live. And
Hmm.
it's just But I fully appreciate if you just see it in a vacuum with nothing else, it is quite a shock. It's same like we're talking about completely different thing, but you, the bass guitar, right, in classical thump,
Hmm.
it's such a shock initially. You have to sort of build yourself up to it. Um,
Right.
so yeah, and find a hook in the song you really like, or a certain aspect. Like I really like the drumming, or I really like that guitar solo. I really like the outro, whatever it is, and then it become more appreciated. I would be very interested though, as a hook for Opeth, if you listen to the songs where they're collaborated with Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull, because that would be the hook for you. It's
Hmm.
like, I liked that music. I like the flute,
Hmm.
and that might then just it might nab you. But there might be certain songs then you'll listen to some songs of say Opeth as a random example, but other songs you won't listen to, and that's fine. It's always going to be the way.
Yeah.
But I feel
Yeah.
there's
And
a
like this is
lot of music you're missing out on if you don't like the guttural vocals.
Yeah, and this is something that I sort of want to stress. Like I mentioned, I think a long time ago now, towards the start, that I was saying we were going to do sort of a review, and I didn't like that term because I couldn't think of a better. I just used it because I couldn't think of a better one. This is the reason I don't like that term, is because when I say that like this song isn't for me and I can't deal with the guttural vocals and things, like it's not because I want to say that that style of music is bad, right? This is not me objectively reviewing it and being like wrong, you know.
Mm,
This is me saying I fully appreciate that this is a rich genre of music that a lot of people get a great deal of meaning from. And there's all types of music out there that I'm sort of limiting myself from enjoying because of that hang up, you know, for lack of a better word. Um, but I can't deny that I have that hang up, right? It's just like there are whole other genres of music that I also sort of turn me off. Like, so just for an example, um, I have never personally been able to get into hip hop, even though I really, really enjoy watching like documentaries and movie specials about hip hop and its history. And I like the idea of thinking of like the rhythm of speech as a musical feature.
mm,
That's fascinating to me. And I like have total respect for hip hop artists and the people who like that music. I want them to enjoy it. But every time I've tried to listen to a hip hop song, I've had a hard time with it. And I think the monster vocals, for lack of a better term, is sort of similar to that. And it's I have a sort of hang up here, but I'm not saying that because of that this music is bad. I'm just saying that I, for whatever reason, am failing to appreciate this as a result,
mhm.
as much as I could. And that's why you find me writing things like, "I wish this were an instrumental, then I would like it." Yeah, and
No,
it's funny because
it's fair.
there are other vocal effects in the song that I think are great. Right? I even wrote there's a cool vocal effect. This is a very long song, so it's towards the end, but I don't know exactly where they have short bursts of human voices coming in, and I thought that was super cool. And I even wrote like it comes. I have it right before a part where there's another guitar solo that bridges from one section of the song to another, and so I just really enjoyed that. It's just that one particular aspect of the song that every time it came back around, I was like, nah. And then it's funny that you mentioned the outro too, because I have another note where I'm like, this song is starting to get a little bit too long for me. Why is it repeating so much?
Oh, I'm the opposite. That intro could play
Yeah,
for another hour and I'd be happy.
it's
It's
so funny.
it has like these two sections that go back and forth, but there's just that
Hmm.
extra little variety, and the bits of the drumming is epic. And then just like just at the very end, this just lone piano note just cuts through the entire mix, and it's just I don't use this word in a cringe way, but it's just orgasmic.
Okay, that was not my experience. My experience was now just waiting for this song to end.
Oh, oh dear. It's not even the longest song on the at least on my list anyway, and definitely nowhere
No,
near the
yeah,
longest song we're going to talk about today. But anyway, yeah, we'll move on.
right. Yep. Okay, so yeah, that was definitely that song. Um, Sorry, I'm switching over to my list now, so I've
That's okay.
lost it. But
So yeah,
by Opeth,
Deliverance, Opeth. There you go.
Deliverance. There you go. All right. Yep. I'm sorry I didn't like it more. You know, I genuinely try to give these songs
No,
as much of a fair shake. And
I'm not
like I
surprised.
said, there are a lot of aspects of that song that I liked. Right? If you told me like this is because like you're saying like this is a death metal song, right? There are sections of the song where it's totally different. Like if you played the right section of that song, no one would classify it as death metal,
hmm hmm
which I think is super cool. Anyway, switching back to my list, the next song that I have listed is the song Tank by the band, sort of, The Seatbelts. So, The Seatbelts are a band led by the composer Yoko Kanno, primarily for the purpose of recording music for the anime Cowboy Bebop. On the back of the first CD, a fictional version of the band is presented as follows. The Seatbelts, led by sound producer YK, are a very hot and cool and anarchy and peace and hard and soft and potato like band. In 2048, immediately they got famous in the solar system music scene. It is said that the name of them came from their unique style of performance. All members wear the seatbelts for safety while they are playing. Which I just love that. It's so, you
What?
remember how I was saying earlier, I like it when it sounds like the musicians are having fun.
Yeah,
I think these people were having fun
I don't even know
when they were recording.
what was the potato? What? Why
Yeah, that was how it
potato? What's all that
potato
about?
like. Yeah, I don't know. There's a song on the CD called "Digging My Potato" that maybe ties in with that.
Maybe. Oh well, fair enough. Whatever,
I think
whatever
it's
floats their boat. That's fine.
I think it's just meant to sound silly, especially coming after hard
Right?
and soft
Yeah.
and potato-like. Yep,
Exactly.
it's just great. And as for Tank, it isn't just the first song on the disc. An edited version of it also serves as the opening theme to the show Cowboy Bebop, which this was like if my friend had never introduced me to like the wider like rock musical genre or like the sort of music that people listen to that bands play, right? This is the music that I would have found anyway because I was super into anime and video games. And Cowboy Bebop in particular is a song is an anime that like I didn't just fall in love with for myself. There are plenty of anime that I fell in love with like as hard, if not harder, than Cowboy Bebop. But this is the one that was accessible enough that I could literally show it to anybody, right? So I would show it to my brother, I would show it to my friends who liked anime, I would try showing it to my friends who didn't like anime because it's it's sort of general approachable enough that I feel like a wider variety of people than usual can appreciate it. And I've always loved the music from the show. So very early on, I decided to just buy all of the soundtracks. And of all the soundtracks, of all the stuff, like the premier thing that got me into this, the thing that hooked me on the anime, and the thing that hooked me into the sound and exposed me to the seatbelts is Tank because it's the opening theme. It's the first thing that hits you, and I think it hits hard.
Hmm.
It's just I really like this song. I think it's just a really sort of good like groovy, uplifting sort of punch. It's totally instrumental except for like some incidental vocals at the beginning. Um, but I just love the mood that it establishes and then plays around with, and it's got lots of saxophone.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a
So what
sax
did you think of it,
solo.
Scott Sword?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, it
I haven't
does.
got a lot of profound analysis. I just wrote lively and upbeat, which it clearly is. The beginning is
Hmm.
very much. I mean, it's interesting. Intro for a show. It gave me very sort of movie trailer
Yep.
vibes, kind of like almost like
Hmm.
or like the music for like a film company. We have like a little snippet before a film or something. That's like what it sounds like.
Hmm.
And then again, not very profound, but the sort of the percussion in the background throughout sort of the majority of the song really sort of reminded me of a song from I don't know if you've seen this film, the original Italian Job from the
Oh yeah.
1963, I want to say. There's quite
Yep.
a lot of music throughout that, and there's a song called I think the official title is "It's Caper Time," and they've got a lot of sort of percussion
Okay.
background. And as soon as I heard it, I was like, "Oh, that's the Italian Job." It's not, but
Yeah.
it just brought me back to that place of what because I've seen that film 1,000 times. And then
Nice.
there's a sax solo, and I put a heart next to it because I was so happy. It's wacky, it's wild, but it's really good fun. Like I said, not very
Hmm.
profound analysis, but it was a really fun track. Having no idea what it was from,
Hmm.
it was a really fun listen.
Yeah. I'm so glad to hear you enjoyed it. It's just one of those things that like every now and then I'll go back and listen to, and this is true of this list as a whole, right? I did one listen through of my own Desert Island Discs, like as an exercise to get those songs back at the forefront of my musical memory, and it just felt like coming home. This song in particular, but all of them, it's just like, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that's the song from this era of my life, right? That's the sound of me in high school and watching Cowboy Bebop and nerding out over it and loving the music and importing CDs from Japan, right? So this sort of ties into like you could see where my interests were eventually going to lead me to living in Japan and all that. So I just huge part like I had to include something like that on this list, and I think you know Tank is a very good representative sample.
Decent.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So let's swing back. So I slowly scroll up. Sorry, everybody. Like I said, if I was better prepared, I would have had this in two different documents. Okay. So we are on to the song Stargazer by Rainbow,
Hmm.
uh, coming off of the album Rising, which is Rainbow's second album released in 1976. Only bandleader Richie Blackmore and singer Ronnie James Dio return from the previous album. The song also features the Munich Philharmonic Orchestra, though the band kept stripping parts away from the 28-piece backing in what sounds like a very frustrating recording process that was documented on Wikipedia, including one guy who apparently was playing out his heart and soul after the band had run out of tape and was not recorded at all.
Oh, back in the old days when they actually used tape. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, anything to add to that intro? And if not,
Well,
why is it on your Desert Island
well,
discs?
you probably know more than me because I did say in the original video I did that even though I adore this song, I haven't actually gone back and listened through to the discography of Rainbow, which is I know probably criminal to some people, but and unfortunately to this day it's still true. Unfortunately, but I need to
Hmm.
get round to it. I only discovered this song by pure chance. Um, I've got a friend of mine who's a fan of Ronnie James Dio, but he listens more to sort of Dio's solo stuff,
Hmm.
or the band that's called Dio. Um,
Hmm.
but I discovered this song because I looked up a YouTube video of a music producer called Rick Beato, who actually just by pure coincidence actually did some early work with the singer from Shinedown. Um, but he has a YouTube channel now, and he does interviews with lots of really cool musicians, and he analyzes the Spotify top tens and all this sort of thing, and does analysis of songs. And I just randomly clicked on a video, and he said, maybe it was the title of the video or not, I can't remember, but he said, "Oh, this is the best drum intro you'll ever hear," and he
Mm.
played it, and I just thought, I don't know the song, but that sounds really wicked. What is that? And as soon as I discovered, oh, it's Richie Blackmore, right, from Deep Purple fame. Oh, it's Ronnie James Dio, the legend Ronnie James Dio. Even if you don't listen to him, every metalhead knows who Ronnie James Dio is. He's like this iconic figure in metal. Um, and I listened to this song and I just adore it. I love everything about it, the instrumentation of it all. Quite surprising, it was from a sort of a chaotic recording process because the song itself just feels so tight in terms of the way they're playing. The guitar solo is just great. Dio's voice just belts throughout the entire thing, and also just the lyrical narration going on about this wizard who basically enslaves people to build him a tower so he can fly, but then he tries to fly and he plummets to his death.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Nope.
My favorite part though is it keeps going. That's not the end of the story.
No, I'm trying to remember now how it ends. That the slaves have to then now free themselves, right, and work out what they're going to do next.
What are they going to do? Yeah, I love that. Like, I think so many songs would have just ended with the wizard jumping and failing to fly, and that would have been like, haha, like, hubris, irony, all that. But this song actually continues on to, okay, now the slaves are free. Everything they did that they were enslaved for, like, that sort of seems pointless now. And they have to pick themselves up and find out what they're going to do next with their lives. And like, it doesn't stay in that moment for super long. It doesn't actually resolve the question. But I love that it just keeps going long enough that you get to that part of the story, because I think that's very real. It encourages you, the listener, to sit in that moment and try and take things from that perspective.
Right. I'm looking at the lyrics now, and they're talking about going home. I'm going home, but it's not home. Right? They don't know where home is after being completely enslaved for so long. Yeah, it's just
or even if they get there, right? It's that idea of you can never go home again, right? It's like, okay, I'm back in the same place, but I'm not the same person, and the people around me either like haven't changed in the same way or they've changed a lot themselves, right? So you can't really go back to your previous life. Yeah, I thought that was super cool.
In terms of why you went onto the playlist or the Desert Island Discs, I needed some sort of classic metal song to go here. And there's a lot of songs I could have put. I mean, I could have easily, not that I'm a big Metallica fan, but something from, the Black Album or Master of Puppets maybe could have got on there. I know it's not metal, but I did initially have Led Zeppelin on my design. I know I know it's not metal, but it's like a precursor to metal. But I just gravitated to this song so much. I was like, right, okay, even though it's not been in my life for very long, this song has to be on the list. End of story. So I've got to get round to listening to all of Rainbow's stuff, and then all of Ritchie Blackmore's stuff, and all of Ronnie James Dio's stuff, because I know there'll be a lot of gold in there they have to unpack, but I haven't done it yet. But this song just has it showcases like the storytelling potential of metal. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really appreciated the storytelling on this one. Like I was sort of saying already, I liked when I did that sort of lyrical lookup, because this is another one where I sort of had to look them up. I sort of got like snatches here and there of the story. I got a general idea of what was going on from listening to the song, but it wasn't until I looked it up that I could confirm, yeah, this is a really interesting story that's going on. It felt very Dark Sun, which is a setting in Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I'm afraid not.
Okay, yeah, but it's this idea where like all these D&D worlds are supposed to be connected in this like major like cosmology that's all convoluted, and you can sort of go to these different worlds and settings and spaces and times, and magic is through all of them. And there's this one that's just disconnected from everything, which is the world of Dark Sun, and there is no the gods are gone. The world is dying. Like everything is like turned into a desert. The classical like fantasy trope races are totally different. So like from what I understand, because I don't have a huge amount of experience playing in this setting myself, I just have listened to a podcast set in this particular setting. And so like elves are just like these rabid monsters that roam in packs through the desert. And like halflings are totally different, and like because the gods are absent, everybody gets power from these wizards that are sort of like all powerful in their like towers, and existence is just slavery and misery for everyone else around them. And it's a very like high flavor sort of D&D setting. A lot of D&D settings feel a lot more generic because they want you to be able to do whatever you want with them, which I think is totally fair. It's like that's one of the fun things about D&D is you can do whatever you want with it. But I do also appreciate the fact that there's this dark sun setting out there that a lot of people have strong affection for, just because it's such a strong and very specific flavor of D&D. Also reminds me of this fantasy sort of series, I want to say, called The Songs of the Dying Earth is the name of one of the most famous books on it. And it actually ties in also with D&D, because it's where the sort of Vancian magic system, Jack Vance is the author who wrote Songs of the Dying Earth. And so the whole idea of magic in those books is wizards, like magic, like spells and things, are their own sort of like living vital forces in this dying world. And in order to cast spells, a wizard needs to sort of like wrestle with it from the pages of a book, cram it into their head, and then they go around, and if they cast it, the magic just exits them and they no longer have it. And if they want to be able to use it again, they have to go back and study the book. And so that's why, if you're familiar with D&D, this will sound a little bit familiar, because you have to prepare a certain number of spell castings from your spell book, and you can only cast them a certain number of times with spell slots. And the 5th edition D&D that I'm most familiar with, it's the only real version I've played, is no longer truly Vancian, but it still has sort of the remnants of those roots, which I think is cool. And so it got me very much thinking about D&D and Dark Sun and all that stuff when I was listening to the song, which I also appreciated because I like D&D. Mm-hmm. So that was cool. And then I am apparently just like everybody else. The first note I have is I love this drum opening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yep. It's one of the greatest drum intros of all time, apparently. So good for me. And I know I thought it was nice how it settled into the guitar riff. I thought the effects that they used were fun, and the placement of the vocals. I said it sounded almost like the vocals sort of sit over the instruments. Mm-hmm. I thought that was cool. And I like the sort of slow changing of moods that the song progresses through. So yeah, I had a very positive impression of this song. In fact, at one point I wrote a note that says, I haven't been writing a lot of notes, but I really like this song.
Well, that's probably a good sign, right? If you're just sitting and listening to it rather than...
Yep.
Yeah. That's good.
Yep. And then the last thing I wrote was, I do feel like by the time you get to the end of the song, the main riff, I've gotten a little tired of it, but whatever.
Yeah, but then again, I mean... How long is it?
That's going to vary.
Yeah, it's 8 minutes. I mean, it's quite hard to keep a song, with that type, because the riff isn't exceedingly complicated either.
Right.
But yeah, I think this thing when you got like that, those operatic vocals over the top of it, and then you got that really long bridge section with the solo and stuff. It does break it up. But again, I mean, that's a lot of things. If you're really into the riff, then
then that's a bonus.
It's a bonus, right? If you're not so fussed about the riff, then you'd be like, this could have stopped a minute ago, maybe. But
right. Mm-hmm. And I think it makes an interesting contrast if we go all the way back to Shinedown, right? Because that's another song where I feel like it's sort of the same riff, but it's a shorter song, right? But I think one of the results of that I was mentioning in the song itself was I can just listen to this on repeat and get as much of that riff as I want, right? And when I'm not listening to it, it'll be in my head. Whereas this one, it's an 8-minute song, which, like, in and of itself, I don't think song length necessarily tells you very much about a song. But if it's just that repetition of the riff over and over again as it gets to at the end, like throughout the whole like main portion of the song, I'm fine with it. I like the riff. But by the time personally it got to the very end, it was like, okay, I feel like this is getting to the point where I'm a little tired of it. And if it had been sort of a short but sweet sort of thing, or they ended it a little earlier, I could always go back and listen to the song again, like I would with the Shinedown one, and be able to get that riff in my head all over again without having that long extended part of the song at the end.
Right. I think it's the thing, because the narrative aspect of this song requires the song to be that length. That's the issue. It's one of those things where instrumentally, maybe it doesn't need to be that long, but the narration of the song,
they'd finished the narration by the time they got to the last like 2 minutes of the song. I think is purely instrumental. Okay, maybe that's overstating the case a little bit.
I'll have to maybe it's only because I can't remember the timing. Maybe it's only my head, but...
Yeah, maybe it's only like 30 seconds, right? Because time in music feels different than time in real life. So I could be overstating my case. And this is another personally subjective thing, right? Like I apparently heterodox in saying that the ending of Deliverance was a bit much for me, right? I was getting tired of it, and it's like, no, that's legendary. So what do I know? But that's just, this is a place for us to share our opinions, and that was mine. So done. Any other notes on this one
No,
from you?
I think that's it.
Cool. Okay, so we are getting back to my list. And here we have a song that might, I don't know, be a little bit more in your wheelhouse. This is Overture 1928 by Dream Theater. And my little intro that I wrote goes, Dream Theater was a band that had already been together for 14 years in 1999, though they had gone through a number of membership changes since guitarist John Petrucci, bassist John Myung, and drummer Mike Portnoy formed the band in 1985. By this point, they had been working with vocalist James LaBrie, I think that's how you pronounce it, for 8 years, and they just decided to change keyboardists from Derek Sherinian to Jordan Rudess. But it would be the band's history, not recent changes in performers, that provided the inspiration for their next album, Metropolis Part 2: Scenes from a Memory. And back in 1992, Dream Theater released what would go on to be their most commercially successful album, which was Images and Words. On it was a track titled Metropolis Part 1: The Miracle and the Sleeper, which had been originally given the moniker of Part 1 entirely as a joke. However, fans had been asking about a Part 2 ever since, and sometime around 1997, the band began to seriously consider releasing a follow-up. This eventually turned into an entire concept album with something of a thriller plot involving a murder being solved through past life regression and hypnosis. This track, the one that I chose, Overture 1928, does just what its title indicates, in that it gives a musical preview of what's to come. So, any reactions to this one, Scott Sword?
Yeah, out of all the things on your list, this is the one that I was a little bit more familiar with because I have listened to some Dream Theater, not a huge amount.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've established I've maybe listened to more of their recent stuff than you have, but I've got
Yes.
Images and Words on vinyl, and it's just awesome. I'm actually
Yeah,
really
if
hyped.
anyone,
They're releasing a new stuff soon.
sweet. Yeah, if anyone else out listening is a Dream Theater fan, I basically haven't listened to anything since Octavarium, to give you a reference point.
That's
And
like
Scott Sword has listened to a lot of stuff since then.
that's mid 2000, that's 2005. So I mean, I've got Octavarium. I think I have Black Clouds and Lightning. I'm not sure, but the self-titled 2013 album I've listened to quite a bit, and also Distance Over Time, that was 2019 album. And some of their older stuff. So I think I do have this album, but as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, it's Dream Theater, but I wasn't familiar with the song because I hadn't listened to it enough for it to get stuck in my brain. The problem I have with Dream Theater is maybe because their discography is so extensive at this point, and their songs are normally, apart from this song, there's an exception. There's an overture. There's so much music.
Yeah.
And there are concepts, and there's just so much stuff to get your head around with that band. And maybe I haven't listened to them enough, but the songs don't get stuck in my head. I listen to a song and go, yeah, that song's really cool, but it doesn't get stuck in my brain in the same way. But their sound is iconic. When you hear a Dream Theater song, you know instantly it's Dream Theater, right? John Petrucci's sound on guitar is just legendary, and then with the keys going out, and James LaBrie's got a very iconic voice anyway. So I actually wrote in my notes, I wrote, oh look, a rook has something heavy, and I put like inverted commas around it, put a smiley face.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, I wanted to dive into this album fully, but I just ran out of time before we did this recording. But
Yeah.
so I knew it was a concept album, but I didn't dare look at the concept because I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. It's hard to sort of. It must be quite hard to pick one song in particular from Dream Theater just because they've got so much.
It was, and this one felt like a cop out. I wanted to pick the entire album, Metropolis Part 2: Scenes from a Memory, because it's not, the whole album is not one song, but it is a concept album in that everything is supposed to tie together. You're supposed to listen to the whole thing through, right? In order to fully appreciate the story and all the musical references that are happening. And the reason I picked this one is I felt like, okay, it's the one that can sort of stand in for the entire album because it's the overture. So it's got bits and pieces of the entire album in it.
Right.
And also, we've talked about this before. I like songs that have like several different sections to them, and this one definitely has that. It's an overture.
Yeah.
So I thought that was cool. And just in terms of like my personal like attraction to the song, why it's on my list, this is another one of my friends, same friend who got me into Victor Wooten, also got me into Dream Theater. And like I said, you can tell this is a guy who appreciates the virtuosic side of music. Because one thing about Dream Theater is all the members are very famous for being like gigantically talented on their instruments.
Yeah.
Well,
they all met at music university, right? I can't remember when I was.
They did, yes. The famous famous Boston Music College. I want to say Juilliard, but that might be another one.
No, I can't remember now. This is gonna kill me because I've heard them talk about it. I'm gonna look it up now because I can't remember.
Yeah, I know it's a Boston one because I remember. I live in New England, so I've been to Boston, like both on personal trips and on field trips. And I remember there was one point where I was like right next to the college where they all met in the 80s. And I was like, oh, this is that college. That's cool.
Berkeley.
Okay,
Berkeley, there we go.
I named the wrong famous music school earlier. Thank you for looking that up.
That's good. I had Berkeley in my head, but it wasn't coming, so I had to search it. For a song that's 3.5 minutes, there's a lot of music packed into it, which is great. And the blend of the guitar riff with the keys was something I noted. And sometimes with certain, virtuosos on their instrument, they get a little bit too technical with their solos and things. But I wrote in here that not that I understand exactly what he's doing, but some of the phrasing that Petrucci was using was just really lovely to listen to. It wasn't just shred for the sake of shred or technical for the sake of technical. There was a lot of emotion in those solos as well. So, I mean, yeah, if there's a song that's going to try and get me back into Dream Theater, then it would be that. It was a good way to reconnect with the band again after I've not listened to them. But now they're releasing a new album and Mike Portnoy's back. So maybe 2025 is going to be the year that I reconnect with Dream Theater again and really sort of take it seriously to try and get into their discography.
Cool. Yeah, and then also this was the first album that I was ever exposed to that was a concept album that did have an overture, right? Like you would put in front of an opera or a play or something like that, right? So that whole concept just blew my mind. And it's not the first one that's ever been done in music, right? Like that goes back to the 70s, as far as I'm aware, maybe possibly even earlier. It's a long established part of the rock and roll genre, but I had never encountered it before. My friend was like, hey, check this out. And guess what? The whole thing is basically like a short play, right? They tell a story from beginning to middle and end. I actually, when I was researching this, I found out that they have an official novelization of the plot from this album now that you can buy.
Wow. Doesn't surprise me, to be fair.
That's wild. Yeah. But it didn't surprise me now when I looked it up. I was like, okay, that makes sense, right? Because they conceived it from the first to have that narrative component. But at the time, it's just like, oh, music that's just like an opera on a CD, but it's also a series of rock songs. This is incredible. I didn't know you were allowed to do this. Super cool. So, this was sort of the thing that cemented me in my own appreciation for Dream Theater, which I actually got like the first Dream Theater album that my friend got me into or tried to get me into the band with was Train of Thought, which is one of their heavier albums.
Right.
And a lot of the pieces on that are just so heavy that I had a hard time connecting with them. I was just like, I think this band is maybe a little bit too much for me. And then I started researching and I was like, oh, like their back catalog has got these famous songs and apparently they're not as heavy, right? Because I found out when I was looking up Train of Thought, like this is notoriously heavy in their discography. And I was like, okay, well, let me try some of their other stuff. And I got to Images and Words and I was like, this I can vibe with. And then I got to Metropolis Part 2 because I wanted to hear Part 1 before I heard Part 2. And I was like, yeah, this is amazing, right? And then I had that sort of mind-blowing revelation, the musical epiphany, as you put it, at the start of all this. So I thought that was super cool, and this is definitely a period of my life. Every time I put this album on, I'm just transported back to being in high school and falling in love with this band and their music and the concept of a concept album. So it had to go on this list.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right. Any final thoughts?
Nope.
Okay. So let's go back to your list. Let's see if I can actually get there. Not Stargazer, we just did that one. Oh, here we go. Empire of the Clouds by Iron Maiden.
That's the one.
Off of the album Book of Souls, the band's 16th album, released in 2015. It is based on an actual story of the airship R-101, which crashed in France on its overseas voyage on October 5th, 1930, killing 48 of the 54 passengers on board. The album was the band's first studio double album and their longest to date, running at 92 minutes and 11 seconds. They abandoned their previous approach of rehearsing before recording to create a more live feel. They came in with outlines for the songs on this album, which they finished in the studio, and they deliberately decided to keep in a lot of the first takes. And also, Empire of the Clouds, the song, replaced Rime of the Ancient Mariner from 1984 as the band's longest song to date. And it features Bruce Dickinson's debut on the piano. Does that sound correct to you, Scott Sword?
Yep, that all sounds... I don't know about the writing process bit, but very possibly that is true. I might have read something about it at the time, but I don't remember now because it was, it's 10 years ago now that album came out.
Cool, yeah. So why is this on your list?
Well, I could have easily picked something from the middle of their discography. I guess there are lots of different eras with this band. You've got the pre-Dickinson era where there are 2 albums, and then you've got sort of the really iconic stuff, which is now almost like classic metal folklore, right? The Number of the Beast and Peace of Mind, and the one that Rime of the Ancient Mariner is on, Power Slave, Seven Son of a Seven Son, all that sort of era. And then there's the different era. Then I think Dickinson disappeared for a bit, and then he came back. So most of the albums I've listened to I've listened to the era, like the earlier stuff, and then the stuff without Dickinson in the middle, and then once he's returned, I haven't listened to very much. But this is the exception. This album's the exception to the rule in terms of one of the newer albums I've listened to. And the reason why is because this is the first album that I discovered from this band. So yeah, 2015, 10 years ago. Yeah, that's probably about right. I was in that real sort of period. So I guess, showing my age, but I was 20 in 2015. 20 going on 21. So I was in that era where I was in the middle of my university sort of degree, and I was moving away from the likes of Shinedown and trying to find other music and really sort of taking an interest in it. And I bought a magazine in the UK called Classic Rock, and they always do their album of the year. And the album of the year, for at least for the magazine for that year, 2015, was Book of Souls. And I was like, well, I haven't listened to any Iron Maiden. I guess this is going to have to be the time where I'm going to have to listen to it, aren't I? So I think I must have got Book of Souls and then listened to it. And yeah, the album's quite long. I think now it's just, in one sitting, is just too much for me now, which is not an attention span thing. It's just maybe I like long songs, but when the entire album's very long, it can be a bit difficult to listen to. But I've gone back and listened to their other stuff, and Rime of the Ancient Mariner and all that, a Number of the Beast and stuff is just incredibly good. And even the first 2 albums where Dickinson's not on it are great as well. But this song in particular really resonated with me. Again, it's very similar to Stargazer because of the narration side of things. Bruce Dickinson's very good at narrating his songs and introducing topics that are not necessarily normal for metal bands, right? He likes to talk about historical events, and he's a big aviation enthusiast. He actually flies band around when they're on tour. He's a certified pilot, so this topic about this R-101 airship is very interesting, and it's the longest song on my list with 18 minutes in length and 1 second. Don't forget that 1 second. And just the way it builds, and you got this atmosphere, and because it gets this airship gets caught in the storm. I don't know about you, but I feel when I listen to it, the storm is all around you.
Hmm.
And the way that really builds, and the drums are thundering almost like the thunder does and stuff, and then the way it really comes down at the end for this sort of emotional sort of finale once you kind of realize the extent of the disaster that has occurred. um I don't know amongst Maiden fans if people would rank this so highly. They might go to some of the more
Hmm.
classic songs like Round the Ancient Mariner, but I just connected the song as soon as I heard it. And it's kind of interesting with the process of them writing it, because yeah, he wrote the riff initially on piano, and I think
Hmm.
Dickinson must have scoped out almost the entire song on piano, and then he had to then try to convey to all the other members of the band what he wanted them to do on guitars and drum and bass. And there's also
Hmm.
classical elements that come in as well. So many layers to this song. So the fact I've got a classic metal album or song already with Stargazer, I
Hmm.
felt more comfortable with putting this song on here rather than something like Round the Ancient Mariner, as an example. Um,
Yep.
so there you
Yeah.
go. About the
I
Kings.
loved this song. This this was the biggest surprise of the listening experience for me because the theming of Iron Maiden has never appealed to me. And as a matter of fact, I like the version of the song that I was listening to had like I don't know if it's the album cover art or what, but it looks like this zombie guy who's just
Oh yeah,
staring at you
right.
the entire time. And I
That's
was like,
yeah.
this is terrible.
That's Eddie. That's the band's mascot, and on every single album cover, he is featured, but he takes on a different persona. So for the Book of Souls, the I can't remember why it is now, but the inspiration came from, I think, Mayan culture. So that's
Yeah,
why he
yeah, I
looked
read
with
I
the teeth necklet, all this sort of stuff, right?
yeah, I read that it was Maya inspired, and I felt bad for not liking it, but I just think the zombie guy is a terrible look.
There's a cover that they did just for Empire of the Clouds where they've made it look like a newspaper cutting, and they've got the airship
Yes.
going through the storm, and Eddie is almost like a reaper, like reaching around the airship. It's really
Yeah,
cool.
I saw that one when I started doing research, and I was like, I wish that was the one they put on YouTube because that looks better. But I just don't like. I did not like staring at a zombie who's staring back at me for 18 minutes. I was in one second. I was just like,
Jokes on you for using YouTube.
I know that's just what I get. Um, but so like I said, the theming of the band has never really appealed to me. And just like the name Iron Maiden, the torture device, and it just feels like something that I would not like or appreciate very much. And then I just, I listened to the song and was like, this is an amazing song. I love it. Like we were talking before about how some of these other songs, it felt like they had parts that like were long, and I was like, I'm over it. Let's get to the end. This song did not feel that way, even though it was longer than them.
Yeah,
And I think it speaks to the fact that like just because a song is long, like it doesn't necessarily tell you a whole lot about a song,
no,
right?
it
You
stays so
can,
fresh all the way through.
yeah, and just absolutely from start to finish, the song is engaging, and I love the fact that it sort of needs to be as long as it is. I think to get the effect at the end when they come back to the beginning, which I just love it in general when songs do that. I like it when songs are willing to like thread in repeated things and then every now and then come back to the beginning, right? So the beginning is at the end. I sort of like that musical like tie-up idea.
Hmm.
Um, so it sort of hit me in one of the musical tropes that I enjoy. And but like every single time, including the very first time I listened to this song, when they came back to that central like do 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 do
Hmm.
do, like it just gives me goosebumps.
Yeah,
It was so good.
yeah,
And I liked it had a subdued intro with cool stereo effects, right? What's playing in your left ear isn't the same as what's playing in your right ear.
that's
Very
right.
cool.
Yeah, that's
And then
true.
you've got the violin that comes over it, which I've talked about this before. This is another music trope that I love, and I think I hinted at this before with the orchestra comment. I like it when you get classical instruments and put them in the context of a rock band. I think that's kind of cool.
Hmm.
So I was surprised at that. And then I liked the warm and sort of pleasant sound at the beginning that, like you said, turns into a storm in the middle, and then it sort of gets to this ending that's just like it's like a send off, right? It's when you tell me that this is from the album titled Book of Souls, it feels like, yeah, this is like the last like observance of these souls as they're like scattering, right? It's just very cool.
Right.
There was one thing, which is there are a few points in the song. There are like 2 or 3 verses where it feels like the singer was pushing the vocals maybe a little bit too hard. Feels like he's like uncomfortable in singing in them. And I think it maybe was done on purpose to evoke the effect of this is a really tense moment, because it's all the stuff when the storm is like lashing around and everything is like really tense and bombastic, right? So I think it was designed to sound that way. But that was the one part of the song that it just felt like you could have just sung that, though.
Right. Well, cause I'll chip in because I've got a little bit of knowledge which might help with that. So I mean, Bruce Dickinson has this sort of belting, almost similar to Dio, but in a different way, like this belting, sort of operatic voice. And there are times where you feel like, oh, he's really straining, but he's trying to play effect. But the other thing about this recording, which maybe Wikipedia didn't tell you, or maybe it'll be further down or whatever, Bruce Dickinson actually had cancer when he was recording that. He had, I'm sure it was cancer on the tongue or in the throat.
Oh, wow.
I think it was throat cancer he had, and it was a case of, if I remember rightly, he discovered he had had a lump in his throat, and he thought it might be cancerous, but he knew that if he went and got it checked, they might lose their recording slot. And he was like, no, I'm going to power through this, and then I'll go and get checked. So actually, the tour for this album was delayed while he was getting his cancer treatment. So
wow.
If there's any moments where he's maybe being strained, I mean, if he had throat cancer, I think that might be a fair, reason.
Yeah, now I feel like a jerk. Feeling like, oh, you had cancer? Oh, you could have sung that a little better.
But fair enough. I mean, you wouldn't know because he kicked cancer's butt and he's still going like strong, and you know.
Oh, that's great to hear.
Because he caught it really early. Fortunately, it was in a place that didn't spread or whatever. But that might be a reason why. But I've never felt that. But again, maybe I'm so enthralled by the whole instrumentation of it all that I'm not really paying attention to what he's doing vocally. But I feel like, yeah, the name might look, and the whole imagery of Eddie and stuff might be off-putting, but there's a lot of like really cool historical narration songs with this band. They did Rime of the Ancient Mariner is based on a poem by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. You've got a song about Alexander the Great,
which is itself actually based off of an Old English epic.
Oh, interesting! I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah,
there you go.
It goes all the way back, to like the earliest roots of the English language. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner is one of the few like fragments we have of Old English text that people will study from when they're learning the language, which I only know about because I studied very briefly. I think I mentioned this on the podcast before. After I finished learning Japanese, I was like, that only took me like, I forget how many years it was. That only took me like 10 years. I could do that again. Let's learn Old English. Oh. And then I very quickly failed. But in the process of that failure, I got far enough to be like, these are some of the epics that you can only truly appreciate if you know Old English. And one of them was the Rime of the Ancient Mariner.
Very good. I didn't realize that. Well, there you go. So they've got a song based on that. There's a song about Alexander the Great. There's another one from the charge of the what's it called? The Charge of the Light Cavalry, I think it's called. The song is called The Trooper, but it's based upon the Charge of the Light Cavalry or something like that. Is from a war, I think, between Britain and Russia or something like that. Yeah, they've got a lot of historical things in their songs. So there's a lot of cool stuff you can discover with them. Very storytelling-esque.
Okay, so quick live correction. I'm totally wrong about the Old English thing. Like, I think there is an Old English fragment that maybe or maybe not the Rime of the Ancient Mariner was based on, but just a quick search, I got this panic think I've talked about this before. I always second guess myself. In this case, I'm glad I did. Um, I got this quick panic and was like, nope, maybe that's not actually an Old English thing. I think you're right. I think the Samuel Taylor College is true. So sorry to cut you off there.
That's right. Don't worry.
I just wanted to make sure that nobody came to this podcast and was like, "What's this guy on about? He doesn't know anything about Old English or poetry." Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, it was right. So it does say it was recorded. Right, it was recorded in late 2014, and that's when he caught the cancer. Then he didn't get the all clear until May of 2015. And apparently,
Wow.
I don't know. I mean, it's just headlines I'm seeing on. They're saying like it was the size of a golf ball in his throat.
Wow.
So I mean, yeah, poor guy. But
Yeah.
you got through it. You probably would be surprised to know they've never played this song live.
Oh, really?
It's just I think it's just there's too many moving parts to it. I think they would want to have
Yeah.
the orchestra, and that's just not going to happen. But I've seen them live. I saw them live on this tour, and I would pay in a heartbeat to see them live again because they're epic. They really put on a fantastic show. I actually saw them live, and Shinedown were the support act. And
Wow.
normally the Iron Maiden fans are known for being very protective of Iron Maiden, and they look at the support band like, "How dare you getting in the way between us and Iron Maiden," right? But they actually really warmed to Shinedown, so Shinedown
Oh,
did
cool.
one hell of a job to make the Iron Maiden fans like them. But there you go.
Nice.
Shinedown are a good live act too. Very energetic. Very good. Very, very good. So there you go. Empire of the Clouds.
Awesome. Yep. All right. So let's move on. Let's go back to my list. Sorry, everybody, for the misinformation mixed in again.
That's right. Well, I can tell people it's you've got Peace of Mind. Well, I assume so, unless you've changed the order. It's Peace of Mind by Boston.
It sure is.
There you go.
So my little intro for this next song, in 1970, this researching this song sent me down a rabbit hole, man. So this intro might go on for a little bit. In 1970, Tom Schultz graduated from MIT with a master's degree and took a job as a product design engineer at Polaroid. But all the time he was working at the company, he was also trying to make it as a musician. This put him in the unique position of being able to put together a recording studio in his basement, which ultimately allowed him to focus on making demo tapes with singer Brad Delp and drummer Jim Mazdia to send to labels. The process involved many trials and tribulations, including a ruse performed even after the group had been signed to convince the people from CBS's Epic Records that the band was reworking their songs from scratch under a new producer. In fact, they largely recreated the demo versions, with the biggest change being that the drum parts were performed by new band member Sib Hashian. The result was the 1976 album Boston, which would go on to become the best-selling debut album at the time. Damn. Peace of Mind is the second song on the album, which was inspired by Tom Schultz's time working at Polaroid. And according to him in an interview with Rolling Stone, the people at Polaroid knew immediately that Peace of Mind was about them.
Oh dear.
The ones that I worked with were cool about it. I had to leave a lot sooner than I thought when the album took off, but I never did want to climb the corporate ladder and become a manager.
Oh well, it all worked out then.
Yep.
Decent. Oh wow. Okay, quite a story. I was so happy when I saw this on your list because it's a band that I was familiar with. Not that I've listened to a lot of Boston, but you know the song "More Than a Feeling" is legendary.
Yes.
But it was actually something I think I wrote it as a comment, replying to your comment 9 months ago, that even before this was on your list, this is something that happened maybe years before. I end up listening to all of that album through and really enjoying it. It's quite a short album, but
it is.
I must have just gone
back when.
Oh, you go.
It's back when you could only fit 20 minutes on one side of a record, right?
Right. So you're so limited in terms of what you space and stuff. Yeah. And back in the day, where they released more albums more frequently, but shorter albums. Yeah. Yeah. So I remember listening to it all the way through and really liking it. I must have gone on to it just for More Than a Feeling, and then listening to the whole thing, and I loved it. So when I saw Peace of Mind, I was like, yes, I can re-listen to this. I loved it. I mean, there's nothing really profound about it that I want to say, but just, you know, the hook and melody is just great. I like seeing that there's a classic band on here, and you know, reading the lyrics. I hadn't really paid attention to the lyrics before, but it's still so relevant for nowadays. I felt you know, music like a song like this is almost timeless,
Yeah.
which is a really unique quality in certain songs
Hmm.
will just keep sort of living forever, and this will be one
Yep.
of them, just because it just you can listen to it in any sort of, well, nowadays 2025, and it's still, so many people will resonate with it. So yeah.
Yeah. I just love I like I love the lyrics to this song, and like you can sort of tell from my list. I think like 44 of the top 10 that I chose don't have any lyrics at all, and the other ones that are on the list in general, like I have fun. I enjoy the lyrics too, because I'm that sort of person. But this one in particular, just like parts of it, just really speak to me. Like I particularly love the line, like lots of people have to make believe they're living, can't decide who they should be, and it's just like, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, spot
that's a
on.
real problem.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And then I like that the singer is then, understanding, right? I understand about indecision, but I don't care if I get behind, right? So
Right.
I just like the story that they tell of not being concerned about climbing the corporate ladder, even though you're so incentivized to do that as a person,
Right.
right?
Uh,
And I just, nothing else sounds like Boston, right? Like
yeah.
something about um, speaking of More Than a Feeling, there's an amazing breakdown of that song on Rick Beato's music channel. He has a What Makes This Song Great on it,
Mm,
where he pulls out like all of the different parts so that he has them isolated somehow. And you can hear like just the vocals to it. And then you can hear like the vocals and the drums, and you can hear the guitars isolated. And it's just the amazing artistry on display as he's sort of picking back apart what this engineer, like self-made audio engineer, has put together for you in this song from 1976, right?
mm-hmm.
It's astonishing. And the quality of the sound that they get out of it, like it sounds sweet to me. Like
Yeah.
not in the sense of like, oh man, sweet, that's awesome, right? No, not in that sense. As in like the food. It sounds like it should taste sweet. It's I don't know how he does it, but it's really cool.
I think there's a certain something. There's something that came up. Um, it was Slash, the guitarist from Guns N' Roses, was talking about it because he did a couple of albums recently where he went back to recording on tape.
Hmm.
And I think it's something to do with it. There's a certain, maybe, I mean, yeah, you're saying sweet, a certain warmth to the sound, which maybe
Hmm.
modern music lacks a little bit because it's just too digital. There's a certain warmth that the tape manages to capture that um, uh, maybe digitally it doesn't so much.
Maybe.
Um, or
Yeah.
maybe, yeah,
I
I don't
know
know.
I know like from what I recall, the Rick Beato analysis of the More Than a Feeling, he did like something like a V thing where the mids are pushed really high.
Okay.
So maybe that has something to do with it. Like all the guitars, like they really emphasize the mids as opposed to the highs and the lows and the
Possibly.
equalization.
I'll have to.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
it's interesting you mentioned because I mentioned Rick Beato earlier. It's interesting that you now mention him as well. I mean, I do like his analysis. I'll have to go and listen to that one specifically. So again, that's a
yeah,
song I
I've
haven't
listened.
listened to for ages. But even I've got now got the chorus
Yeah,
stuck in my head. It's just so infectious.
it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've listened to a lot of Rick Beato's like what makes this song great because I think it's really cool. Like I don't fully understand any of his breakdowns because he just throws around music theory terms like they're nothing,
Right.
and I don't know anything about music theory. But I really like how he's able to get the like isolated tracks and break down the song sort of piece by piece, and it's a really cool experience to just listen to what each layer of the song can add to it. It's just very cool. So I definitely recommend that one. And that breakdown was one of the ones that I thought was the best that he did that really stuck with me. So I would recommend that one to
Yeah.
anyone. Rick Beato on More Than a Feeling. But yeah, like More Than a Feeling, like it's a classic for a reason. It's not one of the ones that lyrically spoke to me. I understand that at the time that it came out, that's the one that I think lyrically spoke to most people. But that wasn't my experience with it. I was more lyrically spoken to by this particular song. I think musically, I might pick. I think it's the next one, where it's. I remember it's like a two-parter, right? So it starts with one song, and then it goes into "Long Time." Um,
Hmm.
Another legend. Basically, the whole album from start to finish is is incredible, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
can't go wrong with that.
A lot of people.
But in terms of, go ahead.
I was gonna say a lot of people of my age will know More Than a Feeling because there was an album for Barclays, which is a bank in the UK, and it involves this guy leaving his office, and instead of going down the elevator or whatever like everybody else, he gets into a water slide, and he literally water slides his way all the way to his house. Um,
Huh.
and it's just that song plays over the top of it because he's like scanning his Barclay card like through the supermarket while on the water slide and stuff. And that song just I've got it now. Like I'm hearing the song and I'm seeing the image of the advert. So that sort of really reunited that sort of song for a lot of people
Huh.
of my age when it was like I don't know how maybe I was like 10 or so when that advert came out. So yeah, there's a
Hmm.
new generation of people were exposed to that song and the band.
Cool.
So that's where I first heard them. Um,
Yeah, it's interesting how like, these songs can exist for, decades, and how they come into your life is its own story,
right.
right?
Hmm.
So in my case, this was sort of wild. So you remember my friend who I was talking about before, who got me into Victor Wooten and Dream Theater.
Hmm.
This guy, so we progress forward. I'm in college now. So is he. We're going to different schools. We'd see each other on the weekends, and he went into music. He wanted to be a music teacher, and so one of my friend's friends wanted to put on a show as his sort of senior final for his music school. And in order to have that qualify, he wanted to play like at an actual gig and get it recorded and submit the recording. And so my friend was going to be in that band, and he knew that I knew how to do like video recording stuff. So he was like, "Hey, can you record this performance so that my friend can turn it in for his like senior thesis essentially?" And I was like, "Sure, yeah, let's do it." And so we sat down, and the guy who was running the sound at the bar was like, "Hey, I'll give you a direct line in to your computer." And I was like, "Okay, great." So I got the mix from the guy, and I had the tape going. And thankfully, my dad had also given me like a high quality microphone to attach to the camera just in case. And I was like, I'm in the soundboard, but I'll hook this up anyway. And uh, I can use whichever one sounds better. And we got to the encore part of the show, and the sound engineer came up to me and was like, "Oh, dude, I just realized I haven't been sending you any sound this entire time."
Oh, I
And I
guess
was like,
you had the backup plan.
it's a good thing I had this camera like microphone going. So in the final video, it's actually like cuts out like at the intermission, the sound quality suddenly like all the ambient sound from the people in the restaurant cuts out, and you can hear the music a lot better because the microphone source switches. But otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to complete his senior thesis. So I was like, good job on my dad, and then sort of me for getting that redundancy in there.
Right.
But one of the things that he was doing, because he did a bunch of songs that I didn't really know, but he just happened to play, I think it was probably More Than a Feeling. And I was like, wow, I actually liked the sound of that one. What is this band? What did it come from? And sure enough, I looked it up. I found the album Boston, and More Than a Feeling, first track hits you right out the gate, and then the songs just keep going and they keep being good.
Yeah.
And like I said, the one that really spoke the most to me lyrically was Peace of Mind, so that's the one that I went for my Desert Island Discs.
That's perfectly understandable. Yeah. Quality, not quantity.
Exactly.
Okie dokie. We're back after a quick little interval. And I kept the background footage running by mistake. That's why it suddenly jumped. There you go, the joys of YouTube. And we're going to carry on with song number 6 on both of our lists.
Indeed. Actually, first, while we were in that interval, I took a moment because I was like, am I totally crazy? Did I make up this thing about an Old English poem about a mariner? And I looked it up. There is an Old English poem called The Seafarer that I apparently mixed up in my mind with the Rime of the Ancient Mariner. So that is the weirdness that happened. I did not completely lose my mind. I only half lost it.
Well, I mean, Same theme, so
Yeah,
it's not
similar idea.
it's not a huge leap of logic to get those two mixed up. So no, decent. At least we clarified
Hmm.
that. You didn't have to. You're not gonna have any 2 a.m. epiphanies.
That's right. Yeah. Well, that's the sort of thing that I would put in a follow-up comment normally. So nice to. I'll probably still put it in a follow-up comment just so that people don't freak out at me the first time they hear it. But we've got it all sorted out now, and we can move on. So the next song that I have on your list, Scott Sword, is "Hey You" by the band Pink Floyd.
Yep, and that's the one.
Okay. And boy, does this song have a story behind it.
Oh yeah, we're going back into concept album realm. You had it with um scene 2, right? Overture
Yep.
and all that with Dream Theater. We're back to the
All
concept
right.
album. I've got a couple of concept albums coming up, and this is the first one.
Yep. This is off of Pink Floyd's famous album The Wall, which was the 11th album released by the band. It came out in 1979. And uh, the Wikipedia summary for this thing is nuts. I don't know how much you know about this story, Scott Stewart, but I was enthralled.
I guess we'll see. I don't know as much
Okay,
about
so
this
here we
album
go.
and song as I should, which we'll get into in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go through the notes that I took as like the highlights, but I'm sort of interested. There's a book, I guess, that one of the band members wrote about like the history of the band. I think it's called Inside Out, and I'm now super interested in checking out that book because this sounds just so strange. Anyway, so bassist and lyricist Roger Waters despised the band's In the Flesh tour so much that he actually spat on fans near the stage during one performance. He later commented, "Immediately afterwards, I was shocked by my behavior. I realized that what had once been a worthwhile and manageable exchange between us, the band, and them, the audience, had been utterly perverted by scale, corporate avarice, and ego. All that remained was an arrangement that was essentially sadomasochistic."
Yeah, Roger is a
He
little bit of a
also,
dramatic individual.
yeah, he also described his desire to isolate himself by constructing a wall across the stage between the band and the audience, which he would adapt into a concept album, which became The Wall. And they actually did create for their live show
Yeah.
a 40-foot high, which is a 12-meter high wall of 340 cardboard bricks that was gradually constructed between them and the audience.
Yep.
And they commissioned a series of animations to be projected onto the wall as part of the performance, which they then later on recut into a film. So the Wall is not just a concept album; it is also a live experience and a feature film. I don't know about feature; it's a movie.
And bear in mind, obviously, this
Um,
was done in the late 1970s, early 1980s, right? Which wouldn't have had the same sort of technical prowess as it would have done like a concept nowadays, right? So in order to sort of all
right.
the animations and all that sort of stuff.
They were also desperate to release an album because they lost all their money in a bunch of high risk investments. So they were essentially
Ah,
broke.
I,
And
yeah.
during, go ahead.
No, I do remember reading something related to them having money issues around that time. I didn't know it was based on investments. I thought it was because of. I thought it was to do with the fact that their touring, the way they would set up their tours was so expensive that they didn't make money off them. But maybe I'm
Well,
misremembering.
that was also part of it because the tour that they did for The Wall lost them money.
Oh,
The
okay.
only one of them who made money was the keyboardist Richard Wright, because he was hired onto the tour as a salaried musician because he got kicked out of the band during the recording process.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
During the tour, band relationships dropped to an all-time low. At one point, they stayed in 4 Winnebagos parked in a circle with the doors facing away from the center, so they could all just go into their own closeted little like mobile homes and
oh
not
my
have to deal
goodness.
with each other.
It,
And Waters used his own vehicle to arrive at the venue and stayed at separate hotels from the rest of the band.
Jesus. I mean, coming from that to the fact that the bands at the beginning of my list, like Shinedown, has been the four-piece that is for a long time, and Alter Bridge have never changed lineup at all. I mean, some of the stuff that happened back in that era with people changing and just the spats between band members and stuff is just ridiculous. It's Mental.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. And I mean, it's the funny thing is their whole concept for the album was isolation. And it's like,
Yeah,
yeah, they were literally all experiencing that all the time.
from themselves. Yeah, from the actual band. Nothing to do with the fans. Yeah, amongst
Yeah,
themselves. I mean, I think nowadays, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think. I think Roger Waters and David Gilmour on such bad terms they don't speak to each other.
I believe it.
I think it's that bad. I think, and a Pink Floyd reunion would be impossible. Um, so yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So yeah, that just blew my mind. I was like, I can't believe how strained these relationships were, and yet they were still going on tour and promoting an album.
yeah,
Uh,
the things you do for
it
money.
sounds, yeah, sounds like quite a production too. So yeah, that's sort of the highlights of the background information that I found. And like I said, I'm sort of interested in checking out that book um, at some point just to get maybe more of the complete story of the band because it sounds like a totally wild thing.
Yeah,
Um,
I
but
looked it up. It's the drummer's memoirs, which are that book, Nick Mason.
okay,
Um,
cool.
it's a similar thing. I mean, not to the same level, maybe, but it's the same way. I didn't talk about this before, but Alter Bridge is formed. Three of the members of Alter Bridge were from Creed, that really
Hmm.
famous band in America from during the 90s. And it was the same thing with them. They fell out just because of pressures
Hmm.
of touring and substance abuse, especially from the singer's part, and I think also the bassist a little bit as well. And it was so much so that yeah, the singer would ride in a different uh, vehicle to the rest of them, and when they're on stage, they literally couldn't look at each other, and all this sort of thing. And it's just yeah, it's
Wow.
crazy how these bands can still operate. But then I mean that Creed split up because they just couldn't handle it anymore. Um, so
Yep.
now they're back together, and everybody's clean and everybody's sober as far as I'm aware, and they've reunited and the tours have been going very well, and they're even talking about maybe writing new music together. I think now it's more amicable because they understand that everyone's got their different projects, so it's not just Creed
Hmm.
only. So yeah, but the things that people do for money, right? They have to
Yeah.
put up with these assholes on stage that they despise, but they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. So just a totally wild like background to the story. And then as for the song itself, this actually comes in somewhere in the middle of the album.
Mm-hmm.
So the storyline goes along where the sort of protagonist Pink is building this wall brick by brick from like bad experiences and shutting himself away. And Hey You is the point in the concept where he has completed the wall and begins to regret his decisions and starts to cry out for help.
Mm-hmm.
So, why is this on your Desert Island disc, Scott Sword?
Um, okay, so I know there's a whole concept as we talked about behind this whole album and everything. Um, and I got introduced to Pink Floyd thanks to my father-in-law. He's a big prog, basically because he was from that generation, right? When the likes of Pink Floyd, King Crimson, Yes, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, all
Mm-hmm.
these sort of really iconic British prog bands were doing their thing.
Yep.
Um, so as a funny aside, I remember the first time I went round to my now parents-in-law's flat, um, to visit, and he insisted in getting all of his vinyl collection out and showing me every single record. Um,
Huh.
and I couldn't speak any Spanish at this point, and he was trying from the English he remembered from school was trying to say something. My now wife was there trying to help also translate. I knew nothing of these bands, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
now I've gotten to know some of them and I appreciate them, but at the time I was like, what is all this? Where's the metal? Where's the rock?
Yeah.
um, so yeah, we had ended up having quite a sort of interesting sort of collaborative relationship between the two of us. I'd ping him messages with uh, the likes of Shinedown and Alter Bridge and Metallica and heavy stuff, and then he would return the favor by pinging me Pink Floyd and all this sort of thing, right? So we'd have this sort of mutual sort of musical understanding that maybe
Mm-hmm.
we weren't into each other's music, but we ended up liking each other's music because we were picking back and forth. He ended up picking Metallica back to me, and I was like, oh my goodness, what have I done? He's maybe more into rocker than I am, but yeah. So Pink Floyd's because of him. Um, from Pink Floyd itself, it's not their most famous song. You think of things like "Comfortably Numb" or something from Dark Side of the Moon.
Which is the next song, by the
Right,
way.
right, is on the is on the album. But and this is going to sound awful, right? Given everything that Pink Floyd is and the prog and the concept and all this sort of thing, I actually
Mm-hmm.
don't care about any of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like a very fickle reason to put something on a Desert Island Discs. I
Mm-hmm.
just adore the guitar solo. I love the
Ah,
whole song,
okay.
but for me, I could just play this on loop for the solo, and we talked about it just by pure coincidence in the last song, like less is more. David
Mm-hmm.
Gilmour is just able to express so much emotion through very few notes, especially at the
Mm-hmm.
very beginning where that solo kicks in, and it's just that one note that just holds. And
Yep.
it sounds like it's crying, and I just
Mm-hmm.
adore it, and it gives me goosebumps every single time I hear it. That alone is enough. Just on vibes alone, it's on the list.
Awesome. That's very cool. I do not feel that way about this song. I Pink Floyd is one of those bands that sort of like you're saying, like it feels sort of blasphemous to say this, but I've never personally appreciated Pink Floyd very much in terms of my own taste. I appreciate them in the space of music, right? They're gigantic. You cannot deny their influence. I love the idea of their concept albums. Like I said, I like the idea behind the wall. I think it's a totally valid artistic expression. A lot of people have gotten a great deal out of this work, and I think it's great that they have. But Pink Floyd is a band that so far in my life just has not resonated with me personally.
Right.
And even re-listening to this now, it's like, yep, I can appreciate the work that the musicians in Pink Floyd do, but it's not, it's not my kind of music.
Mm.
So that's sort of
That's
where it is
I
for me.
mean
And then the other
that's fair.
thing, yeah, the other thing that gets to me about The Wall is it's such a bummer, man. It's such a downer. We talked about this with AB3. Like there are certain things where it's like if I come away from the experience and I'm just like, man, I just listened to something for like an hour and a half and I feel just utterly dejected. I tend to
well,
bounce off that experience.
well, I said it
And
before with the death metal. Life is not sunshine and bunnies all the time, right? There's gonna be
yeah,
downers, and I think it's gonna be that light and darkness to it, right? But I
yeah,
appreciate
I,
it's
I
you need something at the end to pick you up a little bit and give you a little bit of hope. And if there isn't that, then you're like, okay, well,
yeah, I think that's totally fair. I think it, depending on your reading of the song, right, the in the album as a whole, you can sort of take it as eventually because right, this is the turning point, right? He completes the wall, he realizes he's made a mistake, he tries to start taking the wall back down again, and the rest of the concept album is sort of him grappling with it and trying to reestablish human connection. And in this song, he fails. It's explicit in the lyrics, right? He fails, and the worms will eat into his brain, or whatever the actual lyrics are.
right, that's exactly it.
He's doomed to die alone, and it's horrible. So and then he gets drugged up in Comfortably Numb, which is the next song, and forced to perform like a zombie on stage, just dancing to the strings of the people who need him to perform.
Right,
Some of the band's feelings coming in there, maybe, I don't know, with that twisted history of theirs.
very well, very
Um,
possibly.
yeah, and so like, and then the whole thing, right, sort of comes to the conclusion where the wall comes falling down, but then they also include this hint at the end that loops back to the beginning, that maybe it's supposed to maybe imply that the whole thing is a cyclical process and he's going to start building the wall back up again because he can't escape the trauma. And I don't know. Um, So just that.
Yeah, this is why I didn't overthink the concept. Yeah. Cool guitar solo, right? It's going in.
Yeah. So I appreciate the fact that, you know, for you anyway, this is like, oh, this is an awesome guitar solo, because that much of it I can appreciate. But every time I hear it, I just think of all the context around it, because I have heard this song before. I have listened to The Wall. It's a sort of inescapable, in my experience, album from people around you. But I just never connected with it and never got super into it. And yeah, that's just sort of me and Pink Floyd. Yeah, I keep trying to come back. Like, there are certain artistic expressions that I know are very rich and people have found a lot of value in them that I try to sort of come back to every now and then. And sometimes I'm successful, sometimes I'm not. And revisiting this one, it was like, yeah, I'm not ready for this yet. It's still not for me. So, but you're right. It does have a cool guitar solo. And you're absolutely right that nobody else really sounds on guitar like David Gilmour. The like emotional expression, the texture of Pink Floyd, the soundscape that they create is totally unique.
Yeah. And
I think that's,
I know a song that will come on to later, but David Gilmour's guitar phrasing was actually a huge inspiration for Myles Kennedy for his Blackbird solo.
Yeah, which is totally fair. It's very cool. And it's sort of interesting, right? Like, you bring up, oh yeah, Opeth and Dream Theater have toured together. And, you know, like, I totally accept that the people who influence me, right, their influences mean a lot to them, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that I have to like their influences, but clearly the band themselves feels differently, right? And I wouldn't have their music without the music that came before, right? So there is something to that. Like, I remember I had this moment, this is sort of unrelated to music, but is related to that idea, where I remember I was talking about a book series, The Wheel of Time. And I was talking with this person, and The Wheel of Time is a really long book series. There's like something like 15 books in the main like story. And the author who started the series ended up passing away before he could finish. But he left an extensive series of notes, and they ultimately ended up picking another fantasy writer who is now the most famous fantasy writer working in the genre, Brandon Sanderson, to come and finish the series. And Brandon Sanderson loved The Wheel of Time, and the person who was the original author's wife, who had been also the editor throughout the entire process, was sort of like, this is the guy that is the right person to finish the series. So he finished the series, and I was talking with someone who they had only read the books in The Wheel of Time that Brandon Sanderson wrote, and was like, everything that came before was garbage. And that blew my mind. I was like, wait, you picked up book 12 and didn't care about 1 through 11? What is going on? I don't actually remember if it was book 12 or not. I was like, how could you even do that? How do you not appreciate the fact that Brandon Sanderson couldn't have finished the series if it hadn't been for Robert Jordan writing the first however many books? And the person was like, I don't have to like love the fact that, you know, this one author who I like was influenced by this other author who I don't like. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a fair point. I have nothing to say to that. I just think it's weird that you would have that opinion, but fair enough. So yeah, anyway, I realize that's a total sort of side thing, but I was reminded of it in the moment. So getting back to the actual Desert Island Disc thing, my next song for my Desert Island Discs is Scenes from an Italian Restaurant by Billy Joel. And the little intro that I wrote up for it was, in 1976, Billy Joel's career as a musician was in an uncertain place. He'd had some successes over his first 4 albums, including his signature hit, Piano Man, but the most recent record, Turnstiles, apparently didn't perform as well as the studio, Columbia Records, had hoped. Amid the pressure to release a real hit album, there was also a lot of tension as to who was going to produce it and what other musicians would be involved. Ultimately, though, producer Phil Ramone agreed to work on the project and had no issues with Joel using the band he was touring with at the time. It would be this album, The Stranger, that gave Billy Joel his big break. It included the hit singles Just the Way You Are, Movin' Out, Anthony's song, She's Always a Woman, and Only the Good Die Young. and the album as a whole peaked at number 2 on the charts, going on to sell more than 10 million copies worldwide. Scenes from an Italian Restaurant was never released as a single, but it would go on to be a staple of Joel's performances and is generally well regarded by critics, fans, and Billy Joel himself.
Well, that's good.
So
I'm glad that he likes it.
Yeah,
he wrote the thing.
Well, sometimes he doesn't. Billy Joel, I read an interview as part of the research for this process where the interviewer was sort of questioning him and was like, hey, why don't you write any new music? Because he sort of hit a point where he just stopped writing music and just performed all of his classic hits and things and became very focused on the live performance aspect rather than the songwriting aspect. And the Billy Joel's response in a nutshell was something like, I realized that I was never going to be as good of a songwriter as I wanted to be.
Oh.
And I get the sense that he was just constantly comparing himself to people like Beethoven and like other people who he like looked up to musically, and just felt like he'd given it enough of a try and was never going to hit the mark that he personally had for himself. So, I mean, you say it like, of course he wrote it, he's going to like it. I don't think that's always true, particularly not based off of that sort of answer from that interview I was reading.
I guess also, I mean, if you're the person writing it, like anything, if you're producing it, you see the faults in it. You might have been more critical. You go one way or the other, maybe. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know anything
right,
about him, so I don't know his attitude and stuff towards that sort of thing.
Yeah, and also just to give you, I started the thought saying I imagine that bands sometimes go through like loops where there's a song that the audience really wants to hear, but they're totally done with, right?
Mm.
And they're like, yeah, I don't really want to play this one anymore. And the audience is like, why won't they play the thing that I like, right? And so I imagine that can cause some tension in some certain like circumstances. But then also, like, one of the things that I was doing when we've already given away that I've got the Alter Bridge song Blackbird coming up. So I was researching that song, and that was one of the things that Wikipedia also included. It's like the band likes this song. So it does seem to be that something that, like, I don't know, I guess people who do the writing for Wikipedia pay attention to.
Nah, I think
if nothing else.
a lot of it for band material come from interviews from the band. When we get onto Blackbird, I can tell you a bit more about that because, fortunately, I've seen a lot of their interviews, so I kind of know a lot about that stuff.
Nice.
The scenes from Italian restaurant.
Back to scenes from an Italian restaurant. What are your thoughts?
I thought it was really cool. I called it a song sandwich because it's like three very distinctive sections, and it's kind of it starts with this very sort of intimate, almost like again the image that popped into my head was like European, Mediterranean terrace cafe, right? With music in the background. That's like the vibe. It gives me, and it's not nowhere near the same, but it's kind of a similar vibe to, there's a song that I wanted to include. I think I maybe had in an earlier rendition of my Designer disc called Parisian Walkways. That was also very close to being the first dance song at well, I was going to say my wedding, but the wedding with between me and my wife, but then she ended up vetoing it.
Okay.
It gives me the same sort of vibe, I guess, because it's called Parisian with like the European sort of setting. But then it suddenly takes this complete 180 in the middle of the song and almost becomes like, I thought, like a movie soundtrack with a sort of more sort of upbeat thing with this clearly this story about Brenda and Eddie, right, going on. More saxophone, yes, right.
Yep.
And then it slips back again. Once that Brenda and Eddie story kind of concludes, it slips back into that sort of Mediterranean, calmer sort of vibe. So in that sense, that's as far as I've gotten with it. It was very cool. There's a lot of sort of classical things in the background. It's a really nice song, and I thought vocally it was very impressive. I know nothing about it. Maybe I've heard Billy Joel's songs, but I don't recognize them by name. I'd have to listen to them. I'm not consciously aware that they're Billy Joel. But if this is the first time I have actually heard him, I thought he was vocally very impressive. So I was like, cool. I thought it was a bit of a wacky song because of the sandwich sort of effect of it. I preferred the beginning and end. I'm not the biggest fan of the middle section. That's just me. But It was
Hmm.
interesting, and yeah, I liked it. I listened to it multiple times, and I thought it was very cool.
Cool. Yeah, I like it all the way through personally, but yeah, like this song hit me at sort of a key transitional period in my life, and I thought it was kind of cool that you get these, scenes from this Italian restaurant, right, where it's like you have these people who are meeting up, and then they start reminiscing about their youth, and they start reminiscing about their friends, Brenda and Eddie. Which it's funny that you compare it to a sandwich because the context in which I originally heard it was not the album where it first came out on. It was a compilation thing for iTunes much later. And the final part of that iTunes compilation is this sort of, I don't know what to call it. It's like an explanatory concert where Billy Joel is in front of a crowd. Like you can tell it was taped live in front of a crowd. And he's sort of breaking down all of his songs and his most iconic work over the years and explaining his thought process in writing the songs. And sort of the analogy that he went to with this song is just like the meat and potatoes of this song is the Ballad of Brenda and Eddie, right?
Right.
Which is the middle part
Hmm.
you're talking about. And it's got all these different sort of pieces that go into it. And just Billy Joel in general, right? Like he has this way of just writing about life. So his signature song that I mentioned earlier, Piano Man, is literally just about him spending time in a bar playing piano and the sorts of people who would walk in and the lives they were leading. And it's just this like glimpse into a moment in time. And it causes you to sort of reflect on the everyday lives of people and the meaning that they have. And that approach really resonated with me. And I think part of the reason why it did was because I got this Billy Joel collection on iTunes as a part of this transition where I was leaving college and I was going to Japan.
Hmm.
And so I was at this transitionary life moment where, like, for the first time in my life, I was going to be on my own. I was going to a foreign country. I didn't know the culture. I wanted something to, like, ground me in America, but I also wanted it to be new and not just the same stuff I was always listening to. And I had previously had some experience with like a Billy Joel song where when I was in high school, I was in a select choir group and we would do shows and performances and things. And one of the things that we would do as part of that is there would be this like reunion concert series. And so I had recorded a number of people who had once been in this show choir performing the Billy Joel song for the longest time. And they had done it as an a cappella number. And it was sort of this thing where I felt like, and then there was another time when I was again in high school when I was like, okay, I can sing this song. Like we were supposed to learn a Billy Joel song for our concert performance, and then we ended up having to cut it because we didn't have enough time. And so there was always this allure of like, what is this hidden song that we never got to sing by this mysterious artist, Billy Joel? um, and eventually it got to the point where I was like, you know what? I want to go back. There's this like iTunes collection where it includes that final disc where you get Billy Joel's own perspective on some of his songs, and it's got a collection of all of his greatest hits. And it really, I can't imagine what my time in Japan would have been like if I hadn't bought that because it was just such a part of my life experience at that time. It was really fascinating.
Hmm.
Yep.
It's just yeah, it's what you said before, right? Music can just come along at the right moment in your life, and it really resonates with that particular time period. So that's very personal.
Absolutely.
That's very personal.
Hmm. So yeah, it's had to go on the list.
Yeah, understandably so.
So all right, let's go back to your list with you'll have the song faster than I have. What are we up to?
Number 7, so Love Can Only Heal by Miles
Yes,
Kennedy,
that's right.
making a
Off the
second
debut
appearance.
solo album for Miles Kennedy, Year of the Tiger, which came out in 2018.
Hmm.
Wikipedia says it features a stripped back blues based sound, and it is a concept album exploring the death of Kennedy's father in 1974.
Yes.
So
That,
why is this on your Desert Island Discs? Or if you want to elaborate on that,
that's
feel free.
that's probably all it says. There's probably not much on Wikipedia about this album,
No, there's hardly anything. Yeah.
right? Yeah, it's it was an album that was a long time in the making in terms of
Hmm.
being a Miles Kennedy solo album. It was it was an idea that he'd floated for quite a long time. And if I'm not mistaken, he actually did record one. And even someone, I think, I don't know about Tremonti, but I know Slash, I think, was a guest star on it. And it all got recorded and finalized. And then as he was about to release it, Miles Kennedy basically shelved it. He for whatever reason, the songs had maybe for some reason had gone past their shelf life. There was something about it.
Mm.
It didn't resonate with him anymore, or maybe there was too much time that because probably at that point he would have been uh he had his time split between Older Bridge and then also touring with Slash because they've got outside of Guns N' Roses, Slash has another project and Miles Kennedy is the lead vocalist for that.
Hmm.
So it's just possible that the time period where he was in the studio and then the time period where he's going to go and actually check over the mastered version and then release it, whatever, something happened and they lost their shelf life and they weren't speaking to him anymore. So he put it away, went right, I'll come back to it, and he had this lyric from I thought it was more recent, but it was apparently years before when he was mowing his lawn.
Hmm.
The melody of the chorus of the intro song, which is also called "Year of the Tiger," um, popped into his brain, and he started humming it, and he liked it, and he just recorded it into his like little phone recorder or dictaphone or something. And
Hmm.
then when he was then trying to think about how on earth am I going to write this now second solo album, even though it's his first one, where's the inspiration going to come from? What am I going to talk about? He found the snippet with him saying, the lyric is, "In the year of the tiger, I won't weep and moan." I'm not going to sing it because I can't do it justice. And he was like, "What the hell
Hmm.
does year of the tiger mean? What the hell is that?"
Hmm.
And he researched it, and it's obviously tiger is one of the animals of the Chinese zodiac. And
Yes.
the year of 1974 is the year of the tiger, and it was the same year in which his biological father died. And this was
Wow.
something that Miles had never really written about lyrically. Um,
Hmm.
he had tackled the issue before in AB3, but that was more because of his loss of religion. So it's a
Hmm.
quick. I've never talked about this as a quick background, so people can understand this song and how profound this album is. Uh, Miles Kennedy was brought up in a Christian Scientist household, and when he was, I think it was 2 or 3 years old, his biological father became sick with appendicitis. But because of his Christian Science belief, he refused to see a doctor or refused to get treated. Excuse
Hmm.
me. So, um, even though he had a purely curable, condition, um, his father passed away, and then
Hmm.
um, they were living in Boston at the time, and then they ended up moving, and his mum remarried, and they settled in Washington State on the West Coast, and that's where Miles Kennedy still lives now. Um, and he was still brought up. His stepfather is a minister. I can't remember now what denomination, but it wasn't as strict as Christian Scientist, but it was still involved with the church. And there's a funny story that Miles Kennedy talked about recently where he was he was invited by the older members of the church to do a performance for the congregation, right? And at that time, in his teenage days, he was in an air guitar band, and they actually had an air. He was air guitarist and air drums and everything, right? So
Wow.
imagine these teenage boys going into the church and then choosing to do renditions of bands such as Judas Priest, and they were politely told to never do that again. But unfortunately, his stepfather said to him, "Why don't you just learn to play real guitar?" And then he was off on that journey. Anyway, um, but as Miles Kennedy got into his adult life, he was really started questioning his upbringing and his beliefs. And we talked about it
Hmm.
before, but the AB3 album is basically the culmination of that, where he basically rejects his religion. And
Hmm.
AB3 is all about that real struggle about for him, like the scales falling from his eyes and everything that he thought was his foundation was suddenly gone, and dealing with all that and the isolation and the void within him and all this sort of stuff. So he's talked about it before, but he's never talked about the actual events of his biological father passing, and this is what this album is. So once he realized, okay, for some reason the universe wants me to talk about this, let's talk about it. So he wrote an entire concept album about it. A lot of it is actually written from the perspective of his mother, not from him.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I did read somewhere that this is one of those songs, "Love Can Only Heal." It's takes the point of view of Miles Kennedy's mother after his father died, dealing with raising kids after having lost a loved one.
I would say that's probably more the album as a whole.
Okay.
The reason why I'm saying that is because I also know the only from the concept album, which Year of the Tiger is, the only song from the ditched solo album that remained was Love Can Only Heal. It's a song I think it got reworked, but I think it was a song that was originated prior to this concept album writing period. There are other songs, and yeah, you can definitely hear it. It's written from the perspective of the mother seeing it, and he did talk to his mother to get her perspective on certain things. This is probably a song. I don't know how you felt about the song, but it's a song that probably loses its impact when it's viewed in isolation.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like, I liked the song, but when I researched what it was about and what was behind it, it immediately took on a different, like, it hit different, right?
Right.
Just completely different experience knowing the background of the song.
Right. And it's not just
it's like do you know the song Drops of Jupiter?
No. At least not by name.
Okay. Yeah, it was very popular on the radio over here for a long time. And I remember sort of writing it off for a while. And another Rick Beato mention. I was watching What Makes the Song Great by Rick Beato of this song. And I can't remember if it was Rick Beato himself or people in the comments, but they were talking about the conception behind the song of being this idea of the lyricist of his mother who had recently passed away, having been deceased for I think like over a year. The idea is she goes across the universe and then comes back to check in on him. And without hearing that context, it sounds sort of like a generic love song and never really impressed me a huge amount. And then I heard that background and was like, oh, like that completely changes the trajectory of the song for me. And I ended up getting really into it like way after the song was popular. So
right.
Not that this is the exact same thing, but it's the same sort of idea where when you learn the context behind a thing, it can totally change your reaction to it sometimes. So
Absolutely.
Not having that for me, I was like, this is a good song. Miles Kennedy's a great singer, right? That was another one of the takeaways for me. And I was like, I'm not entirely sure I can follow these lyrics. Like, I think they sort of make sense straightforwardly, but I'm not getting like a bigger idea. And then again, like you look up the larger context and it like, boom, it clicks. And you're like, okay, I have a much better idea of what's going on now.
Mm-hmm. And I hate to keep sort of going on about sort of the background to the song rather than the song itself, but compared to the previous song, which was just I like the guitar solo, this one I'm deeply passionate about from just the whole, not just the song itself, but the whole context behind it. So I want to go into it a bit more. So it's not just the background story of it's about his father passing away. It's also the placement within the album.
Okay.
Up until this point, the album is a downer, but you can appreciate why given the subject matter.
Yeah.
This is a really difficult topic that he's trying to, because it's not just, I mean, he's talked about death before, like Blackbird is, I think, it was the death of his first guitar teacher. Yeah, I think he was the guy who sold his first guitar. That was the inspiration.
His first guitar. Yep.
Right. So they've and Loving Memory, and so they've talked about death before, but I think this one is so much more because the fact it's not just a family member, but it's your biological father, and because Miles Kennedy was so young, he doesn't remember him. It's a ghost. It's just it's a name that, I mean, Kennedy's not even his real I mean, I think it was Kennedy is his adopted name from his stepfather.
Okay.
So he doesn't even use his biological father's name, right? So it's like this
Mm-hmm.
ghost of a person in his
Yeah.
life. He doesn't know who he is. So you've got songs up, beforehand talking about the death and the almost like the funeral procession, and then you've got other songs. There's one called Blind Faith where Miles is trying to talk to him and saying, you know, you were blinded by your own faith. You prioritize that over, your family. And then there's another one of a very similar vein to that, before Love Can Only Heal, called Nothing But a Name. This song just
Mm-hmm.
hits so hard. And I'm going to say it personally for me, I've lost people in my life, but I've been very fortunate. I've not lost somebody as close to me as that. But he has a way of just writing lyrics, and he's just that the song before just hits so damn hard when he's saying that you only left me with a name. I have no memory of you.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
I remember listening, and I knew what the album was about, but I remember listening to it in one sitting, and I felt it, and I was like, oh my god, this is so hard to listen to. And I got through Nothing But a Name. I'm like, okay, I'm fine. And then Love Can Only Heal comes in, and this is where the album takes the turn in terms of you're gonna get through it. You're gonna have to get past this and keep living. And it does take a positive turn.
Mm-hmm.
But this, I mean, the song itself is quite basic. But someone like Miles
Mm-hmm.
Kennedy is so skilled enough that he can make the phrase "Love can only heal" repeated so often hit so
Yep.
hard. And I remember listening to it the first time, and as soon as the guitar kicks in again, it's like almost like, "Hey you," it's like it's crying, and I just bawl my
Mm-hmm.
eyes out. And I don't do it now so much, but I get goosebumps every single damn time I listen to this song. And
Mm-hmm.
for me who I can't connect it with my own experience throughout my life, it still had such a profound effect on me. And I hope, I mean, I know in my life this is going to happen where I'm going to lose people around me, and I'm going to come back to this album because it will
Mm-hmm.
speak so truthfully about the situation. So it's a song. It's on the playlist because I know the entire. Not only is it a beautiful song, but I know the entire
Mm-hmm.
context of where it builds up to that point. I
Yep.
recommend to anybody to listen to Year of the Tiger and just go in with no. You know what the context is now. It's not really. It's a bit of a spoiler, but don't. In terms of the music, don't. When you listen, a lot of people got put off by it when they heard because Year of the Tiger got released first, and a lot of people were
Mm-hmm.
like, what's this? This is not rock. We're not listening to this." And they
Mm-hmm.
really missed out on a gem of an album. If it
Yeah.
wasn't for Fortress, I would take this album on its own to my desert island,
Nice.
and I'd be incredibly happy. So there you
Yeah,
go.
I think I'll have to check out the album as a whole because I like the song, but you're right. It's totally different when you just listen to this as a song compared to having all that background.
Right. And also, there's a little tidbit as well for you. The fact that we watched the Alter Bridge Royal Albert Hall concert. There's song number three, song number two. Oh no, song number two on the album is called "The Great Beyond." And thanks to the collaboration at the Royal Albert Hall, Miles Kennedy asked the Parallax Orchestra to play on that track.
Oh, cool.
So there's a continuation of that collaboration. So
Nice.
it's awesome. It's
Yeah,
a it's a fantastic album.
inadvertently have been listening to this in the right order.
So there you go. It's yeah, just incredible. Just yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. There you go.
All right. So, moving on, we come back to my list. And my next pick is Blues Drive Monster by the band The Pillows. Uh, I went onto Japanese Wikipedia for this, as well as English. And the Japanese Wikipedia page for The Pillows breaks the band's career into various stages. The first period is when the band first formed under the leadership of bassist Kenji Ueda. The second is the period when vocalist Sawao Yamanaka took up the leadership role after Ueda stepped away, and is defined by an experimental phase which saw the band looking for how they could make songs that would be popular. The third stage in the band's career is marked by the release of the single Strange Chameleon, at which point the Pillows decided to abandon their pursuit of popular sounds and focus on making the music they believed in. It was in this part of their career when the band gained the most traction. And the 1998 album Little Busters was the second album released in this era of the band, though it was their sixth overall. While that's the original context for Blues Drive Monster, though, that's not how it found its way to me. The following year, 1999, the anime studio Gainax approached the band's management and asked to license the group's 3 latest albums for inclusion in the show FLCL, or Furikuri. They agreed, and the resulting anime would release in the US in 2003. So, this song was featured on the soundtrack for that show, and eventually I would pick that up. And this is sort of one that I watched FLCL back when it first came out and fell in love with it, and I liked all the music from it, but it never really went any further than that. And that in and of itself wouldn't be enough to put this on my Desert Island Discs. But ultimately, it was when I was living in Japan, hanging out with some of my friends, and one of them put on a song that I recognized. And I was like, I know this song, but I don't know where it's from. Like, what are you doing? Like, where'd you get this karaoke pick from? And a guy who would eventually become one of my closest friends in Japan was like, oh, it's from FLCL. And I was like, oh, I love that anime, right? And so it was this bonding moment between me and my friend. And it like, that got me to then buy the release for the anime soundtrack, right? Essentially, which is sort of like the third original soundtrack for FLCL is basically just like mixtape of the Gainax staff for the band The Pillows. And I fell in love with it start to finish. This was on my playlist when I was doing my walk of Japan, when I was starting to feel like ground down and like I was walking through the rain, and it was just miserable out and I needed something to pick me up and keep me going. I was like, it's time for the FLCL OST. Here we go. And Blues Drive Monster is one of the ones that I would look forward to every time. So I'm curious to hear what you made of it.
I mean, I can definitely see the upbeat nature of it, right? It's up. I was, as I was listening to it, I was trying to work out without knowing anything about it. How old is this song? And I kind of went, wow, it's kind of like, because I didn't know also, I could tell from the lyrics, obviously, from the name, no, but from the lyrics, it wasn't an English or American band. But I was thinking like, what year is this from? And I was thinking, well, is it like early 2000s? It sounds like that sort of alt rock thing that was going around. And I looked, I was like, well, late 90s. Yeah, okay, that's kind of on the money then. Definitely
Yep. They're very influenced in like just regular rock and alt rock.
Yeah.
The biggest influence on The Pillows, as far as I understand it.
Yeah, that definitely works. I don't know, for me it's not quite my thing, just because, I like slightly more progressive stuff. Alt rock doesn't quite do it for me, but I think also because I didn't understand the lyrics, and it's funny, just by pure coincidence, like you sent me a translated version of the lyrics, or your interpretation of the lyrics in English. So I did listen to it again. Albeit I only had time to listen to it once through, and trying to understand the lyrics. I was like, okay, you connect with something a little bit more if you can understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out what the monster is. I'm trying to work out if it's a literal monster or if it's something to do with like, is music the monster, or it's something like a monster is like the unsatisfied with your life or whatever. I can't quite work out what the theming of the song is.
So my interpretation. So first of all, I'm curious because I tried as hard as I could to make it so that you could potentially sing my lyrics. It was a little challenge I set to myself. I was like, I could just translate this for meaning, but I want to make it so that you could like sing my version of the lyrics to the song. So just like looking at the version of the first verse that I did here. You would think that there was something on my glasses wherever I look. Right? I'm not a great singer, but gives you a general idea of the sort of...
it goes with the rhythm of the song. Yeah.
Sound pattern I was going for. When you did like listen to the song and were like following through the lyrics, did they feel like they were keeping, like, were you able to read the English and sort of in time with the Japanese?
Yeah, pretty much. I thought I was getting quite worried I would lose like my pace or but it didn't. I mean, it helped. There was a couple of parts where it says like morning station, power
Yeah,
station. Those are in English.
that's just yeah, that's just in English in the original. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, right. But it was quite interesting. I was reading it through, and then it would say it. I was like, oh, okay, I'm actually at the right pace. Okay, this is quite good then. So yeah, not that I attempted to sing in any way, but yeah, the phrasing and the timing worked in terms of reading it. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Good. Awesome. That's a minor win for me. So I'm glad to hear that. Maybe I'll post my translation in my like accompanying comment to this video. So if anyone's curious, you can see what I did with it. But my sort of interpretation of the song is that the Blues Drive Monster is the music. It's like, but it's like this actual creature, right? So he's phasing his normal life as if he's in a monster movie, and it's one of those things where you want the monster to win. He has this lyric where he's like, "I want you to defeat the hero of this era that we're living in."
Mm,
Um, and the adults who are like the hero and the adults who represent the order and life as it is, where you're
right.
trying to control your emotions and sort of keep everything down, are trying to slay this monster because it terrifies them.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, it's like the hero from the perspective of the song, as opposed to the like hero of the era that they're living in, is trying to ride this Blues Drive monster and just destroy the status quo and get to a place where he can express his emotions freely and that's considered normal and not like frowned upon, and just sort of live free in like that sort of idea, right? But it's all done up like it's this monster movie.
Mm-hmm.
uh and I just find that fun. I just love that concept.
Yeah. I'm glad I got
This is
that
another
because
one.
when I read the lyrics through once, I was like, oh, okay, that kind of sounds like the way you say it, destroy the status quo, which is something like all generations fight through, right?
Yes.
New generations are always trying to break away from the old, and the old are like, oh, look at this horrible new generation and the stuff they're listening to, all the stuff they're watching, and whatever. Always heard it from my mum talking about her growing up, in the '60s and all the pirate radio stations and the backlash from the government and the more conservative members of society were not happy with the stuff they were listening to and whatnot. And yeah, I think that's
Right.
just a timeless sort of thing. So that's cool. I think I definitely connected with it more once I was able to hear the lyrics a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's
I
definitely
was
upbeat.
curious.
So yeah.
Yeah, I was curious how you were going to react to it, like not being able to understand it, because that's something that I don't like. I don't subject myself to music that I don't understand. So I was kind of like, I don't know if Scott Storch's going to appreciate this, not knowing what any of the words mean, because the words are part of the appeal to me.
Right. I think in a case like that, I mean, we talk about guttural vocals, and a lot of the time I don't understand them either. It's only then over a lot of listens, and then by reading them, I can understand them. But I think it's a case of
Hmm.
you need to try and find something else in the song that you can like hook onto that will drag you back in, and then you'll just over time, you'll go digging for the lyrics in a different language or something, right?
Hmm.
But just with the initial listen, you're not going to. So you need something,
Right.
and without you just off your own back saying, "Oh, here are the lyrics in English."
Hmm.
For me, it'd just be a standard old rock song. I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand what the lyrics are about. Okay, it's not
Yep.
quite the type of genre I really like. It's
Hmm.
not as much to get my teeth into. So, but yeah, it definitely added a new dimension once I saw the lyrics. Um,
Cool. Yeah, it's good to know. I was super curious about that, and so it was like, yeah, makes sense. Um, Okay, so why don't we move on? I think your next song here is Riviera Paradise.
it is by Steve Ray
All
Vaughan.
right, by Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yes, this comes from the album In Step, the fourth album by Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble. It was released in 1989.
Hmm.
It was also the last album to be released in Vaughan's lifetime, as he would perish in a helicopter crash in 1990.
Sadly, so yes. I wish
Yeah,
that that were not true, but yes. Um,
yeah.
Another one.
It's tragic. Like there's a number of I feel like famous musicians who die young, and it's just another one of many. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes it's because of the constant substance abuse or the mental place that they go to when they make their art or something like that. And this one, it's like, nope, He
No.
was at a point in his life where it sounds like he'd sort of cleaned up his act and
Yeah.
was getting things together and really poised to make a comeback and get back on the sort of music making path in a serious way. And he dies in a helicopter crash, and there's nothing you can do about that. So
Yeah. I think
it's a real tragedy.
that's the saddest bit about it for me. Not that
Hmm.
a musician died to substance abuse or whatever is not sad, of course it is, but
It is, yeah.
he'd made a deliberate effort to turn his life around, and
Hmm.
even though maybe some people might argue he lost a little bit of the rawness from his live playing because um, he didn't have those substances behind him. His technical prowess was just getting better, and he was
Hmm.
starting to experiment. And this type of song might have been unimaginable for him. Say even 2-3 years prior to it, to him. So yeah, he was a flame that burned extremely brightly and got snuffed out way too fast. Um,
Hmm.
this is another one thanks to my father-in-law. Um, um, I wasn't into blues before meeting him really,
Hmm.
and I only first learned about it when my the I think it might have been the first Christmas after my wife and I had met, and she went back to Spain, I went back up home, and in the north of Scotland, and we we were just chatting over Facebook or Skype. You can tell age again, based upon
Hmm.
that. And I just asked, "Oh, what are you doing?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm having to sort of translate lyrics for a song for my dad." I was like, "Oh, what's the song?" And she pinged it to me, and it was "Tin Pan Alley" by Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Oh, okay.
So I
Hmm.
listened to it, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is so slow." Because I was in my shine down bubble and couldn't see anything out at
Hmm.
that time. So, oh, this is so slow and boring. Nope, not listen to this. But then, you know, once I did get introduced to Stevie Ray Vaughan, I was starting to open up a little bit more to other stuff, and it was again probably one of the first visits I made to my parents-in-law, and my father-in-law told me to come into the lounge, and he pointed to the chair and said, "Sit there." So I sat in one
Hmm.
armchair, he sat in the other, and he put on the live album Live at El Macambo,
Hmm.
with Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble. And this is a very early concert. This is before they got the keyboard player Richard Ryman, I think his name was. Oh, it still is. He's still around. So it's only just the three of them, and my jaw was on the floor for the entire concert. I never seen someone so connected to the instrument they were playing, and it was like an extension of his body. It was just so natural. And
Hmm.
even if, as a live player, even if he tripped up, he would always find a way of getting back onto his feet again and getting back onto the rhythm. And the fact he was the only guitarist, he was having to do these double duties of
Hmm.
rhythm and lead, which is so impressive. And then
Yep.
those two, the drummer and the bassist, had probably the best job in music. They just held the rhythm and went, right, just let him go off, and they could just watch him go nuts every single night, and the audience were lapping it
Yep.
up. And it was just incredible.
Yeah. That's the thing about this track for me. Like, I've been exposed to Stevie Ray Vaughan every now and then, and this is sort of the ones where I appreciate his music, but if I listen to too much of it in a row, uh, it starts to lose me.
Mm,
But, that's just me personally. But the thing that always impresses me is just how natural and smooth everything feels.
yeah.
It's incredible, like you said, and just really accomplished playing. And he does things that are really amazing that you have to sort of stop and go and re-listen to actually appreciate them, because if you just have it on in the background or something, it feels normal.
Mm,
He's that natural with it. It's amazing.
right. I mean, my father-in-law have had the same conversation multiple times about comparing him with Eric Clapton.
Hmm.
And don't get me wrong, like I appreciate what Eric Clapton has done in terms of like the blues genre, and I cannot doubt that he is a good guitar player. But when
Hmm.
he plays, I feel nothing.
Hmm.
There's just something about technically extreme, technically better than Stevie Ray Vaughan. He plays note perfect every time, but I feel nothing.
Hmm.
Whereas Stevie Ray Vaughan, I'm on it. Yep, I'm totally engaged with what he is trying to do. and
Hmm.
I will listen to I often go back and listen to his stuff. So trying to pick one song is very tricky.
Kind of.
I could have done Tin Pan Alley, Texas Flood, but I decided to go for
Hmm.
this one just because I also need a little bit of jazz on here because at the moment there's no
Yep.
jazz. I was like, well, I can do two birds with one stone here if I pick Stevie Ray Vaughan
Hmm.
and Riviera Paradise, which is sort of like his jazz fusion thing. So it's
Yep.
not a stereotypical Stevie Ray Vaughan song, but
Hmm.
two birds with one stone, and it is probably technically his best song. And even though he's not
Hmm.
singing, which is because he's a good singer as well, but
Yep.
I love it. It's just yeah.
Yeah, I loved it. I wrote specifically. This definitely feels like a nice change of pace compared to some of the other tracks on this
Mhm.
list. You can tell this is a little bit more the place where I feel comfortable.
Mhm.
I like the jazz feel. The piano that comes in just
Right.
works beautifully as well. Um, Good use of stereo, like fun use of the instrument with the pluck string. It's very cool. Excellent song.
Right.
So yeah, it is funny that you mentioned that Eric Clapton. I know very very little about Eric Clapton. I know basically I think two things, and actually one of which is because the one song that I got in my library for of Eric Clapton's on my own was "Tears in Heaven" because my parents would listen to it all the time, and that was the only context I had for that song. And I don't know if you're familiar, but apparently Eric Clapton had this terrible tragedy happen to him where his young child was playing in a hotel room
Mhm.
and the window was open and
Yep.
fell to his death.
Yeah, I have heard
And
that. Yeah.
yeah, wrote that's what the song Tears in Heaven was about. And so I went from this is another song where like hearing the background totally changed the song for me because I went from being like, oh, my parents listen to this song a lot and I like it. And I started listening to it and I liked it. And then I think it was my mom who was like, do you know the story behind that song? And I was like, nope. And she told me and I was like, whoa. So it's sort of funny to me that that's like the one Eric Clapton thing I know, and it's so emotional that like every time I hear that song and you being like, yeah, I feel nothing when he plays.
Right. I know it sounds weird. I would rather listen to something like Derek and the Dominoes or Cream, which are other Eric Clapton projects, rather than Eric Clapton's solo stuff.
Hmm.
And I remember like a few years ago, he did a special concert at the Royal Albert Hall when it was actually put into the cinema as a feature film. It's
Hmm.
called Slow Hand at 70, and I can't deny, like, it was a good watch. Is he technically proficient? Yes. Good
Hmm.
connection with other musicians? Yes. But do I get emotion? No. And for
Hmm.
me, I think emotion is number one for music. If you're not
Yeah.
moved in some way, then you're not going to listen to it. You're going to find something else. So for me, Stevie
Well,
Ray
I
Vaughan
think
will
that
always do
depends
it.
on the type of. I think that depends on the type of listener you are. Like I said, there are some people who I know who listen to just very very technical music
Hmm.
and can appreciate the technicality and just love it, and that's what they want to hear.
Right, but
So
I think you're engaged with the technicality though. You listen to it and
yeah,
you are moved by the technicality of it.
I suppose. I suppose that's fair. Um, but yeah, it's funny because, like I said, I know very little about Eric Clapton. The other thing I know is he's cited. I don't know if he alone is responsible for this, but he's cited in the history of Jethro Tull, who we'll get to at some point. Uh,
Pretty soon.
is cited as one of the reasons why Ian Anderson decided he wanted to stop playing guitar because Anderson was like, "I'm never going to be as good as that guy," right? Like this,
Uh,
there's these guitarists out there who are just like super guitarists, and I want to stand out on my instrument. So he decided to teach himself flute.
well, in the long run, probably good decision in terms
Yeah,
of what he does with that.
it worked
You know,
out. It's an incredible story. Like I to be fair, that's one of the stories about Eric Clapton that I've not really done a lot of digging on because again, I don't know a whole lot about it. Only happened to come up in the like Wikipedia page for Jethro Tull. So take that with a grain of salt. I've been wrong a lot on this podcast. You should probably know by now that everything I say is a little bit suspect.
Well, the other story I know about Eric Clapton is one that, again, I don't know if it's true or not, but my father-in-law has told it to me multiple times. So I'm just gonna I'll take his word with verbatim that it's
Mhm.
right. Eric Clapton um heard a very young Stevie Ray Vaughan on the radio, and he couldn't keep driving. He had to stop. He had to pull over and stop and work out and listen who that guitarist was because he was so
Oh,
enthralled by it.
cool.
So he was a big fan. I think even the night that Stevie Ray Vaughan died, I think he was with Eric Clapton because I think they're at some sort of like charity gig or something together. There might
Oh,
be even
wow.
a member of Eric Clapton's entourage, I think, in the helicopter. I now can't remember. There's definitely some sort of story where they were connected on the night that Stevie Ray Vaughan died. But then Stevie Ray Vaughan, he had an incredible history. For the career he ended up being on David Bowie's Let's Dance album. Um,
Hmm.
and he went to a jazz festival in Montreux, and they booed him off the stage because they didn't like this
Wow.
sort of blues guy from Texas coming along. But then I think 3 years later he went back and he got a standing ovation.
Wow.
um, so there you go. Yeah, yeah.
What a story.
What a short career, but so much happened in it.
Absolutely. Well, we got a little sidetracked there, but that's normal for us. Next on my list is These Days by Jackson Browne. And unlike the other songs on my list, These Days actually predates songwriter Jackson Browne's own professional music debut. It was first written when Browne was only 16. An early version of it was included as a part of demo recordings sent out in January of 1967. The hope was that another artist would choose to do a professional recording of one of the songs. In the case of These Days, the first of these artists would be the singer Nico, who released it as part of her October 1967 album Chelsea Girl. Many other artists would also produce versions of this song, including Jackson Browne himself on his second album, For Every Man, released in 1973.
Mm-hmm.
However, even this would not be the context in which I first discovered it. Instead, the specific recording of the song that I'd include in my Desert Island Discs comes from the Jackson Browne solo acoustic live album released in 2005. So, what did you make of this, Scott Sword?
This is one of the songs off the playlist I sort of neglected a little bit, just
Okay.
because I think songs at the beginning of playlists you always kind of listen to first anyway. And I think
Yeah.
because of maybe Blue Drives Monster, maybe not resonated with me so much, and then I was
Mm-hmm.
because of the next song that's coming on the list is such this mammoth song.
Yeah.
That dominates my attention. So I actually suddenly realized quite close to doing this podcast, I was like, I actually don't know what that song sounds like, even though I have heard it multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
It hadn't stuck in my brain. So I listened to it again, and I love it. I think it's really cool. I think similar to Peace of Mind, there's a timeless nature about it. The lyrics, I was reading through the lyrics
Yeah.
on Spotify as I was playing. I was like, yeah, this could be written in 2025 and it would be spot on.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very impressive for a song that's 50 years old. It's very impressive
Yeah.
stuff. Um,
I can't believe he wrote that at 16.
that's very impressive.
Don't you
That's
don't
very
you
impressive.
confront me with my failures. I have not forgotten them. What 16-year-old writes those lyrics?
Clearly, one with a very a troubled adolescence,
Yeah,
or
clearly.
one who has very good foresight.
Yeah.
Um,
Seriously.
yeah. But there's a certain. I mean, I know it's acoustic, so I mean, maybe here the original it might not be like that, but there's a certain melancholy to it. But there's also a
Oh
pick me
yeah.
up nature to it as well. It's very reflective. So I mean, yeah, I don't know how often I'll go back to listen to it, but as soon as I listened to it, I was like,
Hmm.
and I listened to it properly. I was like, yeah, I can definitely see why someone would like this. This is fun. I mean, again, it's not heavy for me,
Hmm.
but I liked it, and I can definitely see how people
Cool.
can resonate with the song. It's yeah, a really good choice in my
Yeah.
opinion.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. And as for why it's on my Desert Island discs, this is the stand-in representative. There's sort of a whole genre is not the right word, but one of my other close friends in Japan. Well, I met him in Japan. He now lives in the United States, and we don't see each other anymore quite as much as I would like. But life is what it is. But he was one of my closest friends when I lived in Japan, and he introduced me to all kinds of music. And this is a theme with me, sort of a running theme that you can get, right? Is that if I'm into music, a lot of it comes through an introduction by someone else.
Mhm.
I'm not like, this is something about myself that I sort of want to maybe remedy a little bit going forward. I want to be a little bit more active in the way that I seek out music. But on the other hand, I do like that I can sort of tie a lot of my musical tastes and songs and things to people I know and sort of have that connection through them. And so there's all sorts of things that he introduced me to. He sort of reintroduced me, not for the, so I was already familiar with this band, the band Cake, but he reintroduced me to them. And in a way that I'd never fully gotten into them before, but he was like, no, like all these albums by Cake, like they're really good. You need to listen to like all this stuff. So that was one of the musical influences. There's a bunch of Japanese bands. I wanted to include a Japanese band on this list, so that was sort of the last one. But he also, this friend of mine, introduced me to a lot of Japanese artists that he would listen to, and that I got influenced by. Ben Folds, another one of his sort of major inspirations that he introduced me to, and another contender would have been uh, shoot, thought just shot out of my head. But anyway, he introduced me to a whole bunch of different artists and songs that I never would have been exposed to on my own. And the one that I decided to represent from this like friendship of mine and all the music he shared with me was this one, specifically because of that sort of melancholy tone and that feel melancholy yet hopeful, and that the lyrics again that I personally feel like you said, they're timeless and you can connect with them and it's reflective. The whole thing starts with I've been out walking, which appeals to me.
Mhm.
It's on a very surface level. So I just really found it to be, of all of the many songs and genres and things that my friend introduced me to, I think it's this solo acoustic Jackson Browne album that I returned to the most over the years, with the potential exception of Cake. But even then, I think these days is the one that I have to give it to, especially because I've since just organically, not even knowing it, gone to like listen to some other bands and things and heard their version of this song. So it sort of feels like the song is like following me throughout my life, as every now and then I get to another artist who's done their version of it. It's kind of fun.
Right. You can reconnect with it all over again.
Yep.
Mhm.
So, yep, that's These Days by Jackson Browne.
Good
So,
choice.
what's your next one, Scott Sword?
Mine is The Show Must Go On by the legendary Queen.
Of course, yes. This comes off of the album Innuendo, which is Queen's 14th album. Not quite as high in number as Iron Maiden's 16, I think it was, for Book of Souls, but still, like if you're on album number 14, you're doing something right. It was released in 1991. It was the last album to be released in singer Freddie Mercury's lifetime. And the song chronicles the effort of Mercury continuing to perform despite approaching the end of his life.
Right.
So, why is this one on your list, Scott Sword?
Well, I feel for me the Desert Island Discs, I had to get either the Beatles or Queen onto here, and Queen make the cut. Nothing against the Beatles, but especially sort of more recently in my life, this has really become my sort of inspirational song that I go to if I'm extremely desperate for a pick me up. This is the one I'll go to. And you know, if Freddie Mercury, who was basically on the verge of AIDS at that point, could belt out this song, it makes a lot of other problems in life seem very insignificant. Not that it makes them not exist or anything, but you can power through the day if he was able to do it. I mean, not even thinking about the song in terms of instrumentation and all that sort of stuff. Just like the message behind it is just so so inspirational. And I don't know if it is his best vocal performance technically, but I feel for emotion it is. It's just incredible what he was able to do, and he was so sick when they were trying to record it, and the other members of the band had doubts about whether he could do it. and he just basically looked at it and went, "No, I'm doing this," and off he went and did it. And then the sort of the synth work with the intro is great. You got Brian May, another sort of classic guitarist. As soon as you hear him, you know it's Brian May. So yeah, this is one that's definitely sort of stuck onto the list more recently. But yeah, I had to include it. It's Queen. They're legendary.
They are.
So they had
and
to
they're
be
legends.
on the list.
They're legends for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. I wrote that this has a very classic feel to it. It came out in '91, right? It's not like a lot of the songs that I consider classics are back in the '70s, right? You can actually look, if you look back at all the dates of many of the songs on my list, they're from the '70s.
Yeah, I noticed that actually. We got quite a similar spread. I think your oldest was 1972, my oldest was 1976. So we actually had quite a similar spread. I've got some more recent stuff compared to you.
Yeah, you've got more recent stuff, definitely.
Yeah, which makes sense. But, I was discovering them as they were being released, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but this, like, again, like '91, this isn't Queen's classic era. It's more contemporary, right? Comparatively, and yet it sounds like a classic Queen song, which is cool. Right. And it flows naturally, but it doesn't feel predictable, and it doesn't sound like any other Queen song that I know, which granted I don't know all the Queen songs, but still. And the vocals are just incredible. It feels super epic, and it's another one of those songs where, like, if you just hear this, like, to be fair, you hear this one straight and it's gonna stand out. Like that epic feel, it's amazing. Yeah. But you learn that story behind it, and it just takes on a whole other dimension.
Yeah, absolutely. So, epic. Epic's the right word. It's
yeah. I don't have a lot more to add on that one. Go listen to it. It's a great song.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
And I totally hear you on. Yeah, this is what I go to when I need a pick me up, because just the story behind it. Like, how can you not get a pick me up after hearing that?
Right. So
all right,
and short to the point, but for a song like that, there's not much to say, to be honest.
Yeah. Speaking of epics,
right, here we're
on to my second to last pick, which is "Thick as a Brick" by Jethro Tull. And in 1971, Jethro Tull released the album Aqualung, which would go on to become the band's best-selling album. However, at the time of its release, listeners and critics saw the work very differently than Tull's band leader, Ian Anderson. The popular opinion was that it was a concept album, while Anderson denies it was ever intended as one. Ultimately, this disconnect between artistic intent and popular reception resulted in the creation of Jethro Tull's next album, 1972's Thick as a Brick. Intentionally designed as a satirical take on concept albums, it consisted of a single song split across two sides of an LP record, with words purportedly written by the fictional character of 8-year-old Gerald Bostock. It also came with a fake 12-page newspaper meant as a spoof on those produced by the local English press at the time. So, Scott Sword, what was your reaction to this song?
Well, firstly, this is one, again, that my father-in-law would be very proud of. If he knew that this was on your list, he'd be very proud, because it's another band that he talks about quite a bit. I'm not sure if he listens to them as much now, but he's always talked about Jethro Tull, and I was like, okay, very good. So it's good in this case. I was like, okay, I've got an excuse to actually go to Jethro Tull and listen to them. When every time I've looked at my Desert Island discs, I've always thought, it's quite long. Mine's like about an hour, 20 minutes for 10 songs, and that's quite a lot. When you think like average of 12 minutes a song, that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not 12 minutes a song. What am I talking about? 8 minutes a song. Goodness me, I can't do maths properly. Goodness sake, 8 minutes a song. But still, that's quite long.
Neither can I. I just instantly agreed with you.
But still, 8 minutes per song is quite a lot.
It is.
And then when I saw your list, I started seeing like 3-minute song, 3-minute song, 4-minute song. Okay. Oh my god. And this is like 44 minutes. Because technically a whole album, right, is 20 minutes per side.
Yes.
So it's like this mammoth, this elephant in the room. And I must admit, it was quite daunting getting to this song. I listened to all the other songs on the playlist multiple times. But this is the one I was like, oh my goodness. Because I knew I was going to have to really concentrate. Because with a 3-minute song, you can intensely listen to it. And then if there's a distraction or something, well, it doesn't matter. You've listened to the song. this is like, oh my goodness,
Yep.
I've got to sit for 40 minutes and I've got to have to be in the right headspace to do it. So I actually did it the other
Hmm.
day. I was doing the washing up, which I was like, well, this is gonna be a perfect time to listen to this. So stick it on, and I think it was cool because I've obviously heard from Jethro Tull because my father-in-law and also Opeth, Michael Elkerfeld, talks about it a lot. Um, I haven't got a lot of analysis about it just because there's so much, right? This is
Yeah.
one that will require so many listens, I think, to really get into the nitty gritty. But
Hmm.
um, I personally really enjoyed it. I'm going to go back to it once I'm,
Awesome.
when I know I've got time to enjoy it properly. I'm definitely going to
Hmm.
go back to it, and I'm happy to go look at other Jethro Tull stuff. There is the classical outro was really cool. And I even wrote, listening to it again today, I wrote, oh, 4 minutes in, it gets heavy, right? It's not got the distortion of metal,
Hmm.
but when you listen, there's quite a lot of, and with the melody, I think is it organ or mellotron they're using throughout the song?
I'm pretty sure it's a Hammond organ
Okay, okay, but a lot of
because that's pretty typical for the 70s, but I could be wrong.
right.
That's just my base level assumption.
Well, that's okay, but like it's that's heavy. That's heavy stuff, right? You can see, if you just put a bit of distortion on that, you could easily sell that as a uh, metal album in terms of
Hmm.
where it comes from, and you can see how inspirational and how influential a band like Jethro Tull would be on a huge number of more progressive contemporary artists, whether they're in the prog realm or
Hmm.
the progressive metal realm. It's so
Yep.
obvious. It's the same. I mean, it's not. It was there's an album I like called "Crack the Sky" by Mastodon, and
Hmm.
they said I can't remember which guitarist it was, but they listened to "In the Court of the Crimson King" by King Crimson while
Hmm.
recording the album. I was
Yep.
like, oh yeah, it's so bloody obvious, right? The
Hmm.
influence just rubs off. So I could, hearing this album alone, I could see how this would be or the band in general would be so influential for a lot of modern artists, even if they replicate it or not, they would get a lot of influence from it. So again, I didn't delve into the. I know that this concept kind of exists with this child, and then he did a follow-up album years later, like what happened to this 8-year-old boy kind of thing, right?
Right. Yep. Yeah,
Um,
Thick as a Brick too, which I have not listened to. I've
so
sort of ping ponged back and forth through Jethro Tull's discography,
right,
but yeah, this was what got me started with them.
yeah,
And the story behind it, like this is like fairly unique among the like songs on my list in that my discovery of this song was completely unintentional. I was looking to catch a Twitch stream by Matthew Colville, who is a D&D YouTuber. So I mentioned before, like, oh, this this one song sort of reminds me of the Dark Sun setting,
hmm
and I like to play D&D. And so one of my hobbies is playing D&D. And when I was first figuring out how to run the game, I went to I had another friend of mine who introduced me to the series of videos called Running the Game by Matt Colville, where he talks about what it's like to be a dungeon master and how to set up adventures and sort of gives his opinions and talks about different things he's trying to solve different problems and gives advice for how to integrate certain things into the game that aren't necessarily in there to begin with, but that can elevate the experience. And he's since grown his own RPG company, and he's coming out with his own RPG that I'm interested to try at some point. It's called Draw Steel, and so this is how I know Matt Colville, and I just happened to see that he was live on Twitch because he's mentioned in some of his YouTube videos and streams and things that he's like, yeah, if you're interested, I stream on Twitch all the time. Come over and see me and check me out. But just be warned that I won't necessarily be talking about D&D. So I was like, all right, let's give one of these a try. So I tuned into this Twitch live stream, and he's just he called it something really catchy. It was Deep Dive Live, and the idea was there are certain bands that he knows just inside and out really, really well. And he would go through the story of the band and the sounds of the band and sort of recreate throughout the band's history, what their career was like, sort of from his perspective, and based on all the information that he has. So, like, all the knowledge that you have of Alter Bridge, for instance, right? You could like sit down and be like, okay, you don't know anything about this band, but I'm going to introduce you to them, and this is what things were like. You know, they started out as Creed, and there were these issues, and then they formed Alter Bridge, and this is what they sounded like at the time. And he would, he was doing this for Jethro Tull in this case, and he would be like, okay, so this is Jethro Tull. These are some crazy stories about how the band got started. There's this amazing story that I also found on the Wikipedia page, which I was kind of surprised to see it there because it sounds like it can't be true. But apparently, Jethro Tull, the reason they're called that is because the person who booked their gigs was coming up with a new name for the band every time, because the band was so poorly received at venues that if they kept the same name, they wouldn't put them on the stage.
Oh, wow.
So they had to keep changing their names. And Ian Anderson has apparently told the story where he was like, yeah, it got to the point where I'd look at the band list, and the one name on the list that I didn't recognize, I'd know that that was us that night.
That's amazing. I just just mentioning that, I've got to tell an Opeth story, because this is a really funny one. This is at the beginning when Opeth was starting out, and Mikko Åkerfeldt is not a founding member of the band, but he ended up joining the band, and then he ended up being the leader once the others quit. And they had a really bad gig one night where they had a new drummer, but the drummer didn't know any of the songs. So instead of singing and interacting with the crowd, Mikko Åkerfeldt was having to constantly stand in front of the drummer to tell him when to, like, the count and all this sort of thing. And it was an absolute disaster. And the next night, Mikko Åkerfeldt was queuing to go to a different gig. And these two random guys in the queue turned to Mikko Åkerfeldt and said, hey, did you see that band that played in the club last night? And Michael's like, no. And then they were like, oh, good, they were fucking shit.
Oh, no.
And Michael just, like, wanted the whole earth to swallow him whole.
Oh,
if
man.
only they knew who they were talking to and now what they've become.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, it's grim. Oh, dear.
Oh, that's wild. Unbelievable.
Oh,
but
dear.
anyway, yeah, I was watching. So Matt Colville was telling the story, and I was very engaged. And he was playing, pieces of their discography. And part of the reason he could get away with this was he went in apparently with the idea that there was never going to be any VOD, right? There was never going to be a way for you to catch this after the fact. He was going to play the music, and before he could get like a copyright strike or whatever, he'd just delete the stream. So you had to be there live in order to get this like deep dive, and that's the reason why this Jethro Tull one is the only one of his live streams that I ever saw that was in this vein. But I found the stream and I was watching and I was like, okay, this is interesting. I've always sort of been vaguely interested in Jethro Tull. I've heard them thrown around as like an influential band, and he was playing their songs. And he got to the point he was like, okay, now this is the one that everybody sort of went crazy for, or something like that. I don't remember the exact setup he gave it, but he played part one of Thick as a Brick, and it's like 22 minutes or something like that. And I was just completely enthralled. And he was like, okay, I'm not going to play you part two. And I was like, you're what? But that's only half the song. So I immediately was like, I don't care that there's going to be no VOD. I've got to stop and find this song. That's how much it like stuck with me. And so I was like, all right. And then I went and I found the Steve Wilson remix that came out in, like, I don't know, 2012. No, it was like the 40th anniversary. So no, it would have been 2012. He did a stereo remix. Actually, I think there was possibly like a reissue at some point, because I remember there was some controversy about him doing the remaster and then someone else changing some of his decisions, and so he had to re-release his version. But anyway, I got the like whatever edition set that had that remaster on it, and I just listened to it from start to finish, and and I was like, this is incredible. I love this song.
Mhm.
It's sort of the ultimate musical journey, right? That we were talking about, and you've got the acoustic guitar theme that comes in, and I love that it keeps coming back. It's not just beginning and end.
Yeah.
It's the beginning of the first part, and then towards the end of the first part comes back in, and then at the beginning, towards the beginning of after you flip over the album, you hear the acoustic guitar, and then it comes back at the very end as well. And so it sort of grounds you as the song goes through all these other movements. And I mean, some of the transitions are basically just we went quiet for a while and then started playing again, which I feel like is cheating a little bit, but whatever. the whole thing, the whole thing isn't intended to be a serious, prog epic, even though that's how it gets treated. It's intended to be a satirical take on it.
Right.
And this is one of those songs where I feel like I don't fully understand it because, for one thing, like I don't have like I downloaded a digital version of some remastered version however many years later, probably more than 50 years later, and never had the 12-page newspaper experience, which apparently some of the lyrics in the breakdown section where they're just sort of talking, cats are on the upgrade, these babes wearing nylons, right? Like it's just these weird things that they say in the middle of the song come from like excerpts of these, quote unquote articles that were supposedly part of the newspaper. So I never was able to draw that connection myself. I found that when I was doing research on the song. And I feel like in order to understand any sort of like satire or reference type thing, you need to know what they're referencing. And he was referencing, Ian Anderson, the band leader, was referencing songs from Yes and Emerson, Lake and Palmer and some of the people who really were like seriously trying to be prog artists. And I haven't listened to those bands. I just listened to Thick as a Brick. So I feel like I don't fully understand the song, but I like it so much that it doesn't bother me at all.
Right. It's certainly it's
sort of like
it's a very enjoyable. I think some prog songs can kind of lose their way a bit because they haven't got that key sort of central theme or melody that it comes back to, but this one does, which is cool. I mean, I've listened to Close to the Edge by Yes, and that's just an incredible album. There's some of the others that my father-in-law's trying to get me into. I'm like, I'm not so much of a fan, but I'll get around to it. I mean, this is just really funny, just the way the universe works. You were just mentioning Steven Wilson there. He was one of the producers on Opeth's Deliverance.
I noticed that when I was doing my research for Opeth, I saw that Steven Wilson was a music producer for them, and I was like, "Oh, small world."
Yeah, and now Ian Anderson's on Opeth's new album. I think the universe is telling you should be listening to Opeth. Clearly,
and I did, and I didn't like
what
it.
song? I think you would like Damnation.
Okay.
There's no guttural vocals there. You'll be good. And also, Steven Wilson's music with Porcupine Tree and his solo stuff is really good too. I think there's a lot of stuff in there you could get your teeth into.
I think I'm more interested right now, given the recent listening experience with Opeth. I think I'm more interested right now in checking out Steven Wilson as an artist, just because I've now listened to so like remixes, original sound producer. I think I'd be interested in hearing what he has to offer as an artist. So that's sort of where my personal interest lies. Not that I'll never go back to Opeth. I probably will at some point. And you're right. I'm sure they've been around long enough that I'm sure they produced some music that I would enjoy. But especially because like it's not like I hated that whole song. It was just the guttural vocals that I was sort of turned off by. So there's probably a way for me to come to their other pieces that don't feature that and appreciate them, and maybe, like you said, ease your way into it and eventually unlock that sort of thing where I can better appreciate that style of music. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a topic for off podcast or even maybe on podcast. Good. Opeth's evolution is very much it's become less heavy over time. So, and there'll be individual songs you can pick from. I think if you like Ian Anderson, he narrates and plays flute on the new album. So I mean, that's a great little hook. So I mean, Steven Wilson's stuff is very good. I know he's released a new album recently. I haven't listened to it yet. But some of his older stuff I really like. So and go. There's lots of different things, so there's plenty to get your teeth into, and you'll find something.
Cool.
But yeah, Thick as a Brick.
Yeah, but
Definitely gonna come back to it.
meanwhile, yeah, Thick as a Brick. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's a classic for a reason. I loved it as soon as I heard it. Like, I couldn't get enough of it. And then, sort of in a full circle moment for me, I was talking with my dad, and I was like, "Hey, this crazy thing happened. I was watching this live stream. Guy was playing Thick as a Brick, and I got totally absorbed." And my dad was like, "I love Thick as a Brick.
Yeah.
You're into Jethro Tull?" I was like, "Yeah," and we sort of like were able to connect over that. So
Nice.
it did end up having a personal connection to me in the end, which is yet another reason why I would absolutely put this on my Desert Island Discs. But
Well,
it's funny that the story,
scenario.
like, it took that long to get to that personal point.
Well, that can happen, right? Maybe your dad might have
Yeah.
mentioned it to you in the past, but maybe you're at the wrong point of your life, and you're just like, don't care, Dad.
Yeah, quite possible. Yeah. So, okay. I think that covers that one. So we are on to our final Desert Island Discs, respectively. So this is a big moment. What have we been going for, like 4 hours?
Maybe. I'm not quite sure. Maybe close to 4. That's all right. I think the
So-
people at home are used to it by now.
Yeah, if you've stuck with us this far, congratulations. And appropriately enough, I suppose, the final song for you here is "Hallelujah" specifically by Jeff Buckley.
Yes. Yeah.
This is a song that was.
multiple
Go ahead.
versions of it. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a song that was originally written by Leonard Cohen for his 1984 album Various Positions, which was his 7th album. Cohen has said that the song took 5 years to write, and at one point had around 150 draft verses that he ultimately pared down into the current version of the song. Various performances have included, since it was originally recorded for that album, have included several lyrical changes from the original studio recording, and a lot of other artists have covered it and also made changes. The song initially didn't make much of an impression, and in fact, when I was researching this, I found out that initially people, like, I think it was some producer at a music label listened to it and was like, "This album is unreleasable in the United States." But eventually the song became more popular with specifically John Cale's 1991 cover of it. And then Jeff Buckley would cover it in 1994, and it became his first #1 hit on Billboard's Hot Digital Songs chart. And then tragically, Jeff Buckley would die of drowning while swimming in Wolf River in 1997. The song itself also gained another huge bump in popularity, which incidentally was where I first encountered it, in the movie Shrek, which came out in 2001.
Right.
And this is a very high-level summary of it. There has been a full book and a full documentary that have been released about this song. So if you're interested, there's more that you can do for research, and I might myself.
Very good.
So yeah, what any thoughts on any of that, Scott Sword, and why is this on your Desert Island Discs?
Yeah, yet another artist who burned bright, but for a very short time. It's his only studio album, which is very sad. This is one I discovered thanks to Miles Kennedy. A lot of the artists that I have either like a lot and still listen to this day, or were part of the journey as I was transitioning to different types of music were through Alter Bridge, because they've got such varied influences. Mark Tremonti with the more metallic side, and then Miles Kennedy with the more sort of classic rock and blues and singer-songwriter, and Stevie Wonder and all this sort of thing. So yeah, Jeff Buckley was one of the ones he mentioned. I did know the song Hallelujah from Shrek. Just old enough to sort of to remember that movie when it first came out. And I still had the VHS and probably wore it thin with the number of times I watched it. This was a really tricky one because, again, as I was saying, all the other songs on the list I think are pretty set for now. Trying to find the 10th one was hard, and I can't remember now what I originally had before I quickly changed it to Hallelujah. I mean, there's so many songs there's Parisian Walkways that I mentioned earlier. A very emotive song. I think for you, it popped into my head when we had the little interval. Steely Dan. Do you know Steely Dan?
I am familiar with the name Steely Dan. I'm pretty sure that my music-loving friend, who I've talked about already on the podcast, has tried to introduce me to them, but so far I haven't really sat down and given them a serious listen.
Right. If you're really keen on um just just clear cut sounding music, like musical perfection in terms of like from a production perspective,
Hmm.
just sit down with a cup of tea and listen to the album Asia.
Okay.
It's just phenomenal. Another Miles Kennedy recommendation, and I was just so happy. I used to have either Deacon Blues or Asia, the title track, on my Desert Island disc, and that was another one I was so close to putting on. Maybe the Beatles should be on, but I do come back to Grace, this album, quite a bit. I should listen to it a lot more. Um,
Mm.
there's just something about Jeff Buckley with just the raw emotion that he is able to convey.
Yeah.
Um,
That's what I noticed is that, like, because like you said, I'd heard this song in Shrek, and that's sort of what I associated it with. But having heard it in this version, I was just blown away by how much emotion he was able to put into the lyrics.
right. Um, and there are some songs on this album which are a little bit heavier. I think there's one called Mojo Pin, which I also really like. But again, I haven't listened to it enough recently to make a concrete sort of decision on it. But it's a classic song. But I really appreciate, you know, Jeff, what he can do as an artist, and I'm so happy and so grateful that I heard that interview where Miles Kennedy was saying Jeff Buckley,
Hmm.
and I took the time to at least listen to a little bit because it's phenomenal. I need to really go out and buy a vinyl copy of Grace and just stick that on. It's just yeah, phenomenal. There's also a really good video on YouTube. I recommend people could search it out. It's Miles Kennedy doing a rendition of Hallelujah at a live Alter Bridge show in Paris using Jeff Buckley's guitar because
Oh
he's
wow,
in a museum in Paris.
that's
Um,
incredible.
yeah, and Miles Kennedy does it justice because he's so good. He could sing the phone book
Hmm.
and it'd be incredible. So, yeah,
Hmm.
it's sort of come full circle in terms of Alter Bridge being my favorite band, and then discovering someone as amazing as Jeff Buckley because of that.
Hmm.
There are just so many other songs. If I sat here long enough, I'd probably think about 20 songs I'd want. It's so hard narrowing it down to 10. But at that moment, I was like, right, Hallelujah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm not going to complain that it's on Desert Island Discs. So there you go. That's me.
Yep, and it's a great list. And I've always liked the song. I liked it in Shrek. I liked it. I liked it when I tracked it down on its own. I did think it was funny. I was doing my little pre-podcast research on Wikipedia, and one of the things I came across was a movie critic, being like, "We need to put a moratorium on using this song in soundtracks." Because apparently it's been in a ton of movies since Shrek made it popular to put it in soundtrack. And Leonard Cohen, the original songwriter, was like, "Yeah, I think I would agree with that." And he was also like, in part of that same quote that I thought was funny was him being like, "Yeah, it's sort of amazing that this song has to become the gigantic hit that it has, considering that like record executive told me this is not to be released in the United States. It's unlistenable."
Well, a lot of these execs don't know what they're talking about because the same with Bohemian Rhapsody. They said
Oh,
again, we were talking about Queen, right? When they first wrote
mm-hmm,
that, they were like, nope, it's not commercial. It's too wacky. You're trying to do opera, which is just weird. What on earth is this? And then it just became this massive thing, right? And it's probably one of the most quotable songs.
oh yeah,
Right? You can't
yeah.
go into a crowd of people without shouting Galileo and then getting everybody else to naturally will respond to you, right?
Yeah,
um,
I think I've told you in another context that Bohemian Rhapsody in particular was like inescapable when I was growing up. Like just everybody knew that song.
yeah. Hmm.
So, but anyway, as far as Hallelujah is concerned, I think it's a great pick to finish off the list. Another one of these, not super heavy songs that I'm so happy to see on your list.
Hmm.
And I've always thought the lyrics are like really cleverly crafted and compelling. So uh, I appreciate the song from that angle as well. So, okay, that brings me to my final entry, which you already know what it is because we've talked about everything else and haven't gotten to it, even though I said it was coming. It's Blackbird by Alter Bridge. And this is the one that I didn't do my own intro for because Scott Sword, you just know it so well. This is from the album Blackbird, which is the band's second album. It was released in 2007. And in lieu of my own intro, I included a quote from Miles Kennedy. Blackbird was inspired lyrically by a friend of mine named Mark Morse. He sold me my first guitar when I was a kid, and we stayed friends for years and years. He actually passed away right as that song was being completed, so it was dedicated to him and his memory. It's really about seeing the suffering he was going through and hoping he would find solace soon and be free from all of that.
Right.
So, what do you think of this song, Scott Sword?
I mean, I don't think that I'm gonna have any controversial opinions here in terms of, how. Again, I mean, it's funny that I'd pick a song like "Love Can Only Heal," but a song like "Blackbird," given the theme is quite similar in terms of the subject matter. Just because in my life, I'll say fortunately, to this point, I haven't lost anybody that's so close in terms of having that song resonate with me. But I mean, yeah, in terms of the song crafting sort of side of things, there's no doubt about the quality of it. There's a moment where Mark and Miles were putting it together, and I don't know if it was if they heard a rough demo of it or maybe they heard the first mix, but there's a moment where they just looked at each other and went, "Damn, we've written a song, we've written something really special," and I don't think they would have known at that time in terms of what it would have done from the fans' perspective. Right, it's now taken on this huge, you know, this huge status within the fans following that band in terms of the number of Alter Bridge fans who have Blackbird tattoos on them and they have the lyrics of the song. It's just become this huge thing, but it makes sense, right? Given the topic of the song, almost everybody, during their life is going to connect with that. Everyone's going to lose somebody close and dear to them, and that song's going to speak, the words that you need to hear at that time. And music has that. We've had music on these lists on a variety of different topics, but music has a great ability to heal and discuss things that maybe we don't want to discuss about, but they're the things that we're feeling. So it's a hugely impactful song from that sense, but also just because it breaks the mold of what a traditional rock band, quote unquote, especially in the modern era, can do. It was quite brave of them to release it's not a single, but to release an 8-minute song on this album. But they were very much writing for the craft and not for the sales. I think with the whole fallout of Creed, and then this is on the second album, so the first album kind of crashed and burned a little bit because the record label that they had with Creed took them on, but then realized, oh, this is not going to be the cash cow that we thought it was going to be. Right, you're struck off. So it was very much a case that they were like, okay, pardon for swearing again, but fuck it, we're just going to write the music that we want to write. Not that they didn't with One Day Remains. I want to make that clear. They weren't trying to be commercial. Quite the opposite. It wasn't commercial enough, and that's why they got dropped. But they just went, no, we're going to go 100% on this. Either that, or we're just going to pack up and go back to Washington and Florida and do something else with our lives. So it's a big thing for them to have done, and they created something very powerful. And I know we were talking about it as a joke when we listened to the orchestra version that, it's become the guitar solo alone has become iconic and often wins online polls. And I know that the fans of a band will influence the result a bit, but I think it shows a lot that a song like this, obviously written from that era, I know now it's almost 20 years old at this point, but it can hold itself up against things like November Rain and Stairway to Heaven, right? When you've got a song being compared to those sort of things, you know you've got a winner.
Absolutely. Yep. And this also brings us back to the comment I was making before about, bands liking their songs, right? This is, they knew they had something special, right? Very cool.
Yeah.
And as for why it's on my Desert Island Discs, I was basically, like I said, in one of these periods where I wasn't really exposing myself to much music. I tend not to do it. So even though I like listening to music and I like doing it critically, the most I'm exposed to it to naturally is through things like playing video games, watching anime, uh, other hobbies, basically, where it's sort of in the background. And every now and then I like that enough to go and seek out something, but that's kind of rare. And it's other people in my life who sort of push me towards songs that I will then become inspired by, and maybe we'll go and get more into a band from there. And in this case, it was this guy on YouTube who I was watching all the time named Scott Sword.
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
Who's that guy? This is sort of a crazy full circle moment for me now that I'm on this podcast talking with you about music, because this is sort of what jump started my latest edition where I sort of got back into music. And in fact, I did go around because, like I said, I wanted to try and like break some of the habit of mine of not listening to a lot of music. And I went around to people in my life and was like, hey, recommend me one of your favorite albums and I'll go listen to it. So, like, I talked to my dad and I asked him about one of his favorite albums, and he recommended that I listen to some Joni Mitchell. I talked to a friend of mine who I play D&D with, and she recommended that I check out a band called Nickel Creek. And it's like this song, like, not only got me back into like or got me back into following a band in the form of Alter Bridge, it got me re-engaging with music in a way that I hadn't in years. So it had to be on this list. Something from Alter Bridge, from the influence from Scott Storch, had to be on this list. And like I said, Cry of Achilles was probably the runner-up. It might have made it if it weren't for like the little bit of a deciding factor that this was the song from Alter Bridge that I listened to that really got me hooked on them for the first time. And uh, you already picked it, and I didn't want to repeat. So yeah, that's the end of my list.
Well, I'm very glad that I don't know how, but somehow I was part of that influence in getting you back into music. Music is always a force for good, so I'm really happy that that's the case. And I'm the same. Like I go through spells where I'm very actively searching new music, and then other times I'm just like, nope, I want to just stay inside this nice little bubble and just listen to stuff
Mm-hmm.
I already know very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, at the moment, maybe because of this, uh, you know, discovering, the songs on your Desert Island Disc playlist, and that I'm in a more active phase when I want to
Mm-hmm.
try and seek out new music. It's just a case of will time permit me to find out more. Especially during the pandemic, I was listening to a lot of stuff, and my Spotify was very well. The algorithm was working in terms of recommending stuff, and I was always checking out the new releases playlists and stuff. But now it's lost track. It's been buried amongst all the other stuff. So hopefully I can turn that around.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like right now that I'm in a good period where Miles Kennedy's just released a new solo album and it's really great. He's gone back to sort of the rock stuff. It's really cool. Mark Tremonti from Alter Bridge has released a new album which is wicked, very good stuff. Ginger, I've talked about. Opeth. I mean, I've just listened to Opeth a lot before Christmas, and that was great. And going back to their older stuff, I'm really hyped for this Dream Theater album coming out. So I'm gonna definitely check that out when that comes, and then that might make me go back as well as your pick. So I'm in a sort of period where I want to keep trying to just ride that train of discovery a little bit, because I know there'll be a point where I'll suddenly fall off it, just for various reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's always cool when you discover new stuff, and if it's something that I think I've also found a lot of the time I've heard music or a certain
Mm-hmm.
song, and I wasn't at the right period of my life to hear it. Gojira is a perfect
Yeah.
example. When I first heard Gojira, I was like, this is crap. I don't listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
But then they were actually going to do a tour of Alter Bridge, and I was feeling myself, oh god. And this is when I wasn't really into guttural vocals very much, or maybe I was
Mm-hmm.
getting into it, but I wasn't sure about Gojira. I was like, oh god, okay, well, if I'm going to see them live because of Alter Bridge, I'm going to have to listen to them. And I picked up Enfant Sauvage, and I was hooked. So there's no going back then. And I love
Mm-hmm.
Gojira, and I've seen them live on their own. And they're just ridiculous. So Yeah, I think things happen for a reason. If it's a song that doesn't connect with you at a certain point, don't worry. It'll be there waiting for you when you're ready. You can go back to it and
Yeah,
you'll find it. Um,
I think that's very true. And it's not just music, it's just art in general.
yeah.
There's a lot of art out there that sometimes you're just not ready for, right? I'm reminded of a story of a friend of mine who, who okay, so this is a little bit weird because it's someone else's story, but um, he was talking about how his friend was really into reading, and his father was like an English professor. And so this guy always wanted to try reading Ulysses by James Joyce.
Hmm.
And the English professor father was like, "You're not ready for that." And he would sort of ask at different points in his life. And the English teacher father would always be like, "You're not ready for that yet." And eventually, sadly, the guy's father passed away. And at some point, as part of the grieving process, he was going through his father's books, and he went through and he picked up James Joyce's Ulysses, and he started reading it, and he put it back down a little while later and was like, "I'm not ready for that yet." That's instantly the story that came to mind when I thought about that. But it's true, right? It's not just music, it's not just books, it's art in general, right? There are some things out there that maybe you're encountering them too early, maybe you're encountering them too late, right? I think there are some things that you can experience better as a young person than you can as an older person.
Right.
Whereas I think the standard sort of go-to experience is more like, oh, you'll experience and be able to appreciate things more as you age. Sometimes that's not true. Sometimes you can only truly experience and appreciate something when you're younger.
Hmm.
Uh, so it's just different things will hit you differently at different stages. And sometimes it's worth it to go back and give things a try that you might have bounced off before.
Right.
So,
I think the thing is now
yeah.
as well, because of the digital nature of media, there's just too much. I feel there's just
Oh, yeah.
there's all the music in the world. You've got all the video games, all the books, all the Netflix series and films and stuff. It's just too much. And a mutual
Mm-hmm.
friend of ours and friend of the channel, Roscoe, one of the other members from the Fear Jack community, he normally laughs at me because I there's a lot of films I've never seen.
Mm-hmm.
And my attitude to it has just defaulted down into, if the film is really that good, I'll get round to it eventually, but I'm not going to stress myself out trying to catch up on goodness knows how many decades worth of film history and all the amazing films I should see. I'm already having
Mm-hmm.
trouble with music. I'm not going to stress myself out with it. If it's really good, I'll see it eventually. It's like, I mean, it's a bit of a joke with me and my friends, but for the longest time, I'd
Mm-hmm.
never seen Lord of the Rings. For whatever reason, even though it came out when
Mm-hmm.
I was a kid. Um,
Mm-hmm.
my parents didn't watch it, so then I didn't watch it by default either. And it was a joke in my the best man speech at my wedding that I'd never seen Lord of the Rings, and the whole congregation just went. Right, there's a very audible gasp. I have to watch the wedding video back to see if actually that was caught on camera. But you could definitely hear it from where I was sitting. But then recently, I think it was actually not Christmas just gone, but the Christmas before, my wife was like, "Right,
I
sit
think
down."
it probably, I think it probably was because you've mentioned this to me in some context in the past. Yeah.
Right, okay, so yeah, it must have
You're
been
like,
yeah,
I've just seen Lord of the Rings. And I was like, what?
yeah, yeah. My wife sat me down, right, that's it. You've avoided this long enough. We're watching it, and it was
Mm-hmm.
good. I can't deny it. It was good, but
Yeah.
I think it's also, I if a film's really good or anything is that good, I'll get around to it eventually. And at the end, life's so short and there's just too much stuff going
Mm-hmm.
on and too much stuff to consume. I'm not gonna stress out. If somebody recommends something to me and recommend something to me because they profoundly believe it's good, not just because, oh, why haven't you seen this? Everyone's seen that, right? I will actually fight against
Mm-hmm.
that more.
Mm-hmm.
If it's something that's, oh, everyone watches that film, well, I'm not going to. I'm going to just be a rebel. But if someone like
Mm-hmm.
you or whoever, right, comes up to me and says, I have a genuine recommendation for you because this is really good,
Mm-hmm.
then I will take the time to look at it and see what I think. So there's just too much.
Yeah. And I think that's a good way to be about something that you're not actively interested in, right? Because there's so much out there, right? It's sort of like you can pick one genre or field or piece of style of art or something that you are actively engaged in, and that can be the one thing that you seriously follow, right?
Right.
And everything else is sort of like, okay, like I'll get to this when it becomes relevant to me. So yeah, but I don't think like if you're that way about everything,
Right.
I feel
No.
like
Yeah.
maybe you're being a little bit too passive.
Yeah.
But
Or lacking interest and stuff. But I mean, for me, I've made my
yeah.
stand. Board games slash video games, but more board games nowadays, and music.
Hmm.
That's where I pick my stand. That's the stuff I'll go down rabbit holes. Other stuff will be just in and around in the background, and they'll sort of sneak in and then sneak back out again, and that's fine. We can't.
Yeah. I think the one constant for me has been books because I'll go through phases where I will or won't listen to music or watch much TV or watch many movies, or like I'll go in and out of those phases, and they can be very intense, right? There's periods where it's like all I'm doing in my free time is watching anime or watching movies, like classic movies, or something like that. But I've always got some sort of book going on. And like even that, right? The things that I read have changed over time, but I'm always reading something.
Right.
So
I've kind of gathered that very quickly that you're an avid reader. Mine's the opposite. Music's the thing now is the ever constant thing. I
mhm.
think that's cool. I think everyone needs to have something that they naturally just gravitate to, and then other things will come in and out. I mean, my the Discord chat that we have is always open. If you want to ping musical recommendations to me, I will gladly check them out. And if you want me to return the favor, then I will also do so. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know if I ever get to a point where I'm like, because the other thing about me and music is I sort of feel like I need a period to just digest stuff,
yeah,
and that can vary depending on what I'm listening to and like how long I'm listening to it. And I sort of feel like I'm trying to go through Alter Bridge's catalog slowly, piece by piece, waiting till I feel like I've fully absorbed an album before I move on. And I'll tell you right now, I'm at the point where I feel like I'm ready to move on to the next Alter Bridge album.
hey,
So in the not too distant future, you can expect to see some messages from me with my initial reactions to the next album. I think it's Walk the Sky or something like that.
what the sky? Well, this is good timing because there'll be another one coming out this year, maybe the latter part of this year. So you might, depending on how Walk the Sky and then the next one, Pawn and Kings, go for you, we might be experiencing the is it the eighth? Hang on a minute, fourth. Yeah, the eighth Alter Bridge studio album, brand new
Around the same
together.
time.
Yeah,
Wow. Yeah. Well, I can't promise that will coincide, but that would be pretty cool.
it's definitely possible. Normally they release albums in sort of around October, November time.
Hmm.
If things are on schedule for them. They're pretty scheduled in terms of their releases just because they've got so many side projects. They can't afford any
Yeah,
slack.
yeah. I saw a recent interview on Rick Beato's third appearance, maybe more. He was interviewing one of the members of Alter Bridge, and he was talking about how like literally he just goes from project to project to project these
Well,
days.
that
He
would
was
probably
coming out with a
it'd be Mark Tremonti, probably. He's the more
yeah, he
recent.
was coming out. Yeah, he was coming out with like a Frank Sinatra cover
Yes.
project,
Right.
which sounds exactly like Frank Sinatra. By the way, I couldn't believe it
Right. Well,
because
he's
he did
actually.
just like a. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say that album's actually come out already. That came out a couple of years ago. But he's been doing like additional stuff, and he's been doing some gigs in the US actually with Frank Sinatra's band. But yeah, insane how close it is to Frank Sinatra and how much he is really analyzed. He spent years analyzing Sinatra's technique.
Yeah, he talked about that in the interview with Rick Beato that I was watching. But yeah, he was talking about he was like, I just go from project to project to project these days. Like I've got this thing going on, and then I go to this thing. Like as soon as that's over, and then I go to Alter Bridge, and then I go to this other thing. Right? It's just constantly making
Same,
stuff, which
same.
to me sounds unbelievable. Like I don't know how he does it.
And the thing is, everything well, not, I mean, okay, within reason, everything he writes is gold. Say with Miles Kennedy, I'm like,
Mm,
how on earth can you be this
hmm.
consistently good when you're just so stretched? It's just insane. But
Yeah.
they are very talented songwriters, first of all, before even thinking about
Hmm.
musicianship. But well, I'll recommend then is an older interview, but Miles Kennedy has done an interview with Rick Beato, and he actually takes his acoustic guitar with him, and they talk about. I think they talk about Blackburn. They also talk about Rise Today and Watch Over You. So that's
Cool.
definitely worth a watch.
Yeah, I'll check that one out. You can check out More Than a Feeling. I'll check out Miles Kennedy on Rick Beato.
Perfect. That's what I'm going to do right now. I guess we should wrap this up.
Yeah, we've been doing for like 4.5 hours. I think it's time.
Yeah,
I think if we wanted to, this could have been 2.
it could have been 2, but I don't know if the viewers want to wait a whole month in between. Potentially a whole
Yeah,
month.
it's probably too long of a wait. Yeah.
So,
But if you've made it this far, congratulations.
absolutely. Yeah, very good effort. Very good
I hope
effort.
I hope I hope we were able to keep you company. Hopefully, if you've made it this far, we were of some use to you.
Well, at the very least, I'm sure we kept Strider company because I know he listens to us on some of his bike trails, which kind of concerning that he's listening to us rather than pay attention to where he's going. But fair enough. If you're listening, Strider, hello.
Yep. Hello. I hope hope that the hills aren't too icy right now.
Yeah. Well, that was very enjoyable. It was a real pleasure listening to your Desert Island Disc. So I'll leave, as I said at the beginning, I've left them in the comments below so people can check them out. And as always, a very enjoyable discussion. I don't know what we're going to do next
As
time.
always.
Maybe language
Yeah,
learning,
I don't
or we're
know.
going to move on to a slightly
Yeah,
lighter topic.
we
I'm not
keep
quite sure what we're doing.
we keep kicking the can on language learning. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, we can coordinate that. So don't be surprised if it's language learning, everybody. If it's not, but also don't be surprised. We keep saying we're going to do it and then doing something else.
What did we do before this? I got things. Oh, abroad in Japan. That's right, because that took 2 episodes to talk about all
Yes,
that.
that was a 2-parter. Yeah.
So yeah, I think now we've got through Desert Island Disney, we've got through abroad in Japan. So I think we can definitely tackle something like language learning, and our experiences of it. I think that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, very enjoyable.
Yep, I agree.
So yeah,
it's always a pleasure, Scott Sword.
Absolutely, likewise. And I hope everyone enjoyed this episode. And if there's any of the music that you personally enjoyed, then by all means, let us know in the comments below. And maybe if there's anyone who wants to talk about their Desert Island Discs as well, then by all means, leave a comment.
Yeah,
we'll
feel free. Feel free. Be aware that if you are too wordy, there is a length limit on YouTube comments. So you can do what I did and just break it into 2, and you'll be fine. We'll read them.
Absolutely, and I'll check them out. If there's songs I don't know, I will check them out. And leave comments below as well. So yeah, but take care, everybody. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you soon at the beginning of March at the latest, or if you're lucky, if you've been good, maybe sooner. We'll see what we can do.
We'll find out.
I don't know if anyone will be listening to this still, but just in case, if you want additional content to keep you company, then I do stream on Twitch, and they're very chilled out live streams with just some really, chill lo-fi music on Spotify and playing some board games and Tiny Glade and stuff. So if you want something to keep you company in the meantime, if you've finished consuming this, then feel free to check out my Twitch channel, it's just the same name, and you'll see when I go live. And yeah, we'll see you all next time. Take care until the next episode. Hope everything is going well with you all. And same to you, Rook. Take care until the next episode.
Likewise. Yep. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.